Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 1251 Inconsistency. Later that day, Ves was about to leave his office in order to resume the fabrication of his gold label Aurora Titans. He still had a number of outstanding orders to fulfill before he departed to the Centerpoint system. He took one more look at the other sentimental gifts he received before he left. A small display had been added near his desk which showcased the gifts he valued. He picked up Lainey's hand-knit shawl from one of the shelves and contemplated wearing it for his upcoming trip. It's too fragile, but then again, it's meant to be used. Whenever he designed and produced his mechs, he wanted them to be used for their intended purpose. It was fine for his more impressive mechs to be put on display in a museum or exhibition hall, but that should be the exception, not the rule. Ves did not want to be regarded as someone who was limited to designing pretty-looking but useless machines. In the end, he loosely draped the shawl over his neck. Its fabric was dyed in dark blue, which was one of the distinctive colors of the Larkinson family. It's kind of comfy. Ves liked it so much that he planned to see if he could apply some treatments to increase its durability and protect it from degrading when exposed to rough environments. After that, he picked up the nutrient pack that James claimed to be a replica of the one which the Great Prophet once consumed. This nutrient pack. As Ves held the simple packaging, he felt a little odd about its texture. It didn't feel like a brand new nutrient pack to him. It was as if it was just as old as the holy relic. He frowned. A nutrient pack aficionado like him should have been able to estimate the real age of the nutrient packs he held. The packaging of a nutrient pack was virtually the same for thousands of years. Humanity spent thousands of years perfecting the most efficient formula for the wrappers. It needed to be resilient enough to protect its contents from background radiation. However, it also needed to be biodegradable upon tearing it open. Otherwise, the galaxy would have already turned into a giant trash heap of nutrient packs. The result that humanity came up with was a formula for packaging that promised to protect the integrity of its contents for tens of thousands of years, but no longer. Nutrient packs don't need to be stored that long in the first place. In truth, the packaging already started degrading by the time they rolled off the production lines. The process just took an extremely long time. Only upon tearing open the wrapper would the process truly kick in and decay the leftovers at a rapid pace. After recalling all of this, Ves viewed the Ovanan nutrient pack with more suspicion. If this wrapping is the exact same as the others, then it's several centuries old. It could be that the manufacturers of this nutrient pack had tweaked the formula of its packaging in order to give it that holy relic feel. However, it was not so simple to age the packaging of a nutrient pack. Having owned a lot of vintage nutrient packs before, he learned what it was like to hold a nutrient pack that was aged for thousands of years. This pack feels too authentic. It doesn't feel fake. Ves studied the nutrient pack with his full attention. After brushing his hands all over the rectangular brown-green packaging, his fingers finally identified an irregularity. There's a small square of material here that doesn't feel as aged as the rest of the packaging. After brushing at it with his nail, he managed to peel off a thin layer camouflaged as the same material as the nutrient pack. A folded piece of synthetic paper hid underneath. When Ves picked it up and unfolded it, he began to read the message handwritten onto its surface. Mr. Larkinson, I apologize for the misdirection. I doubted I would have received a normal welcome if I revealed my true identity. Hence why I resorted to this means in order to reveal the truth. This is something you should really consider doing more yourself. The lies you peddle will continue to corrode your heart. The only way you can cleanse your consciousness is to come clean. What am I writing? You are set in your ways. I doubt my advice will ever find purchase in your mind. Your stubbornness is both your greatest strength and your fatal flaw. I must say that it has been an enlightening experience for me to meet with the designer of the Transcendent Messenger. The Komodo Star sector is lucky to host a unique mech designer like you who wishes to transform the galactic mech industry. I am thankful for the changes you've sparked within the Ilvain Protectorate. While many Ilvainans are comfortable by remaining insular, the rest of the galaxy will not be content to leave them alone. If we are to survive the coming perils, we need to stop digging our heads into the ground. We will meet again someday. The Bright Republic is about to experience great changes, and so will the Ilvain Protectorate. No matter what difficult circumstances you find yourself in, I hope that you will not refuse my offer to repay the favor that you've bestowed to us. The Ilvain dynasty is always willing to assist the Bright Martyr when needed. Ves felt like puking blood when he read and reread the message. He'd been fooled. Businessman, my butt! James Immel is the next living prophet. He didn't realize the Ilvainan's true identity yesterday. Although the man did his best to hide his inherent charisma underneath his robe, Ves already felt as if he was in the company of someone remarkable. If the original prophet Ilvain was like this guy, then it's no wonder he managed to found a new religion. This newer version of the prophet was a lot more charming than the one that came before. The prophet who immolated himself at the end of the tribunal came across as a delusional madman more than anything else. Either the new living prophet's genes have been tweaked, or he'll eventually degrade over time, Ves guessed. Still, he really wanted to smack himself with his palm. He should have noticed the clues, from the odd arrival of an Ilvainan to his birthday party to the strange discrepancy he felt from the nutrient pack wrapper. Ves realized now that the nutrient pack that the new living prophet gifted him was authentic. If his guess was right, the nutrient pack he held right now belonged to the same production batch as the one that the original prophet Ilvain used to consume. The Ilvainans must have preserved the rest of the crate of nutrient packs once Prophet Ilvain departed from the ship or something. Damn! Is this a hot potato? Even though Ves managed to get acquitted for ruining a holy relic, he still felt uneasy about owning a precious nutrient pack like this. There shouldn't be that many intact nutrient packs from the same batch left. Well, what's the harm? Nobody will notice. He briefly considered storing it in his vault, but a small part of him wanted to flaunt this remarkable possession. He eventually decided to put it back on the shelf of the display. Perhaps he could use it to tell a story the next time he entertained a visitor in his office. When Ves left his office, he began to return to his previous routine of fabricating the remaining gold label Aurora Titans. While he felt a bit peeved about having to delay his trip to Centerpoint in order to meet this obligation, he knew that it would do a lot of good down the line. His gold label mechs had always been his most impressive works, and putting more of them in the wild helped expand his presence. If only every mech of mine is as strong as one of my gold label mechs. Talking with Charlotte yesterday made him realize why his design philosophy seemed so abnormal to others. Ves had witnessed the design philosophies of several seniors. From the Skull Architect to Professor Ventag, all the mechs designed by seniors possess roughly the same degree of influence of their designers. The mechs that Ves designed differed from this pattern. The special strength they carried did not come from Ves alone. As soon as Ves began to incorporate external spiritual fragments into his designs, the degree of influence he exerted on them had grown out of proportion. By relying on borrowed strength, I'm able to punch above my weight. This was a very important realization. None of the other mech designers he met did anything like it. They all relied on their design seeds or whatever they turned into when they advanced to senior to bestow their designs with their metaphysical strength. However, even if their designs aren't as flashy as mine, they are a lot more consistent. Ves noticed that the qualities they managed to impart to their mechs were very contained. This was different to Ves, because his design philosophy mainly focused on the X factor, which was inherently volatile. As a result, Ves could only display his full potential when he fabricated a mech in person. The mechs fabricated by the LMC or third-party manufacturers would always be a pale shell compared to the most authentic copies. Ves used to think that this wasn't a big deal. The benefit his lesser mechs provided to its mech pilots was already good enough. Yet am I really content with this result? If he had a choice, then he would rather have every copy exhibit the same degree of X factor as his best works. I can't see how this can be done, he muttered to himself. Yet just because he couldn't figure out the answer right now didn't mean it was impossible. As long as he worked hard and experimented a lot, he might be able to solve this huge shortcoming. Maybe this is what keeps most higher-ranking mech designers occupied. They're all trying to find a way to strengthen or widen the application of their design philosophies. Ves knew that he needed to put a huge amount of time and effort in order to even come close to an answer to this profound problem. The amount of research and experiments he needed to perform might take years or decades. Yet all of that was worth it if he managed to succeed. It makes a huge difference if I can equalize this quality to all of my mechs. Perhaps achieving such a drastic improvement was the key to advancing to senior or master. Mech designers are all people who are constantly trying to turn the impossible into the possible. They are all pioneering their own dreams. Ves already started innovating from the start. His design philosophy was so out of whack that he had been treading his own path since the system first pushed him into studying the X-factor phenomenon. His visit to Centerpoint would definitely illuminate his path. Not only did it host the sector headquarters of the MTA, but it was also home to the largest concentration of mech designers in the star sector. The star system was host to many services catered to mech designers. Not only that, but Centerpoint offered lots of opportunities to mingle and exchange ideas with fellow mech designers. It truly is the holy land of mech designers in the Komodo star sector. Ves felt a bit regretful that Kitty's declined to travel with him this time. He was sure that she would be able to learn a lot when exposed to so many mech designers. Then again, she's not like the other orthodox mech designers. Maybe she's afraid she'll expose her unconventional origins. In any case, Ves did not share the same concerns, so he was definitely looking forward to meeting other mech designers from different backgrounds. Who knows, maybe I can find a girlfriend there. Ves completed his work at the mech nursery in quick order. Aside from fulfilling all the orders for the gold label Aurora Titans, he fabricated 2 extra copies. He transferred one copy to the Avatars of Myth, and the other one to the LMC to be used as a display model. This time, Ves would be traveling aboard the Barracuda as always. Although the Centerpoint system should be safe, the trip to and from the center of the star sector wasn't risk-free. Considering the low odds of requiring a land-bound mech escort, Melker opted to prioritize space-borne mechs over land-bound mechs for this journey. The Avatars of Myth were still in the process of raising a space-borne mech company, so they did not have that many space-borne mechs on hand. However, Melker did the best he could to prepare for this trip. He managed to scrounge up 8 space-borne mechs and mech pilots to accompany Ves to Centerpoint. We've charted the fastest and safest route from Bentheim to Centerpoint, Captain Silvestre said as Ves boarded his Corvette. A lot of trade flows from Bentheim to Centerpoint, so the most direct port systems and stopover systems have long been cleared of any pirates and other impediments. That made sense. How long will it take to reach Centerpoint? Not that long due to all of the port systems allowing us to make huge hops. If the gravitic tides are favorable, we can reach the system in 6 weeks. If not, 2 months. Mind you, we can go faster if you decide to leave the green feather behind. Although the light carrier is fairly fast for her class, she's still a snail compared to the barracuda. Acceptable. Please make sure to prepare the barracuda for the long journeys ahead. We might remain outside the Bright Republic for an extended year of time depending on the commitments I take on at Centerpoint or Limar. The barracuda and the green feather both jumped from Cloudy Curtain to Bentheim without any issue. Only a handful of companions accompanied him for this journey. Lucky tagged along because he expected Ves to spoil him with exotics. Gavin naturally followed Ves along as his executive assistant. Ketty's already notified him of her intention to remain at the mech nursery in order to design her first variant. Leland couldn't do anything in Centerpoint and the Friday Coalition. Instead, he devoted a lot of his attention to rooting out spies and informers within the company. After all, Flashlight firmly considered the LMC to be their turf. How could they tolerate other spies snooping around in their backyard? At least he's useful for something, Ves muttered. He quickly noticed Ketty's absence. Her enthusiasm, passion, and cheer always brightened up his day. Now that he had separated from her, Ves found his days to be bland, as Lucky didn't want to play with him and Gavin was more of a butler than a friend most of the time. His listless spirituality didn't help either. His mind only replenished his empty tank a little bit in the past couple of weeks. While he expected his depleted spiritual energy to recover by a third by the time he reached Centerpoint, that was still a distance away from full recovery. I really need to find a way to fill up my tank faster. Once the barracuda stopped over to Bentheim, Ves spent some days on the busy planet under escort. He took Lucky around some exotic materials markets and visited several exhibition halls to view some noteworthy mechs. Sadly, his plan to see if he could siphon the spiritual accumulation from the mechs on display faltered. While he identified several mechs that accumulated a significant amount of spiritual accumulation, it was simply too heterogeneous. When Ves attempted to take the spiritual accumulation and see if he could extract any useful spiritual energy out of it, he hadn't found a single compatible attribute. It's like digging up a random clump of dirt and expecting to find a trace of exotics. While Ves found it fascinating that certain mechs could accumulate spirituality as well, their degree of heterogeneity essentially meant that all of it was junk to him. Though experimenting with clumps of spiritual accumulation taken from dozens of impressive display mechs, Ves made an important observation. It appeared that his spiritual attribute was extremely specific to him. Perhaps every mech designer developed a unique attribute. He guessed that it might be related to the design philosophy locked within the design seed of a mech designer. That's a bummer. It meant that for now, Ves saw no possible way for him to replenish his spiritual energy faster. He couldn't plunder it from external sources because their attributes simply didn't match. He could only rely on the natural regeneration of his mind. Due to this setback, his trip to Bentheim mostly devolved into a culinary trip for Lucky. The pair visited a bunch of shops and marketplaces which sold a variety of exotics shipped from the frontier or other states. Another 1 billion credits down the drain, Ves sighed. He bought enough exotics to keep Lucky's tummy content for a couple months. At least his cat stopped treating him as a pariah. The way to Lucky's heart is through his stomach, it seems. Meow! Before he departed to Centerpoint, Ves took the time to stop by the office of one of his business partners. I'm sorry I haven't been able to catch up to your birthday, Marcella said as she greeted Ves in her office. I've been preoccupied with a problem that's becoming an increasingly bigger problem for the LMC. Ves didn't have to think too long to figure it out. Copycats. Yes. A lot of unscrupulous mech designers see you making a killing by selling expensive mechs. While the margins of the Black Beak and the Crystal Lord aren't as good as before, they're still hefty enough to attract the attention of dozens of greedy underground mech manufacturers. The damage these copycats mechs did to the LMC was considerable. While the imitation mechs mostly looked identical to the originals, their quality often fell short. The sloppy production processes also left numerous flaws behind in each copycat Black Beak, Crystal Lord or a Titan. Yet despite all these faults, mech buyers who were short on money still bought them anyway because they were considerably cheaper than the authentic versions. The worst part about this copycat situation was that the black market mechs often retained at least some X factor of the original design. As long as the black market manufacturer didn't mess with the original design schematics, they could still replicate some of their distinctive charm. "We can't eliminate copycats and imitations entirely," Marcella said grimly. "As long as your mechs remain attractive products, there will always be someone with a production facility who wants to cash in on your success. What have you done then to mitigate this problem?" "Most of the copycats originate from the Reanald Republic." "How come that doesn't surprise me?" "Of course the Reanaldans are at the center of this operation." Ves recalled the time he encountered an illicit copy of his own mech in one of the marketplaces in the Larkinson system. "While it's impossible for us to stop the Reanaldans from producing copycats of your mechs, we can still request the more established players from doing so. That will cut down on the amount of copycat mechs in circulation. The reason why I couldn't make it to your birthday celebration was because I was stuck in the Larkinson system cutting a deal between the LMC and the 3 largest underground mech manufacturers." "What does the deal entail?" "In exchange for paying them a considerable amount of money, they promise not to produce copycat mechs based on our mechs." Ves felt like puking blood. "What? They're demanding bribes?" "There's no other recourse we can take, Ves. The Reanaldan authorities won't do anything to stop their illicit activities. The only way we can achieve actual change is by giving in. These black market manufacturers have made similar deals with countless other mech designers. It's probably their main source of revenue at this point." "What a ridiculous extortion racket! Why hasn't the MTA cracked down on this practice?" Marcella shrugged. "The black market manufacturers are quite elusive. They fabricate the mechs in decommissioned factory ships and logistic ships. Trying to hunt them down is like trying to chase after rats. The problem is too tedious. Even if the MTA succeeds in taking some of them down, more will pop up afterwards. The MTA has grown lazier and lazier by the day. There are so many problems in this star sector, but they've been holding up in their strongholds for decades. You can't blame them, Ves. On a philosophical level, deviant behavior like this will always take place. It's a force of nature that can't be stopped no matter how hard the MTA enforces their rules. I think they made the conscious decision to let such activities take place as long as they don't displace the legal market for mechs. The existence of copycat mechs also helps to pressure complacent mech designers. The existence of copycat mechs essentially served as an indirect form of arbitrage. The more copycat mechs that emerged, the greater the pressure for the mech company to reduce its prices. This fell in line with the aims of the MTA. They always encouraged competition in the mech market whenever possible. As Marcella explained what she managed to accomplish, Ves didn't feel so repulsive of her actions. While the LMC was on the hook for several 100 million credits a year, the black market manufacturers she negotiated with held a lot of sway in their industry. Not only did they promise to end their use of LMC's design, but they also promised to exert some pressure onto the smaller illicit manufacturers. While some of the smaller fish would always continue to produce copycat mechs, at least they wouldn't be as pervasive as before. Mind you, the deal only addresses the production of copycats from the Reanald Republic, she cautioned him. There are other centers of illicit mech production that might also decide to copycat your mechs in the star sector. And all of them will want a bribe as well to encourage them to stop imitating our mechs? Yup. Scumbags. Ves considered these black market manufacturers to be vermin. Instead of investing their resources into developing their own mech designs, they would rather steal them from someone else. They did not deserve to profit from another mech designer's success. Stop moping, Ves. If there's one thing I've learned after spending decades building up my mech brokerage, it's that the mech market isn't fair. The MTA isn't doing anything about this practice because mech designers ought to be able to withstand this degree of adversity. She was right. A mech company that was forced to shutter due to copycats shouldn't exist in the first place. Once Ves learned all he wanted to know about the deal, he asked one more question. As you know, I'm about to depart to the Centerpoint system. Do you have any advice for me? Not much. I haven't visited Centerpoint myself, Marcella replied. I've heard that it is a central nexus for mech pilots and mech designers. Not only does the star system attract mech insiders from all over the star sector, but it's also home to many people who originate from other star sectors. The only problem is that the standard of living there is extremely high. Even visitors from the Friday Coalition will feel the pinch if they remain there for a couple of years. As a star system directly controlled by the MTA, some of the planets and habitats in Centerpoint primarily catered to core internal MTA personnel. The living standard there came close to that of a first-rate superstate, but the downside to that was that even Ves with his flush bank account was nothing more than a pauper in these places. Fortunately, Centerpoint offered several other places where space peasants still had a chance to live. Ves and Lucky didn't have to worry about starving to death if they stayed in the star system for a couple of weeks. Chapter 1253 Design Philosophy Classifications. Even though it was extremely expensive to live in the Centerpoint system, plenty of people managed to eke out a living anyway. Some of the people who lived in the star system were either internal members of the MTA or family members of one. In fact, just like the Common Fleet Alliance, entire families or dynasties emerged who continually brought up descendants to work for the Mech Trade Association. These were the most privileged residents of the star system. The money they earned from their service to the MTA came in the form of MTA credits. Often called Mech credits, they were almost identical to the CFA's fleet credits. It was as if the two organizations copied each other's homework. A Mech credit possessed an extremely high purchasing power even in the shops of the MTA. According to the current exchange rate, a single Mech credit was worth around 3.6 billion bright credits. Damn! So high! Ves cursed when he looked up the figures. It was a humbling moment for Ves when he realized that his entire net worth only amounted to a handful of Mech credits. A typical internal MTA Mech technician earned around 10 Mech credits per month. That was a lot more than what most hard-working Mech designers earned in their lifetimes. The difference between the earning power of a citizen from the galactic rim and an internal member of the MTA was simply too vast. Still, at least the MTA wasn't as insular as the CFA. People like Charlotte received an opportunity to prove themselves in order to enter their ranks. Once she passed her probationary period, she could expect to draw a salary of around 20 Mech credits a month. This was an insane amount of money, enough to make a lot of waves in the Bright Republic. Naturally, because of their extremely high value, the MTA and CFA regulated their currencies quite strictly. It was a virtual currency that existed only in their central database, which meant that they tracked every transaction. Overall, they did a pretty good job in preventing the wealthy citizens of the Centerpoint system from throwing the rest of the star sector in chaos. It's not completely foolproof, though. There were means to convert fleet credits and Mech credits into other currencies or valuable trade goods. However, doing this introduced a lot of other problems. Pirates loved to hijack shipments of trade goods worth billions of bright credits. It isn't worthwhile for them to meddle in the star sector anyway. While it sounded as if every internal member of the MTA possessed an unimaginable amount of wealth, they could only earn this much because they were a lot more productive and capable than baseline humans. From genetic optimization treatments to implants and augments, these people had to save thousands of mech credits to afford another upgrade. Accumulating upgrades was one of the prerequisites to earning a promotion that allowed MTA personnel to climb higher in the ranks. Better upgrades cost vastly more mech credits than ordinary ones, which meant that their upper classes had a much easier time remaining at the top than their rank and file. In this way, the MTA managed to maintain social stability among their own members. Everyone who entered their ranks had a clear if difficult path to promotion. The rank and file was happy with any opportunity for upward mobility, while the upper ranks were content as well as they could use their abundant wealth to give their descendants a considerable head start. Naturally, there are always some who can't keep up and wash out. The MTA paid a lot to its internal members, but demanded a lot in return as well. They didn't hesitate to kick out members who were slacking off or failed to meet the high standards of the association. From what Ves read on the Galactic Net, most of the internal members that the MTA fired usually left the Centerpoint system. Most migrated to the Galactic Heartland or other, more prosperous star sectors, while the least capable could only go as far as the Friday Coalition or the Hexadric Hegemony. In general, the MTA is pretty fair in this regard, Ves thoughtfully concluded. The MTA constantly took in lucky new recruits from impoverished regions while kicking out the bums and incompetents from their ranks. This continuous movement of people kept the organization dynamic and more in touch with the people they protected. This contrasted sharply with what he knew of the CFA. They were a lot more rigid and hierarchical. It was a lot more difficult for someone to obtain a higher class no matter how hard they worked. Space peasants could forget about entering their ranks. While the CFA didn't exhibit much diversity as a result, they possessed a much stronger common identity. Everyone possessed the same background. They could all count on each other to think and perform in the same way. Ves found it fascinating how the CFA and the MTA diverged in their thinking of this matter. From a broader perspective, their divergent human resource policies betrayed their stance towards the people they protected. While they are both smug and elitist, the CFA is a lot more contemptuous of space peasants than the MTA. At least the latter still consider themselves to be a part of humanity rather than standing above them. Sometimes I wonder why they still bother to guard over human space. He never looked that much into how the MTA was run. As part of the Big Two, the association was unimaginably big and powerful. Ves never thought he could ever enter their vortex. It's different now. The MTA cared a lot about mechs. As long as a mech pilot or mech designer excelled in mechs in any way, they became worthy of consideration. In practice, that meant that every expert pilot and journeyman mech designer could expect to obtain some benefits from them. Even if they weren't able to become internal members and earn a salary in mech credits, they could still enjoy some services as external members. It was kind of like his current relationship with the flashlight, now that Ves thought about it. Remaining in the periphery meant that while Ves wouldn't be able to enjoy a lot of benefits, he wouldn't be forced to follow the whims of these organizations either. Considering his current situation, Ves preferred to keep a healthy distance from the MTA. While earning mech credits sounded really attractive, he valued his life and his freedom even more. He also read up on how they regarded design philosophies. While the Galactic Net didn't offer that much information, he did find out a handy list of all the different classifications they came up with after several hundred years of refinement. Class 1, Whole Performance, Holistic, encompasses entire mechs. Class 2, Offense-Oriented. Class 3, Defense-Oriented. Class 4, mobility-oriented. Class V, endurance and efficiency-oriented. Class 6, focus on a narrow range of mech archetypes. Class 7, focus on a narrow range of mech designs. Class 8, focus on a narrow range of tech, components, or materials. Class 9, irregular, unorthodox, unconventional, special. That last one stood out like a sore thumb. Ves suspected that they called Class 9 design philosophies special as a euphemism for something they considered stupid or unrealistic. It's like a lottery. Most mech designers with Class 9 design philosophies don't make it out of journeyman or senior, but those that do often hit the jackpot because they're incredibly valuable at the master level. Once the MTA adopted this classification scheme, they performed a lot of research on how the different classes of design philosophies fared. The MTA considered a design philosophy to achieve its culmination when its mech designer advanced to master. Reaching journeyman was just the bare minimum to enter into the organization's consideration. As for novices and apprentices, there were so many of them that the MTA simply didn't bother to put them into consideration. Overall, the most eye-catching observation was that mech designers who possessed Class 7 design philosophies were the most likely to advance to master. While Ves already knew this fact, it still surprised him how much their odds improved. Mech designers who only designed a single mech and continuously iterated upon them were considered the oddballs of the mech industry. They only designed a single mech in their entire lives. Of course, just because they devoted all of their energy on one design didn't mean that mech remained the same. They continually upgraded their sole design with newer tech and finer application of knowledge. Sometimes, they even designed variants that could cope better in specific situations. Still, the core of their design philosophy still rested in a single, specific mech design. Even if these extreme mech designers possessed the skill to design other mechs, they wholeheartedly refused to do so. For them, it was a matter of principle. The moment they designed another mech was the moment their design philosophy broke. Therefore, even if Class 7 mech designers boasted the most masters, they also contributed the least to the development of mech design. While some of their innovations are universal, most of them are confined to a specific mech design. Such masters didn't leave much of a legacy behind. The only way their work remained relevant was if they raised an apprentice who inherited the exact same design philosophy. Opposite to Class 7 design philosophies, the MTA regarded Class 2, Class 3, Class 4, and Class V in a much better light. The mech designers who possessed these design philosophies often came up with many useful innovations. Best of all, they were often universal, which meant that they could be applied to countless other mech designs. In fact, they are the principal source of many new technologies and techniques introduced in every new mech generation. Mech designers who possessed design philosophies that fell into this range enjoyed a greater amount of attention from the MTA. Compared to Class 7 mech designers who only dickered around with a single mech design, a typical Class 2 mech designer could pass on a lot more widely applicable innovations. Ves spared some thought about how Kedis fell into this classification scheme. She focuses on both sharpness and swordsman mechs, so her design philosophy can be classified as both Class 2 and Class 6. However, the MTA refused to assign multiple classifications to a single design philosophy. In cases where multiple classifications were possible, the narrowest one applied. In the case of Kedis, that meant her design philosophy primarily fell under Class 6. At least Class 6 design philosophies aren't treated with contempt. The innovations developed by a Class 6 mech designer could still be applied to many mech designs that shared the same archetype. Still, if Ves had a say in the matter, he would rather prefer that Kedis shift her design philosophy towards focusing on sharpness. Her obsession with swordsman mechs forced her to split her attention, which meant she might not be able to accomplish anything in either areas. Still, she chose this path by herself. I shouldn't meddle with her decision. Ves shook his head. Just because the MTA thought bad of something didn't mean that Ves should do the same. After all, my design philosophy has fallen under the special class, which doesn't exactly enjoy the best reputation. Class 1 and Class 9 design philosophies were both special in that they were often compatible with many other design philosophies. Ves already discovered that since his design philosophy focused on an aspect that almost no other mech designer thought about, he could collaborate with practically everyone. This made it a lot easier for Class 1 and some Class 9 mech designers to collaborate with other mech designers. The downside was that because their design philosophies were so vague, radical, and all-encompassing that their chances of advancing to master was abysmal. Too many seniors who possessed these classes of design philosophies got stuck halfway and never found a way to step further. Ves wasn't conceited enough to think he enjoyed smooth sailing. The same fate might befall him one day. I have to keep improving. I have to keep innovating. I have to keep challenging myself. Chapter 1254 Galactic Citizen. Reading up on how the MTA classified and evaluated different design philosophies gave Ves a greater sense of his own worth. On one hand, I'm a Class 9 mech designer. Compared to the vast majority of more conventional mech designers, Ves was like the class clown. There was a large chance that he wouldn't amount to anything in the future, but there was always a tiny chance that he would accomplish something extremely remarkable. Sort of like what happens when the class clown starts a new company that becomes so successful that they've become a billionaire. Naturally, the odds of that happening was quite small that Class 9 mech designers rightly deserved to be treated as clowns. Even so, many Class 9 mech designers still managed to advance to senior. At that height, they were capable of providing a lot of modest enhancements to any mech design they contributed to. Class 9 seniors therefore gained a reputation as the best assistants to master mech designer looking to add some extra oomph to their own work. Is that how Master Olson sees me? A future assistant with a very convenient design philosophy? Ves had mixed feelings about that. While he was fine with collaborating with other mech designers, he did not see much value in it if he was being relegated to the sides. Only by being the lead designer of a design project would he be able to harvest the most gains. Not only would the finished design carry his vision and his design choices, he would also make a much greater impact on the lives of his customers. Therefore, Ves did not accept this stereotype of Class 9 mech designers. It completely went against his ambitions. Senior was not the end of the road for him. He was absolutely confident that he could make his design philosophy bloom and reach even greater heights. Charlotte mentioned something very important during his birthday celebration. She informed him that the MTA's resident mech designers in the Bright Republic paid a lot more attention to him than normal. The reason was because he expressed his design philosophy a lot stronger than others. It was rather strange that the expression of his design philosophy fluctuated so strongly between different mechs and mech designs. Ves knew that this was because he focused on the X factor, which was inherently volatile. However, a bigger factor was that he relied on external sources of strength to enhance his mech designs. The MTA will probably have a lot of questions in store for me when I arrive at Centerpoint. Questions that I really don't want to answer. Yet would the MTA accept no for an answer? Likely not. They were one of the two most powerful organizations in human space. They wielded so much power that they could easily crush Ves like a bug. You didn't just say no to their requests. Ves began to sweat a little as he began to see his upcoming visit to Centerpoint in another light. Instead of seeing it as a supreme honor to get into closer contact with one of the core powers of the galaxy, he was actually entering the belly of a very dangerous beast. He had various secrets that he really didn't want the MTA to find out. From possessing the Mech Designer System, his insights and applications of spirituality, and the secret behind the X Factor, each of them could land him in hot water if exposed. Although it sounded nice to become a galactic citizen and obtain recognition of his recent advancement, Ves preferred to pass over them entirely if it meant that he had an interrogation in store. There's no way the MTA is clueless. They have a copy of all of my design files and logs. Surely they've recognized something fishy about my designs. If Ves suddenly ordered the Barracuda and the Green Feather to turn around and return to the Bright Republic, the MTA would certainly grow impatient with him. While the association didn't set a firm time limit to their invitation, they nonetheless expected mech designers to answer their summons as promptly as possible. For an intriguing case like Ves, that meant the MTA would definitely be willing to drag Ves to Centerpoint if he was being too tardy. Damn it! I can't delay this visit! He cursed. What did the MTA know? What did they suspect? Some of the smartest and most ingenious people in the galaxy work for them. With all of the tech and augmentations at their disposal, they were much sharper than the average baseline human. To Ves, entering the sector headquarters was the same as entering a den filled with calabasts. Paranoia and worry began to plague his imagination as he envisioned himself being dragged into a high-tech interrogation chamber before being prodded to spill every little secret. Even though it should have been unlikely for the MTA to treat a journeyman so badly, Ves nonetheless couldn't rule out the possibility of this happening. He only needed to slip up a single time before the MTA brought out the manacles. I can't let this happen! What could he do? As soon as he calmed down a bit, he realized that he wasn't as hopeless as he thought. His earlier experiences in the Ilvain Protectorate gave him several ideas on how to tackle this potential problem. He grinned. If Class 9 mech designers were seen as clowns, then he should do his best to reinforce this stereotype. As the Barracuda and Green Feather crossed through territories on their way to Centerpoint, Ves slowly refined his strategy towards any possible inquiries he might face upon arrival. Perhaps Ves was being too paranoid. Perhaps he was worrying too much. Yet the prospect of facing difficult questions haunted him so much that he wasn't content unless he accounted for every possibility. The MTA may be the holy land for mech designers, but as far as Ves was concerned, it was a pit of darkness that could swallow him up as long as he took a single wrong step. Still, as long as he managed to make it out of their sector headquarters, he should be in the clear. Depending on how well the MTA received him, he might even be able to spare some time to explore the many sites of the Centerpoint system. I might even be able to find a girlfriend there. He shrugged. A journeyman was supposed to broaden their vision and experience new sights. While the Centerpoint system was still part of the Komodo Star sector, it was so different that it pretty much qualified as a de facto first-rate state. Meow! Lucky floated down on the desk next to his terminal and leisurely flitted his tail. When Ves attempted to pet his cat, Lucky jerked back with a wary expression. Meow! Meow! Fine. I'll prepare your meal. Ves stood up and walked over to a vault in his stateroom. He grabbed a small box and opened it up before serving it to Lucky. Meow! The cat immediately dove in, eagerly crunching the expensive exotics between its rock-hard teeth. Although Lucky could have phased through the vault with his abilities, he insisted that Ves serve him in person. It was as if Lucky enjoyed treating Ves as his butler. You spoiled cat! It's not enough that you're forcing me to spend a fortune for your meals. You haven't even pooped out any gems lately. Lucky kept on munching at his meal while completely ignoring Ves. It was as if his role no longer mattered at this stage. Since he couldn't find any companionship with his pet, Ves opted to talk to Gavin instead. "Have you noted any remarkable destinations and activities on Centerpoint?" he asked. "I have. In fact, there's simply too much to do. You could spend decades on Centerpoint and still not run out of stuff to do. While a lot of planets and habitats are closed to anyone who isn't an internal member, there are still way too many settlements that cater to visitors. The treatment and level of access that you receive depends on your wealth and your rank. Apparently, a lot of venues are closed if you aren't a galactic citizen. Space peasants like me aren't allowed to mingle with your kind." "Knock it off, Benny." Ves gently slapped his assistant. "Even if I'm about to become a galactic citizen, I'm still a space peasant at heart. I've read up a bit on what it means to be a galactic citizen. It means you are essentially equal to an average citizen of a first-rate superstate. The Big Two and all the other huge organizations actually take your rights seriously. As for those like me, we're considered completely expendable." The implication was that space peasants didn't matter. They were numbers in a database. What individuality and inherent value they possessed was so trivial that the major powers in human space found it much more convenient to group them up under the simple if derogatory label of space peasant. The worst part about it was that Ves couldn't entirely dispute this approach. The Big Two and the first-rate superstates were right. The vast majority of humans living outside of their jurisdiction really didn't matter in the grander scheme of things. To the MTA, the only exceptions to the rule were mech pilots, mech designers, and academics pushing the forefront of science. These people received a chance to shed their space peasant beginnings and enter the ranks of true humanity. "Do you think it's impossible for you to become a galactic citizen?" Ves asked. "How could I?" Gavin looked morose. "I'm not a mech designer or mech pilot. I don't have any ties to the spaceborne. There's nothing about me that merits the attention of the Big Two and the first-rate superstates. If you really care about it so much, I could probably elevate you to this height one day. Perhaps I'll grow powerful enough to turn everyone I know into a galactic citizen." Gavin looked at him oddly. "You'd have to be a master or a star designer to wield that much clout." "Heh. Sounds doable." Ves grinned while casually stretching his arms. "Seriously though, don't obsess too much about what it means to be a galactic citizen. It's mostly a way to make those elites feel smug in front of the rest of humanity." While it sounded like galactic citizens received a lot more rights and privileges in human space, that didn't mean that space peasants were deprived. You couldn't miss what you didn't know you lost out on. Most space peasants ignorantly lived their lives as if there was nothing wrong. Galactic citizenship was so far out of their reach that they didn't bother pining over what they could never have. "It's largely superfluous anyway," Ves pointed out. "The only reason I'm eligible to become one is because I've become remarkable. Even without this label, I would still be someone worthy of notice." "Yeah, but there are plenty of citizens in the first-rate superstates who don't deserve all the benefits they get to enjoy for being born in the right state." Ves sighed. "Benny, it's pointless to envy the Terrans and the Robarthans. Sure, it's nice to be born in the most prosperous places in human space, but will anything change just because of your complaints? Instead of moping about the unfairness of it all, just accept it exists and work hard to close the gap. You're right that a lot of galactic citizens don't deserve the benefits they've been given. That just means that space peasants like you have a chance to catch up and exceed them in the future." That put Gavin in a thoughtful mood. Ves was happy that he managed to pull his assistant away from his nihility. "Okay, I get it, boss. I really hate being called a space peasant, but complaining about it won't get me anyway." A small fiery passion lit up in Gavin's mind. While he might not be able to earn galactic citizenship himself, he could still do his utmost to assist Ves in his career. Only then would space peasants like Gavin be able to climb above their station. Chapter 1255 Centerpoint. During the 2 months of travel, Ves spent most of his time puzzling over the skull architect's designs. Wary of traps, Ves approached them with caution, causing him to take a bit longer than he liked to achieve significant progress. With his spirituality still in recovery, Ves keenly felt the difference between his current state and his optimal state. His passion, energy, and drive suffered a lot, forcing him to push through his work even if he would rather do something else. A mech designer must be dedicated to his craft, Ves whispered to himself. How can I call myself a lover of mechs when I can't sustain my interest through tougher times? He considered his difficulties to be a test of his perseverance. It was easy to get caught up in designing mechs when he enjoyed the experience. Yet Ves couldn't always keep delaying until he entered in the right mood. Instead of treating his debilitated state as a disadvantage, he instead saw it as an opportunity to train himself. Only by pushing through adversity would he be able to make the most gains. Therefore, despite his low energy, Ves managed to summon up enough motivation to keep working on the designs. He didn't linger too long on the Casker Pike. After studying it over and over again, Ves concluded that the space-born Missler mech didn't possess any hidden traits. The skull architect tasked him with designing a variant, so that was what he did. Aside from tweaking the design and its programming to make it easier to pilot, Ves also imparted it with a pale image to add some life to his variant. While Ves didn't infuse his image with his precious spiritual energy, he figured that the X factor of his design would not be any less than that of the Blackbeak. That should be sufficient to give the mech pilots of my variant a modest push. I don't have to pull out all the stops. It was rather refreshing to Ves to design a variant. While he became accustomed to designing original mechs, he felt like he had gone back in time to the start of his career. It's like I'm getting back to basics. When he designed an original mech, he entered a completely different mindset. He controlled every aspect of a mech design, but bore all the responsibility of its success and failure. With variants, Ves merely had to look for opportunities to improve or change the configuration of the base model to fall more in line with his own vision. Aside from finishing up his variant for the Casker Pike, Ves also started to tinker with the Toraz Ruby, a space-born striker mech, and the Jinvin, an aerial marksman mech. The latter two mechs possessed a bit more depth, but not too much. Through careful and meticulous study, Ves found areas in which he could make worthwhile trade-offs that vastly improved the overall piloting experience of his variants. While he couldn't maintain the same level of performance, the various tricks he employed significantly lowered the burden on the mech pilots of his variants. Mech pilots should always prefer my variants over the base models unless they're elites. Elite mech pilots such as Tan Melon from the Ilvain Protectorate or Lord Javier from the Vija Kingdom were already rare in civilized space. In a barren, undeveloped region like the frontier, it was simply too difficult to train true elites that could pilot the Skull Architect's mechs to their full potential. Therefore, Ves immediately knew without a doubt that if the Skull Architect started to produce his variants, his sales would instantly double or triple. I really hope he doesn't. I don't want my mechs to be used by thousands of pirates. The Skull Architect was a very principled mech designer. He refused to compromise the performance of his original designs even if the market demanded change. Such a mech designer would definitely struggle with the decision to publish his variants. Well, it's not like I can influence his decision. Ves shrugged. I'll just see what he does with my work. Perhaps he only needs my variants for research purposes. He chugged along inside his stateroom for the rest of the journey to Centerpoint. He took no notice of the destinations he passed along the way. Even when the Barracuda entered the territory of the Friday Coalition, Ves did not express any interest in visiting them despite their various attractions. Despite his dread towards his upcoming visit to the sector headquarters, Ves saw no point in trying to delay his journey. He already developed numerous contingency plans where he prepared a number of strategies to deflect suspicion. While the MTA posed a threat to him, they weren't enemies. The concerns of the association went far beyond figuring out the eccentricities of a single oddball mech designer. They possessed much greater priorities, such as ensuring their dominance over human space, suppressing the Five Scrolls Compact, keeping recalcitrant states subservient, maintaining parity with the CFA, guarding against alien threats, and most importantly, propping up the galactic mech industry. Lately, the Big Two seemed to be preoccupied with other matters. Ves observed various situations where the CFA and the MTA should have intervened, but chose not to. That was very unusual, as the Big Two loved to throw around their weight. While the CFA eventually mobilized to the frontier in order to fend off the wave of Sandman aggression, the MTA hardly moved out at all in the last couple of decades. The more he witnessed their inaction, the more he suspected that they were gathering their strength. What are they guarding against? Well, whatever they feared, it shouldn't be any of his concern. He merely went back to his work while the Barracuda and the Green Feather continued to close the distance to the Centerpoint system. Both ships encountered a fair amount of resistance during FTL travel. The gravitic tides hadn't been favorable, causing them to progress several weeks slower than their most optimistic projections. Even so, after almost 2 months of constant travel and FTL transitions, the pair of ships finally transitioned out of FTL at the edge of the Centerpoint system. What a magnificent sight! Ves gasped as he stood next to Captain Silvestra. Through the augmented visual projection of the local star system, Ves beheld over a dozen populated planets, as well as 5 stars of varying sizes and luminosity. Centerpoint is one of the few quintuple star systems of the Komodo star sector, Captain Silvestra explained. We should have been blasted by radiation by now if the MTA hadn't come in and built Dyson spheres around them to siphon away much of their energy. When the Komodo star sector first opened up for sanctioned colonization, the MTA immediately claimed the Centerpoint system as their own due to its powerful suns and mineral-rich planets. While the 5 suns orbiting in a weird fashion around each other made the star system practically unlivable at first, the MTA did not let that stop them. They embarked on a huge construction project and enveloped all of the stars in immense artificial megastructures. Stars were the most convenient sources of heat and energy, so how could the MTA let them all go to waste? The Dyson spheres they built around the suns only partially captured all of the energy they generated. They left open enough gaps to release a healthy amount of light and heat to sustain life on the nearby planets. The MTA expended quite a bit of effort to shift the orbits of all of the terrestrial planets and gas giants in the system so that they all fell within the Goldilocks zone. Ves even encountered a rumor on the galactic net that the MTA imported additional planets to the Centerpoint system to provide more space for themselves. The entire Centerpoint system is an enduring marvel of human ingenuity, Ves softly admired. Aside from the partially sphered suns and the densely populated planet, the sheer amount of traffic in system also boggled his mind. Millions of ships of varying sizes, roles, and ownership flew back and forth. Humongous trade convoys that began their journey from distant star sectors arrived at Centerpoint after months or years of constant travel. Robust passenger liners offering passage to the galactic heartland picked up their latest batch of hopeful immigrants looking for a better life. Most of those immigrants would doubtlessly fail, but exceptions always existed. These ships only formed a small part of the total ship traffic in the system. Some consisted of in-system transit between different planets and space stations. A significant amount of these vessels traveled a lot faster than Barracuda as they incorporated advanced propulsion technologies that put the modern Corvette to shame. Only a modest amount of ships traveled this fast. The majority of traffic within the system consisted of vessels that conveyed trade goods and passengers to and from the rest of the star sector. Captain Sylvester shared some of her thoughts while the Barracuda communicated with traffic control. The amount of trade and transit passing through Centerpoint can definitely put Bentheim to shame. The two aren't in the same league. Its central location and its abundant facilities and production centers makes it the premier trading hub of the star sector. Anyone looking to export goods to other star sectors will always start from Centerpoint. VS had already read up on these facts, but witnessing the sheer scale of industry and trade up close made him feel very small. Despite the humongous amount of ships entering and exiting the system, traffic control efficiently handled their entry in the star system. As a highly populated star system that saw an immense amount of traffic, the Barracuda and the Greenfeather were not allowed to fly independently. Each time they wanted to fly to a different planet or space station, they needed to submit their flight plans ahead of time. Traffic control would then issue them a specific route that they needed to follow very strictly. If not for this precaution, ships would definitely crash into each other despite the immensity of space. This problem was especially acute when the ships neared their destination, as thousands of them converged in close proximity at the end. It only took a few minutes for traffic control to approve their flight plans and issue their routes. Setting course for Halcyon Citadel, the helmswoman said as she keyed in the new route. We'll arrive at our destination within a week. The Barracuda and the Greenfeather transitioned out of FTL very far away from the center of the star system. Not only did the Five Suns force ships to emerge further away, but the MTA also installed 24 immense gravitic anchors in an extended sphere around the Centerpoint system to force them to exit FTL even further away. While this introduced a lot of inconveniences to people looking to travel to the inner system, it enhanced the security of this strategically important star system. We're being subjected to over 1,000 long-range scans, the captain reported as the sensor console lit up with a deluge of alerts. The MTA and many other parties in the system are constantly keeping tabs on who goes in and out. Will they be able to scan the insides of our ships, Captain? Definitely. At the very least, you can assume that we can't hide any goods from the MTA's scanners. As for the spotters in the star system, their scanners are probably much less capable. The Barracuda is quite well shielded against most probing scans, but I can't say the same for the Greenfeather. VS nodded. That's fine. It's not like we are carrying any contraband. The assets that he truly wanted to hide were safely stowed away in his inventory. Perhaps the only point of concern to VS was Lucky. The mechanical cat was too damn remarkable for his own good. Fortunately, Lucky also assimilated CFA-grade ECM technology. That should be enough to fend off any powerful sweeps. If that wasn't enough, he could still employ his miniaturized stealth generator to escape targeted scans. Inform me when our ships are being subjected to penetrating scans, he ordered. Even if we can't do anything about them, I would still like to know if we are being watched. Chapter 1256 Halcyon Citadel. It took a week for the Barracuda and the Greenfeather to approach Halcyon Citadel. During this time, the two ships were constantly bombarded with scans. Only a small proportion originated from the patrol mechs and vessels of the MTA. The majority of scans came from observer ships placed throughout the star system. Captain Sylvester guessed that most of those vessels worked for different factions of the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony. The two second-rate states are constantly locked in a struggle over the star sector. Centerpoint plays a special role in their rivalry because it is the most important nexus of trade in the region. Even if they have no hopes of taking it over, they can't ignore what's going on here. The MTA allows them to take snapshots of all of the traffic going through this system? VS frowned. Nobody enjoyed being stared at so blatantly every second of the day. The Barracuda already logged millions of active scans, and that was only what her sensors managed to detect. "Humans are curious creatures," she replied. "The MTA is often forced to pick and choose their battles. It's especially difficult to fight against human instinct. I think they don't mind these scans because the observers know better than to pry into their own ships and assets." Any ship that attempted to actively scan an MTA ship or vessel would quickly be blown into bits regardless of the reason. No one was crazy enough to put the association's patience to the test in their core territory. Even though they might have been slacking off elsewhere, Centerpoint remained firmly under their control. As the Barracuda and the Green Feather neared Halcyon Citadel, the latter's ship diverted to another route. The MTA didn't allow any mechs other than their own to approach the headquarters. VS wasn't even allowed to bring a bodyguard or pet. "You'll have to remain behind as well, Lucky," VS told his cat as the critter blissfully munched one of the last batches of exotics that he bought at Bentheim. "Make sure to keep your ECM up and shielded around your body. I don't know what kind of tech is stuffed inside your body, but it will definitely attract the attention of the MTA if they catch a glimpse." Meow. After issuing his warning to Lucky, VS took a deep breath and prepared himself for his upcoming visit. The Barracuda soon came within orbit of Halcyon Citadel. To call it a space station would put every other space station to shame. It was actually as large as a moon. As the MTA's premier center of power in the star sector, Halcyon Citadel brilliantly encapsulated their might. If their Dyson spheres hadn't impressed their guests, then this immense space fortification never failed to turn everyone speechless. First-time visitors such as VS and the crew of the Barracuda sat in stunned silence as they observed the immense mass of Halcyon Citadel. It was a moon-sized hive of industry, administration, and defense. Halcyon Citadel was the MTA's seat of power. The Supreme Sector Associate directed the MTA's branch in this star sector from this very space fortification. The Sector Mech Council that consisted of a mix of high-ranking officials, mech pilots and mech designers occasionally convened to decide on matters that impacted the region. A chill ran through VS as the Barracuda came closer and closer until she parked at her designated orbit. "Halcyon Citadel has already dispatched a shuttle to pick you up," the captain notified him. "We can go no further from here. Only ships, mechs, and shuttles from the MTA are allowed to approach the surface." VS nodded. "Understood." As the sector headquarters of the MTA, security was very stringent here. Not only did the Citadel itself possess immense defenses, it also boasted a huge amount of mechs and orbital fortifications that could fend off the entire mech core of the Bright Republic without breaking a sweat. Viewing all of the wonders of Centerpoint's system really hit home how little the Bright Republic and the other third-rate states of the star sector mattered. As the MTA shuttle approached the Barracuda's starboard side, VS waited in front of the hatch alongside Gavin. "This is it, VS," Gavin said. "This must be an exciting moment for you, right? The MTA is rolling out the red carpet for you. It must be a dream come true." VS awkwardly smiled. It was more of a nightmare than a dream to him. "Let's not get too excited, Gavin. A lot of journeymen across the star sector get invited to Halcyon Citadel every year. I'm nothing special." Journeymen may enjoy an honored status in the Bright Republic, but the MTA hardly noticed their existence at all. The two of them chatted a bit as they waited for the CFA shuttle to form an airtight seal with the Barracuda's starboard hatch. Once the two vessels formed a solid connection, VS entered through the hatches and entered into the shuttle's stylish passenger compartment. Aside from a few empty seats, a single android greeted him upon arrival. "Mr. Ves Larkinson, the Mech Trade Association welcomes you to Centerpoint's system." An elegant-looking feminine android greeted him with a slightly robotic voice. "I am Delta Gina, your personally designated service android. My role is to guide you through the halls of Halcyon Citadel. I am also capable of answering your questions. It figured that the MTA would assign a bot instead of a human as his chaperone. Ves eyed the bot with mild interest as he seated himself. Delta Gina's design immediately sparked his interest. The android had been designed by a very capable mech designer, one who understood the human form extremely well. There was so much he could observe from the android's design that Ves spent several minutes just staring at the remarkable creation. As the shuttle began to detach from the Barracuda and descend to Halcyon Citadel, Ves finally collected himself a bit. Who will I meet once I enter Halcyon Citadel? I am not allowed to answer this question. How many journeymen are invited to Halcyon Citadel per day? I am not allowed to answer this question. Who designed your model? I am not allowed to answer this question. Can you even answer any question at all? I am Delta Gina, your personally designated service android. My role is to guide you through the halls of Halcyon Citadel. I am also capable of answering your questions. Ves shook his head and gave up on the stupid android. While the CFA dedicated a lot of research into developing more advanced AIs and automated systems, the MTA was much more reluctant to follow suit. Many mech pilots and mech designers feared that automation would replace their roles entirely one day. As the main patron of these professions, the MTA would never do anything to threaten their core interests. Still, Ves couldn't help but feel disappointed that a stupid bot like Delta Gina was the best that the MTA could spare for their guests. While the shuttle swiftly descended to the artificial moon and entered one of its gaping crevasses, Ves paid no further mind to the android. Instead, he prepared one of his precautions. During the trip to Center Point, Ves came up with a plan to deflect the MTA's attention. The first step of doing so was to construct an altered image of himself as a foolproof mask. He developed several masks, in fact. These masks helped him adjust his personality, his thinking pattern, his body language, and his other tells into a desired direction. His earlier experiences with masks had taught him what to expect. Perhaps the most important lesson that he needed to keep in mind was that his masks weren't foolproof. Even if his facade was incredibly convincing, it didn't stop others from gathering other clues. Calabast already taught him this lesson when she figured out that Ves was responsible for stealing the holy relic on Kesseling 8. Therefore, Ves put a lot of thought on how to portray himself to the MTA. Obviously, he couldn't adopt a completely different personality. There were lots of rumors that the MTA had eyes and ears everywhere, so they would have been able to determine his actual personality. If he tried to act too differently from how he used to convey himself, then he would quickly attract their attention, which was exactly what he didn't want to see. Therefore, most of the masks he constructed during the trip didn't diverge too much from his actual personality. Ves merely opted to exaggerate some of his traits and put a different spin on some of his attitudes. His goal today was to fool the MTA without letting them realize that they were being fooled. Easy, right? Well, Ves was about to find out, as the shuttle had just slipped into a massive hangar bay devoted solely to transit shuttles like the one he rode. Once the shuttle parked at its designated landing zone, Ves and the android stepped out, only to step upon a lifter platform that rapidly conveyed the two deeper inside the citadel. Ves took a moment to marvel at the immense construction around him. He noted that Halcyon Citadel was built for war. Its metallic blue interior walls consisted of some kind of super-advanced alloy that could probably withstand a crashing starship without suffering a single dent. As the floater platform accelerated to an unreal speed, neither Ves nor the android worried about being thrown off, as either of them were subjected to drag. His floater platform entered into a series of tunnels and joined the line of many transportation vehicles. Ves could see thousands of people and goods being ferried all over the massive citadel. While he didn't know what exactly went on inside the headquarters, it functioned more than just an administrative center. Even as the floater platform accelerated to a ludicrous speed, it still took around half an hour for it to reach its destination. It passed through a number of security checkpoints before entering into a nicer section of the Citadel. Once the floater platform touched down at a very expansive landing zone, the android introduced him to the area. Welcome to the Design Center of Halcyon Citadel. Many mech designers in the direct employ of the Mech Trade Association work here. Please do not disturb our internal members you see along the way. Ves could see that he wasn't the only new journeyman present. Several other floater platforms landed, depositing fresh journeymen along with their accompanying androids. Each of them headed into the design center but split off to different areas. Ves passed through several remarkable displays and projections showing off various impressive accomplishments. They walked through the corridors for a while. Ves believed this was a deliberate part on the MTA because they could have brought him to his destination directly with a smaller floater platform. Instead, they forced their guests to traverse the remaining distance on foot. It was a humbling moment to Ves. Everything he saw so far reinforced the might of the MTA while making him feel smaller. Fortunately, the trip only lasted for 20 minutes or so. Before his patience started to thin, the android guided him through a strict security checkpoint before guiding him to a grand hall. A single middle-aged man stood in front of a first-class mech on display. Ves could hardly keep his eyes off the impressive-looking multipurpose mech. Delta Gina quietly stepped back while Ves arrived in front of the man. Mr. Larkinson, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Professor Castelludiv, a senior mech designer in the service of the MTA. It is my role to verify your advancement and to induct you into the ranks of journeymen. The two shook hands, upon which Ves immediately felt something wrong from his design seed. It encountered a probe. As expected, Professor Udiv smiled. I would hate to waste my time with a fraud. However, my judgment is not enough to confirm you as a journeyman. Please come this way. We will need to perform a more thorough examination. Ves confidently smiled as if he didn't have anything to fear. In fact, his insides were shaking. If not for the mask he wore, he would have looked like a nervous wreck by now. Chapter 1257 Exchanging Secrets. Fortunately for Ves, the examination wasn't as extensive as he thought. Professor Udiv merely guided him into some sort of medical facility and directed him to enter an all-round examination chamber. Ves remained standing while tons of scans suffused throughout his entire body. He felt as if 1,000 fingers massaged his insides. The uncomfortable experience ended after a dozen seconds. The highly advanced scanners didn't require any additional time to record the internal makeup of his entire body. The professor directed an intrigued glance at him when he came out of the examination chamber. The results have shown a lot of remarkable abnormalities. Although I've already read about it in your record, it is still very notable to see that your body has been subjected to very extensive augmentations. Ves brashly smiled. I went through 3 rounds of gene optimization treatments, courtesy of the CFA. Although they're not exactly up to date, they are some of the best you can get in the galaxy. That caused the professor to falter a bit in his smile. Ah, yes. I have to admit the CFA does good work. The MTA is better, though. The CFA's gene optimization treatments are primarily geared towards optimizing a human's long-term survival aboard ships. Our organization, on the other hand, has developed very specialized gene treatments that cater specifically to mech designers. That sounds great, but a mech designer like me can never afford them. I'm very grateful to the CFA for allowing me the opportunity to optimize my genes and improve my lifespan for free. He spoke his words with utmost sincerity, at least as much as his mask could convey. While Professor Udiv looked simple and unassuming, VS bet that the senior was receiving tons of information through an implant, or some other means at this very moment. Lie detectors and other monitors were probably monitoring him closely non-stop. The professor and the androids slowly guided VS out of the medical facility. While they were walking towards their next destination, the professor began to lecture him about the MTA. I'm sure you know what the Mech Trade Association stands for. Everything you've learned is true, but that is only what the public is allowed to know. Now that you have taken your first real step into mech design, it is time for you to become inducted into some of our secrets. If I may ask, Professor, does every new journeyman get to enjoy the treatment of a senior of the MTA? Heavens, no! Usually, one of our internal journeymen will do. The reason why you merit a different treatment is because of how quickly you've advanced. Your nominal master likewise received an impressive reception when she advanced to her current at her young age. While age does not necessarily correlate to ability, we are very hopeful to talents who advance faster through the ranks. That made a lot of sense. An internal senior should be an extremely powerful person. Their time was very valuable. If they were forced to meet every new journeyman who arrived at Halcyon Citadel, they wouldn't have any time left to design their mechs or continue their research. VS had already anticipated something like this. His mental preparation along with his mask allowed him to maintain his composure even if he walked right alongside a senior who was vastly more capable than the seniors of the rest of the star sector. What is your specialty? I specialize in pressure tolerance. To elaborate, I primarily design aerial mechs that are capable of operating in the upper layers of gas giants. Wow! That caused VS to look very impressed. He couldn't even imagine designing such a mech. At the very least, no third-class mech would be capable of surviving the extreme circumstances of gas giants. The professor eventually led VS to an office. As the two of them took their seats, VS figured that the interrogation began in earnest. He tried his best to project confidence and assurance in his own strength. The professor activated his desk terminal and began to peruse some files. Before we move on to the induction ritual, I'd like for you to answer some questions to fill out the gaps in our record of you. Is that all right with you, Mr. Larkinson? Feel free to ask. VS was sure that the MTA would get its answers regardless of what he said. Saying no was just stupid. All right, let us start with the greatest point of ambiguity. In your application to be recognized as a journeyman, you described your design philosophy as metaphysical man-machine symbiosis. While I know the meaning of the individual words, what exactly do they mean in combination? VS looked a little hesitant. I don't really like to elaborate my design philosophy. Do not be concerned, Mr. Larkinson. We are very well aware that design philosophies are deeply personal to mech designers like you. They form part of your trade secrets and are an essential component to your competitive advantage. Then why ask? Because the MTA endeavors to elevate mechs further. Think about it. If every mech designer hoards all of their secrets, how can the standard of mechs improve as a whole? It can't. The MTA exists to manage the many innovations that mech designers develop in their pursuit to realize their design philosophies. VS wanted to scratch his head at this explanation. Why would a mech designer allow the MTA to spread their trade secrets to others? There are many reasons to do so, some of which you'll learn if you advance to master. Professor Udiv grinned. However, the main reason to do so is because turning in your exclusive innovations and allowing other mech designers to make use of them is one of the most effective ways to earn our exclusive MTA merits. Our merits can be exchanged for several exclusive goods, the most significant of which is high-grade life-prolonging treatment. VS widened his eyes. So this was where mech designers could go if they wanted to prolong their lives beyond 200 years or 300 years of life. A mech designer's design philosophy and the innovations derived from them were incredibly valuable. No mech designer would voluntarily give away their exclusive tricks, techniques, and knowledge. How could they maintain their competitive advantage if thousands of other mech designers could design something similar to their work? Yet, as much as mech designers valued the sanctity of their design philosophies, they valued their lives even more. What was the use of hoarding all of their knowledge if they couldn't leverage them into improving their lives? Everyone knew that the Big Two and the first-rate superstates held an oligopoly on high-grade life-prolonging treatments. While it was easy enough for someone wealthy to extend their lives by 100 years, any step further than that could only be exchanged from one of those four powerful entities. Secrets are valuable, Mr. Larkinson, the professor continued. The MTA recognizes that fact. Therefore, we have a very sophisticated remuneration scheme in place. The greater your contribution, the more merits you receive. You are doing every mech designer in the galaxy a huge favor if you illuminate a better way to design a mech. Many of the older generations see it as a way to leave a legacy behind. I see. The MTA essentially established a market for trade secrets. As long as the price was right, mech designers were more than willing to give away their secrets for an opportunity to extend their lives. As a newly advanced journeyman, we won't ask you to reveal your methods or anything too sensitive. For now, we merely want you to describe your design philosophy in more detail so that we can develop a more precise understanding of your specialty. We will maintain utmost confidentiality of everything you reveal in this office. The professor didn't phrase his words as a request, which was a very clever wordplay on his part. It sounded as if it was already a given that Ves would comply. Ves smiled at the professor. Okay. I trust the MTA. I haven't revealed the premise of my design philosophy to anyone, not even my subordinate mech designer. It's very controversial. The MTA has encountered many different design philosophies, some of which are really unusual. Regardless of how eccentric your design philosophy sounds, we will never judge you for that. Plenty of mech designers with unusual design philosophies have gone on to advance to master and made the impossible into the possible. All right. Here goes then. Ves sighed and took a deep breath. As you already know, I describe my specialization as metaphysical man-machine symbiosis. The central premise of my design philosophy is that I believe there is more to mechs than mechs. They are different from bots in that they are intricately tied to their human mech pilots. That is true. Is that where the symbiosis comes from? Yes. Ves adopted an impassioned expression. Humans are powerful. When they combine their strengths with mechs, they contribute much more than their thoughts and their decision-making. What happens on a technical level is not the extent of what happens when a mech pilot interfaces with a mech. Instead, they empower each other. The professor frowned a little. In what way? That's where the metaphysical part of my design philosophy comes in. While most mech designers focus on the technical performance of their mechs, I believe that there is much more to improve. It is an attribute that is intricately tied to the mech pilots of the mechs. And that is? Divinity. Divinity? The professor questioned. Yes. Divinity. Godhood. Ves raved. It wasn't until I visited the Ilvain Protectorate and experienced their wonderful faith that I finally realized the truth. The metaphysical component of my design philosophy stands for divinity. The professor remained silent while Ves elaborated on his point. When I founded my company, I decided to call it the Living Mech Corporation. This name expresses my belief that mechs can be more than lifeless objects. They're different from a hammer or a pistol. Although they are built rather than grown, I believe the man-machine connection facilitates a symbiotic relationship between the mech and the mech pilot that allow the both of them to acquire each other's traits. That is a remarkable assumption. The professor frowned. While it is proven that the minds of mech pilots gradually adjust the longer they interface with a mech, I have never heard of mechs adjusting in response to being piloted. That is because it can't be measured. It all happens on a metaphysical level. Don't you see, Professor? Mechs are capable of coming alive because they receive the worship of their mech pilots. This is the secret to a vein in transcendence. Although ordinary worship isn't very effective because of all the barriers in the way, the man-machine connection skips most of that. By connecting the mind of a mech pilot directly with the systems of a mech, they share an extremely close connection. My design philosophy believes that as long as mechs are designed in a certain fashion, they can capture the worship of the mech pilots and come alive under their control as gods. Just think of the potential, Ves exuberantly yelled. As long as I succeed, mech design will undergo a pivotal transformation. No longer will I be regarded as someone who designs mechs. Instead, I'll become known as a designer of gods. My creations may look like machines, but hidden inside is beating the metaphysical hearts of gods. This is my ultimate aspiration. This is the future of mech design. Countless people will worship my new gods. In exchange, my gods will fight on behalf of their worshippers. No ordinary mech will be able to withstand the might of my gods. Not even god pilots will be able to withstand the flood of mass-produced gods. The professor didn't bother to hide his astonishment. This was exactly what Ves wanted to see. Even if he was releasing a torrent of nonsense from his mouth, he sincerely believed in this vision due to donning a mask. Ves deliberately chose to describe his design philosophy in this manner because he wanted to exploit the MTA's biases. While the association may claim to be open-minded, as a very science and research-focused organization, they did not take well to religion and superstition. One of the most surefire ways to drive a mech designer crazy was to invoke unverifiable beliefs. Chapter 1258 Special Mech Designer. The Big Two possessed a mixed relationship with religion. A huge chunk of humanity earnestly believed in something greater. The Mech Trade Association frequently grappled with religion due to their recruitment policies. If they wanted to recruit promising mech pilots, mech designers, and other capable people, they couldn't afford to snub the religious side of humanity. As the self-proclaimed protectors of humanity, they derived their legitimacy from how their internal members partially reflected the people they protected. If they completely eschewed believers in their ranks, religious states across human space would rebel at being ruled by overbearing secularists. While the Common Fleet Alliance suffered less from this problem, they too had to take religion into account, as many powerful space-born clans believed in space gods and the like. However, even though the Big Two accommodated the beliefs of their internal personnel to an extent, their default stance was that they shouldn't be expressed when on duty. Countless different faiths existed. Many of them imposed idiosyncratic rules on their adherents. Some proscribed that men should not be in the same room with women. Others forced their believers to spit on the face of men with facial hair. One religion even stated that those with lighter skin tones unquestionably needed to obey the commands of those with darker skin tones. The big problem with religion in modern humanity was that many of them started off as insincere attempts to control people. These cults advanced the personal and political interests of their founders. Because human space was big enough to offer room to countless cults and religions, many of them still existed even though they really shouldn't. Some even evolved from a personal cult solely into a huge movement that became rock solid. The Big Two couldn't do anything about them. The only stance they could realistically adopt was to impose neutrality among their own ranks. Beliefs needed to be respected, but beliefs should not supersede the rules and regulations of the organization. This essentially meant that while the MT lightly accommodated the beliefs of their internal members, it really didn't want to deal with the headache of juggling with billions if not trillions of beliefs at once. Therefore, An internal bias against religion still ran rife within the organization. Secularists ran much of the association, and those who were openly devout received much less opportunities. While many religious members objected to this discrimination, they tolerated each other even less. Many beliefs clashed against each other, which meant that they could never form a united power bloc to stand up for their collective interests. While secularists formed their own rivaling power blocs, they all joined hands against the constant encroachment of religion in the workplace. When Ves met with Professor Castelludiv, he could immediately tell that the senior was a secularist. The professor enjoyed an esteemed position within Halcyon Citadel, which meant that at the very least he played by the MTA rules. Even if Professor Udiv was a believer, Ves could still work with that as faiths often clashed. Time went on as Ves became increasingly more unhinged as he continued to ramble about his design philosophy. The power of belief transcends the power of technology. With all the strange metaphysical phenomena that is taking place in the galaxy, I'm convinced that there is a greater power out there that humanity has sorely neglected. As mech designers, we have the unique opportunity to harness this strange power and to bend them to our will in order to create a new form of life, something that is greater than a man or machine. In order to annoy the MTA even more, Ves even injected some generous praise towards the CFA. There was nothing worse to the MTA than witnessing mech designers praise the CFA. I'm sure the MTA knows what has transpired on Aeon Corona 7. The existence of sacred gods firmly proves that my assumptions have merit. The CFA researchers who were stranded on the heavy gravity planet are geniuses for coming up with these species. They went a step ahead of me and turned wild exabeasts into godlike entities. The CFA is such an innovative organization that I couldn't help but study their work and take some notes. By following their example, I can pick up where they left off and turn their dreams into reality someday. Naturally, Ves also made sure not to present himself as a threat to mankind. Mark my words, Professor. A day will come when mechs come alive and demand the same rights as humans in my society. It scares me a bit when I think that living mechs wielding the power of gods might subvert humanity one day, but I don't believe that will come true. Whenever mechs become more powerful than the mech pilot, the latter will be able to grow through the man-machine connection, thereby equalizing their power balance. As one side grows, the other one grows as well. That is the meaning behind symbiosis. Design philosophies were deeply personal to mech designers. They encapsulated the core of their beliefs, attitudes, assumptions, and perspectives on how mechs should be designed. As Ves spewed his mouth with all the nonsense that he prepared beforehand, he always expressed his full sincerity. No matter how well the monitoring systems in Professor Udiv's office were able to read his subconscious tics and body language, Ves did not appear to be telling any lies. The professor looked increasingly more dazed as Ves rambled on and on about his supposed design philosophy. So far, Ves hardly invoked any scientific principles or assumptions grounded by reality. It all leaned heavily towards fantasy and wishful thinking, exactly matching the stereotype associated with Class 9 design philosophies. In fact, the stigma against Class 9 design philosophies was so pervasive that some secularists outright referred to the entire lot as superstition. The senior finally held up his hand. Enough, Mr. Larkinson! I've heard more than enough to annotate your record in our database. We firmly understand what you mean now with metaphysical man-machine symbiosis. My apologies, Professor. I got caught up for a little bit. Ves reined himself in and offered the professor a modest smile. It's liberating to express my design philosophy without reserve to an open-minded organization like the MTA. Ah, yes. Your design philosophy is certainly bold and forward-thinking. I wish you all the luck in trying to realize your vision. Ves could practically feel the skepticism oozing out of the professor. The senior probably made up his mind about the odd and eccentric journeyman. The impression that VS left today would definitely help mark his record with descriptors such as superstitious, irrational, and CFA sympathizer. Perhaps if VS was lucky, the professor would even include the phrase religious nut in his record, which was the most ideal outcome. Each additional descriptor worsened the MTA's regards towards VS. Even though he would doubtlessly receive much less care and attention from the association, VS didn't need their help anyway. After VS extensively described his supposed design philosophy, the professor quickly moved on. After asking a few other questions, the man quickly wrapped up the meeting. Congratulations, Mr. Larkinson. We're very satisfied with how forthcoming you've been with us. We've heard enough to fill out the missing gaps in your record. You are now cleared to be inducted as a journeyman mech designer and a galactic citizen. Please follow your assigned android as it will guide you to the Master Hall to conduct the ceremony. While VS was all smiles as he followed Delta Gina out of the design center, he strongly suspected that this wasn't part of his original treatment. Due to the awful impression that he left behind, the professor couldn't wait to shoo VS away from his office. From what VS had guessed, the induction ritual should have been a solemn occasion where newly advanced journeymen developed the beginnings of an intimate bond with the MTA. For the professor to skip his involvement in this ceremony and let a worthless android take it over was the strongest sign that VS had succeeded in his plan. This was why he freely smiled as he obediently followed after Delta Gina as they stepped on a floater platform and traveled deeper into the bowels of Halcyon Citadel. The space fortifications monitoring systems may believe that VS was happy because he was about to be confirmed as a journeyman and a galactic citizen. In truth, he felt relieved that the MTA regarded him with the same fondness as a spoiled nutrient pack. The smellier the better, he muttered, probably making himself appear more unhinged in Delta Gina's company. VS quite enjoyed this experience, actually. Even though he did not express his true thoughts, this was the first time he described the essence of his design philosophy to someone else. Regardless if he distorted his explanation by dialing up the crazy, VS truly felt sublime by releasing some of his repressed thoughts. This must be what the new living prophet meant. He did indeed feel cleansed by coming clean. Of course, part of this was because he still wore the mask of a superstitious mech designer. VS did not plan to shed his mask until he left Halcyon Citadel. Only until he left the inner sanctum of the MTA would VS feel relieved to drop his act. Until then, VS needed to make sure to exhibit as little loopholes as possible. After around 20 minutes of travel, the floater platform departed from the stream of traffic and descended next to a highly secured section that was close to the core of Halcyon Citadel. They waited a short moment in front of the huge double doors before a pair of mech designers and an android exited the hall. The internal journeyman guiding the newly ascended mech designer looked oddly at VS and his sole company before turning away dismissively. Please enter the Master Hall, Mr. Larkinson. Delta Gina beckoned. The induction ritual will begin when you reach the end of the hall. VS stepped inside, followed demurely by his android. He dropped his smile as soon as the double doors closed. The Master Hall exhibited a number of mechs. Each stood to either side of VS as he slowly walked forward. VS instantly recognized that all of the mechs had been designed by masters. While they encompassed a wide variety of mech types and production dates, the mechs each exhibited a strong sense of power. All of them were first-class mechs that showcased the pinnacle of what mech design could offer at their respective mech generations. The oldest mechs were placed at the front of the hall. As VS walked further and further, he encountered newer mechs. Each new pair of mechs to his left and right seemed to showcase the advancements that mech designers achieved over their predecessors. VS felt touched by this experience. These mechs had been placed here to inspire the journeymen who were about to undergo the induction ritual. Perhaps one day their own mechs would grace the master halls of the MTA. As Ves stepped to the other end of the hall, he was flanked by modern mechs that could definitely put Axelar's Ouroboros to shame. At the end of the hall was a well-like pit that plunged through the floor and led to a seemingly bottomless abyss. Floating in the middle was a contained ball of antimatter. This was a highly potent amount of mass and energy. If handled improperly, the entire master hall would probably blow up, with him inside. The android that accompanied him took no notice of this highly energetic mass that hovered a stone's throw away from the pair. Mr. Larkinson, the induction ritual will now begin. In order to be inducted as a journeyman mech designer and a galactic citizen, you must repeat the Mech Designer's Oath. Only by abiding by the principles of the Mech Trade Association will you be able to practice your profession responsibly and earn the trust of your clients. Understood. Ves nodded. He was familiar with the MTA's principles and he agreed with them. Mostly. Sometimes. Chapter 1259 Mech Designer's Oath. Ves swore the Mech Designer's Oath in front of the bottomless well and uncomfortably close to a contained mass of antimatter. He was sure there was a lot of symbolism behind this arrangement, but the meaning of it escaped him at the moment. The android recited the oath for Ves to repeat. To his credit, he swore the oath as sincerely as possible. Overall, the oath was rather plain and condensed many of the MTA's core principles. I swear to put my mech design abilities at the disposal of mech pilots, and never attempt to place myself above them. I will do my best to reward their trust in me by designing sound mechs that mech pilots can entrust their lives to in battle. I will never steal or claim credit for any achievements made by mech pilots who pilot my mechs. I swear to present my mechs to mech pilots and other clients in a truthful manner. I will not employ deceptive practices that obfuscate or exaggerate the actual performance of my works. I will always explain my mechs in a manner which mech pilots can understand, and avoid confusing them with an excessive amount of technical jargon. I swear that I will respect the contributions of my fellow mech designers. I will not steal, borrow, or make use of their methods unless I properly credit their sources. If my work is a derivative of another mech designer's work, I will accept any arrangements made by the MTA to properly remunerate the original mech designer or developer. In no circumstance will I ever plagiarize the works of others. I swear to abide by the rights and responsibilities of galactic citizenship. As a responsible galactic citizen, I will respect the rights and responsibilities of other galactic citizens. That last part was very peculiar to Ves. While he swore to abide by a bunch of rules whenever he interacted with a galactic citizen, his oath did not obligate him to do anything special towards those who didn't enjoy this status. What this basically meant was that Ves could kill a bunch of space peasants, and the MTA probably wouldn't care. Ves couldn't help but think back to the Aeon Corona mission. Back then, Major Verl, Captain Bird, and all the other mech officers explicitly warned them all that they should carefully respect the lives of the descendants of the original crew of the Starlight Megalodon. Now he knew why the Vandals were so insistent. Without exception, every CFA serviceman was a galactic citizen. Their children were galactic citizens as well. As space peasants, the Vandals enjoyed a much lower status than the crew of the Starlight Megalodon. While they were allowed to defend themselves against hostile galactic citizens, they were not allowed to encroach on the rights of galactic citizens without a good reason. Ves knew that he hadn't treated some of the descendants of the original crew very well. Still, he took comfort with the knowledge that the dwarves were so far removed from the original crew of the Starlight Megalodon that the CF8 probably didn't regard them as galactic citizens anymore. How could the elitist CFA ever bring themselves to recognize savage, stinking dwarves as their equals? At the end of the swearing ceremony, Deltagena symbolically held a projected badge of galactic citizenship, which flew into his heart. At this moment, you are officially registered as a galactic citizen. As a Tier 12 galactic citizen, you enjoy the most basic recognition of every major human organization in the galaxy. Your spouse, children, apprentices, heirs, and other people will not be conveyed with galactic citizenship. Please study the full rules at your discretion. Ves nodded in understanding. There were 12 tiers of galactic citizenship, and he had been bestowed with the most basic one. He would have to become one of the higher leaders of the MTA or become a star designer in order to become a Tier 1 galactic citizen. That was way too far away. Deltagena gestured towards the floating ball of antimatter. Now that you have gone through the induction process, you are now cleared to learn confidential information that the Mech Trade Association has made available to journeymen. The android sounded a bit more solemn, as if she had been programmed to convey the gravity of the information that she was about to reveal. The Mech Trade Association desires you to keep everything you are about to learn to yourselves. Do not discuss these matters with anyone except mech designers directly in our service. You will be stripped of galactic citizenship and be subject to strict punishment if you violate our confidentiality demands. I promise to keep what I've learned here confidential, Ves replied seriously. Deltagena wasn't satisfied with a verbal promise, and served him a very strict-looking projected non-disclosure agreement. After skimming through the document, Ves found out that the MTA would make his life absolutely miserable if he spilled their secrets. Naturally, he still signed the NDA. Once Deltagena found everything in order, she began to reveal the first secret. You are cleared to learn 2 pieces of confidential information, Mr. Larkinson. First, I will briefly describe the origin of extraordinary power of journeymen, seniors, masters, and star designers. This definitely attracted his attention. Deltagena waved a hand, summoning a projection of various remarkable mech designs performing faintly above their apparent technical parameters. Throughout the history of mech design, the division between mech designers was not as apparent. Knowledge, experience, application, and creativity were the determining factors to judge whether a mech designer is regarded as an apprentice or a senior. That has changed when the MTA discovered that certain mech designers are able to imbue their mechs and mech designs with metaphysical properties that enhance the performance of their work without a logical explanation. This has led to a landmark transformation within the MTA. After much study and research, we have studied the phenomenon that is the source of these metaphysical manifestations. We have determined that it is a discipline that is uniquely tied to human mentality. We call it psionics. Each human possesses a small degree of psionic power, but only few are capable of developing it to a degree that is significant enough to effect real change. While mech pilots are the most apparent practitioners of psionic powers, mech designers are just as capable of bending reality. Ves looked stunned. While he shouldn't be surprised that the MTA weren't blind enough to discount the existence of spirituality, he was still surprised at how much they knew. Psionics. That was how the MTA regarded spirituality. The study of psionics within the MTA is highly classified. At your current rank, you are only allowed to know a limited amount of our findings. First, psionics is uniquely human. No alien species has ever demonstrated comparable powers. As if Ves believed those words. Exobeasts like Kilankso already disproved that spirituality was the exclusive domain of humans. Whether the MTA truly believed in their assertion or merely wanted to convey human superiority, Ves couldn't tell. It was still a sign that Ves should not take the MTA at their word. Second, only an extremely small proportion of humanity possesses the potential to express their psionic powers. You have not been cleared to learn the exact proportion and other relevant figures. For now, all you are allowed to know is that the occurrence of psionic potential is very random and infrequent. While children and offspring of high-ranking mech designers and mech pilots enjoy a slightly higher chance of exhibiting psionic potential, it is far from a guarantee. This fell in line with what the Larkinson family learned after nurturing numerous expert pilots in every generation. So many Larkinson mech pilots aspired to advance to experts, only to be doomed from the beginning. No matter how hard they worked, they would never be able to shed their mortality. Third, psionic power is not stable and can be gained or lost through various circumstances. It is also highly elusive because it does not exist in a tangible form in the material dimensions. Therefore, the mechanics behind psionic power are not completely defined. As a mech designer, the best way to ensure a stable growth of psionic power is to follow the advice and instructions of the Mech Trade Association. Following our principles minimizes the risk of adverse reactions from your psionic power. Naturally, the MTA would say something like that. To their credit, the MTA was probably right. By acting in a proper and responsible fashion, a mech designer's spirituality wouldn't undergo any extreme shifts. After Delta-Gina finished summoning up the pertinence points on the revelation of psionic power, she began to explain how this crucial information tied to journeyman. Reaching the rank of journeyman proves that you are one of the few humans in the galaxy who possesses ability to grow and express your psionic potential. This is a pivotal development, as your achievement opens the way for you to advance to master. In order to progress to that height, you must continually develop the design philosophy that your psionic power has merged with. The more potent, applicable, and rigorous your design philosophy becomes, the closer you are to advancing to the rank of senior mech designer. What distinguishes a journeyman from a senior? Ves asked. A senior is distinct from a journeyman by the range in which the metaphysical properties of their mechs are still in effect. A mech designed by a journeyman can only maintain its full potential within several star sectors from the lead designers. Mechs designed by seniors can encompass a much wider territory and are able to retain their full strength even when they are deployed 100 star sectors away from the lead designers. What about a master? Mechs designed by masters are effective anywhere in the galaxy. Their metaphysical properties remain intact even if they are deployed hundreds of thousands of light years away. All of this made a lot of sense to Ves. This was probably one of the biggest reasons why mech markets were so highly bound to their regions. Delta-Gina began to instruct Ves more specifically on what he should do to advance to senior. While her advice still remained rather vague and broad, it still fell in line with his own understanding of spirituality. In short, he needed to work out stronger and more diverse applications of his design philosophy. The most common way that mech designers accomplished this was by finding compatible exotics that complemented the effects of their design philosophies. Incorporating these exotics into his mech designs was only the most basic way of taking advantage of them. In order to advance for real, he needed to study the exotics through the perspective of his design philosophy and derive how these extraordinary materials worked. Only in this way would Ves be able to replicate their effects without incorporating the expensive materials in his own design. That also fell in line with what he guessed. Exotics contained many profound and inexplicable effects. While it was hard to understand their operation, mech designers were unique in that they could derive their workings as long as their design philosophies matched with their properties. Exotic materials do not possess any psionic properties. However, the rules that make them extraordinary can also be applied to a mech design through the medium of psionics. Ves understood the way forward now, at least with regards to how the MTA saw it. Mech designers who advanced to journeyman may have been able to manifest their psionic powers, but their application of it was very rough and sloppy. Reaching journeyman meant that they had only scratched the surface of what they were capable of. In order to unearth the possibilities that their design philosophies offered, they needed to develop a broader and more systematic understanding of what they were dealing with whenever they designed a mech. At the beginning, newly advanced journeymen mostly applied their design philosophies on autopilot. How could they harness the powers they wielded if they were incapable of taking direct control? Chapter 1260 Racing Against Time. Spirituality and psionics were basically two sides of the same coin. Ves called it spirituality. The MTA called it psionics. Yet no matter what name it carried, the MTA was aware of the existence of this metaphysical phenomenon. Deltagena only offered a very basic explanation of the MTA's understanding of psionics. The android did not reveal anything more than needed to put Ves on the right path to working towards senior. Ves could tell that the MTA was very touchy about their research on psionic power. Deltagena flatly rejected all of his questions for greater clarifications. Unless he was a master or a very highly placed internal member of the MTA, he could forget about learning anything more. Suffice to say, the MTA definitely knew more, but to what extent, Ves wasn't sure. It could be that Ves figured out a lot more than their own research teams assigned to study the phenomenon. He couldn't tell. Privately, Ves figured that their understanding of psionics or spirituality had not reached a very advanced stage. Otherwise, the system wouldn't value it so much, and they would have already figured out what he did to his mech designs. Perhaps a single top research team figured out more, but they were so prized by the MTA that they were probably under heavy guard and isolation. The chances that Ves would ever come in touch with them was very low. Overall, Ves fully understood why the MTA invited newly advanced journeymen to their sector headquarters. Not only did they want to impress the power of the MTA into the minds of these promising mech designers, but they also wanted to ensure they were trustworthy enough to learn these secrets. Ves had the idea that he might have been eligible to learn more secrets. If he hadn't tried his best to portray himself as a religious nut in front of Professor Udiv, he might have learned a couple more details about psionics. What he learned so far was very basic and generalized. Aside from telling him to study exotics, the MTA did not teach him any other methods of advancing his rank. Ves even doubted whether this method was applicable to him at all. His operation of his spirituality was very different from that of another mech designer. He already developed a bunch of different techniques without studying any exotic materials. Was his advancement path different from that of another mech designer? The induction ceremony nearly came to an end. Deltagena offered some additional words to Ves. While the existence of psionic power is not an absolute secret, it is a very sensitive subject that must not be divulged. There is no proof that awareness of psionics improves an apprentice mech designer's chance of advancing to journeyman. On the contrary, it has always proven to be detrimental as apprentices go through extreme but futile methods to acquire psionic potential. Ves was sympathetic to this explanation. Many norms who really wanted to become mech pilots subjected themselves to crazy, untested treatments that promised to improve their genetic aptitude. None of them worked. Still, Ves did not entirely agree with Deltagena. He already witnessed several cases where mech pilots who did not possess the potential to become expert pilots had nonetheless broken through to expert candidate, or expert pilot. If something like this could happen to mech pilots, then it could also happen to mech designers as well. All in all, both Ves and the MTA developed their own understanding and weren't in the mood to share. This was fine, as Ves was sure he would attract a lot of attention from the MTA if they ever suspected that he could contribute a lot in this field. Unlike genetic aptitude, psionic potential cannot be measured, Deltagena added. Its frequency of occurrence is so low that a large quantity of mech designers needs to be raised to increase the number of mech designers with exceptional psionic power. Education, mentorship, and apprenticeships are therefore vital. The MTA rewards a small amount of merits to any mech designer who has successfully taught or mentored a mech designer who has advanced to journeyman. Ves nodded in understanding. This already fell in line with some of his suspicions. It explained why there were way too many universities trying to pump out as many mech designers as possible. It also explained why mech designers freely took in younger generations of mech designers under their wing. The MTA wanted to elevate as many masters as possible. While journeymen and seniors were already capable of designing remarkable mechs, all of their work was destined to decay into dust one day when they and their design philosophies died out. Now that Deltagena completed his induction ritual, the android led him back to the exit of the Master Hall. Ves passed by the same mechs he admired before, but he viewed them in a different light than before. These master mechs possessed a special quality that possessed an exceptional degree of stability, especially in the case of the older mechs. Perhaps some of their mech designers already died. Yet even if that was the case, they didn't look any weaker. This observation put him in a thoughtful mood. When Ves was still an apprentice, he thought that entering journeyman was a grand achievement. While that was still true, it was all temporal. According to Deltagena, once a journeyman or senior died and failed to find an heir to their design philosophy, their mechs and mech designs lost their psionically empowered strength. What this meant was that if a mech designer wanted to leave behind a permanent and enduring legacy, they needed to work hard to advance to master. Right now, Ves wasn't qualified to learn how a senior advanced to master. He could make a few guesses, but they weren't relevant right now. First, he needed to advance to senior. Mech designers like Ves may have stepped into the extraordinary threshold, but they were still at a very preliminary stage. In order to elevate their mech designs to a higher level, they needed to take their design philosophies out of dummy mode and develop their own applications. In other words, Ves should focus on improving the power and control of his design philosophy's manifestation. Even if his path to advancement diverged from that of other mech designers, he knew that he couldn't avoid performing lots of research. Time spent on studying exotics and his design seeds operation meant that he had less time to spend on designing mechs. Mech designers needed to find a balance between deepening their design philosophy and applying it to their mech designs. Certain people had it easier than others. He now knew the main reason why those with simpler and more straightforward design philosophies had an easier time to advance than others. Those with Class 1 and Class 9 design philosophies were so ambitious that they needed to perform a lot more research to achieve the same amount of progress as their other peers. Naturally, if they ever managed to advance, then the amount of knowledge they've generated was far more comprehensive than usual. All in all, in the perspective of the MTA, becoming a journeyman only signified that they possessed a non-zero chance of realizing their design philosophies. In this context, realizing a design philosophy took on a more literal meaning. Accomplishing this difficult endeavor meant that the works of masters gained permanency, just like the impressive-looking mechs on display in the Master Hall. As Ves and Deltagena left the Master Hall, another pair of mech designers along with an android entered the same place. The two stepped onto a floater platform and rode it all the way to the upper surface of Halcyon Citadel. The android remained absolutely still as Ves was still processing what he learned. Overall, Ves gained a broader understanding of what the MTA stood for and what they worked towards. While neither Professor Udiv or Deltagena said any word about it, the MTA likely worked towards empowering the standards of mechs to the point where they stood equal to warships. The MTA stood equal against the CFA only because the current consensus in human civilization heavily leaned towards mechs. In the Age of Mechs, destructive warships that possessed an immense amount of firepower were relegated to the background. Mechs had been presented as a new and destructive means of waging war to much of humanity. Overall, the introduction of mechs had indeed succeeded in ending the mass slaughter and genocide that characterized the preceding era. Yet the MTA was very well aware that the current usage of mechs and the prohibition towards the use of warships was an artificial construct. Human states only abided by the rules of the Big Two only because they would get punished if they didn't. In any case, with the CFA assuming primary responsibility towards defending human space against alien civilizations, states don't require the power of warships anymore. As long as their enemies played by the same rules, mechs would continue to become the most predominant tool of warfare inside human space. Yet how long would this social accord last? As soon as enough states rebelled against this order, the side that stuck with mechs would inevitably lose. The balance also broke if aliens launched a major offensive against human space, to the extent that the CFA was no longer able to halt the aggressors from ravaging human states. In both cases, the power of warships was too great to withstand. Only weapons comparable to warships could withstand their might. Mechs, as exceptional as they appeared to be, still fell short of matching the might of a vessel that massed thousands of times more than their piddling little frames. One of the most popular arguments on the galactic net revolved around whether god pilots who piloted a god mech could defeat a modern human battleship. Most people voted in favor of battleships. The power to annihilate a planet was so intimidating that hardly anyone could fathom a mech being able to defend against this kind of might. The only instance where god mechs possessed a realistic chance of winning was if they could sneak up to a battleship and ravage the huge but lumbering vessel from within. Other than that, there was very little chance that a mech or a formation of mechs could offer a fair fight against a warship. Ves had already witnessed the might of warships against mechs before. A single destroyer could easily annihilate several mech companies with her shipboard guns before the latter could ever approach into effective range. Although a destroyer was much more expensive to build compared to a couple of mech companies, she was ultimately more effective and convenient in projecting power. Ves guessed that the MTA feared becoming irrelevant one day. The association revolved entirely around mechs. When mechs enjoyed their heyday, the MTA was at the height of its power. When the use of mechs declined, the MTA would drastically weaken. There might even come a point where the organization dwindled into a relic of an earlier age. Therefore, Ves believed that the MTA was racing against time. All of their policies seemed geared towards encouraging as much innovation and advancements as possible. The more masters that emerged, the narrower the gap between mechs and warships. Yet the CFA weren't sitting still either. Their research and development was just as potent as that of the MTA, and newer and better classes of warships constantly emerged each year. For mechs to catch up to the might of warships was an extremely tall order. Would the MTA succeed in their ambition? Ves wasn't sure. The Age of Mechs had lasted over 4 centuries. While humanity had firmly adjusted to the new order, some of the cracks were already beginning to show. Now that much of the stigma against warships had faded with the passage of time, many states must be contemplating a return to their use. They were tired of being treated like kids by the Big Two. This sentiment was especially strong among the citizens of the first-rate superstates. Chapter 1261 Centerpoint v. Ves returned to the Barracuda via a shuttle, leaving Deltagena behind to pick up and guide another mech designer. "How has it been?" Gavin greeted his boss. "Did they force you to slit your palm and shake hands or something?" "Nothing of the sort." Ves shook his head. "I can't say much about what I've been through, but it's mostly a bunch of formalities mixed with grand displays of the MTA's might." "Makes sense. The MTA is really adamant about keeping every mech designer under their thumb. It's kind of weird how every mech designer accepts their dominion." The MTA could hardly tolerate a rival organization that tries to govern mechs, Ves knew. They wanted to control as many mech designers as possible in order to harvest their gains when they advanced to master. "You should mind your words, Benny. We're still in MTA territory. Besides, the association has done a lot more good than bad for the mech community." "I'm not so sure about that. Why is the mech market the only place which requires such an extensive degree of supervision and regulation? You don't see the market for nutrient packs being governed by a tyrannical nutrient trade association who send out entire war fleets against every manufacturer who rips off someone else's formulas." Nutrient packs are products which are inherently useful and always in demand. We both know that mechs aren't nearly as desirable. The MTA and CFA forced every state to replace their warships with mechs. Those that didn't quickly got demolished. Under such a naked threat, states could only begrudgingly hand over their bigger toys and start playing with smaller ones instead. Though Ves had never thought about it too much, now that he witnessed the MTA's urgency in encouraging innovation, he had to admit that their nightmare might come to pass one day. If mechs failed to develop into war machines that could effectively stand toe-to-toe with warships, the latter would inevitably make a return to human society. While mechs would always have a place in the armed forces of a modern state, they'd be relegated to unimportant auxiliary units. Deprived of glory, attention, and funding, mechs would become increasingly more invisible. The thriving mech industry would shrink to a fraction of its height, forcing countless mech designers to abandon their profession and become more mundane engineers. The MTA wasn't about to let this come to pass. They put all of their hopes on mech designers who advanced and developed psionic powers that enabled them to go beyond the technical limitations of mechs. Yet if the MTA could harness psionics, what about the CFA? What were they up to with regards to this mysterious force? Ves knew that the CFA should definitely be aware of its existence. He even witnessed an experiment related to psionics on Aeon Corona 7. That meant that as early as 300 years ago, the CFA was already dabbling with this power. Yet the warships the CFA employed to this day did not appear to possess any exceptional quality. They were huge, brutish vessels that solely relied on quantity and quality to unleash overwhelming might. No matter what kind of metaphysical tricks were thrown at them, warships always managed to defeat exotic effects through sheer brute force. Perhaps the CFA tried but failed to replicate the powers of a mech designer onto a shipwright. It could be that they decided to focus on a different application of psionics. Whatever the case, the CFA was not obliged to imitate the MTA. Gavin interrupted his musings. Now that you've got your journeyman certificate and galactic citizenship badge, are we done here? Yup. I've finished my business with the MTA. We're free to leave the star system, but since we're here, we might as well stick around for a while. While Ves still had an appointment with Master Olson at Limar, it wasn't too urgent. He doubted she cared if he arrived a week or two later. Let's enjoy what Centerpoint has to offer. It's not every day I get to visit the most prosperous star system in the Komodo star sector. Centerpoint was truly the biggest nexus of trade in the region. Situated smack dab in the middle of the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony, it facilitated trade from all over the star sector and beyond. Despite the huge costs associated with doing business at Centerpoint, a huge amount of cross-sector trade took place here. Huge trade fleets dumped extremely valuable goods from star sectors closer to the center of the galaxy while loading up their cargo holds with exotics and other specialty goods native to the Komodo star sector and the frontier. This also meant that Centerpoint offered a lot of advanced goods and services that weren't native to the Komodo star sector or the galactic rim. Naturally, not everyone could afford to pay for these goods and services. They were so expensive that only the internal personnel of the MTA and the wealthy citizens of the two second-rate states could afford to spend that much money. The Centerpoint system was an immense star system that hosted multiple stars, planets, space habitats, and space stations. Many of them imposed strict requirements of entry. For example, Centerpoint 3 was the exclusive reserve of mech designers working directly for the MTA. A lot of amazing mechs and mech designs emerged from Centerpoint 3 each day. Ordinary mech designers from all over the star sector dreamt of being admitted to the planet and becoming an apprentice or assistant to one of the esteemed MTA mech designers who resided on this paradise planet. Yet, for as long as it was settled, Centerpoint 3 had never opened its doors to anyone but internal members of the MTA. The same applied to several other planets and habitats in the system. Even settlements with looser requirements still limited entry based on tiers of galactic citizenship. While VS had recently been inducted as a galactic citizen himself, his paltry tier only allowed him access to a few additional places. For all intents and purposes, VS was barely better off than a space peasant in Centerpoint. After studying various possible destinations, he decided to visit Centerpoint V first. He recalled that Charlotte gave him an invitation card to a certain club on the planet. He might as well see what it was all about. "Please set course for Centerpoint V, Captain." "Will do, sir." Captain Sylvestre nodded and passed on the orders. "Mr. Larkinson, since the Centerpoint system is strictly regulated, you aren't allowed to bring along a heavy escort. The most the Green Feather is allowed to dispatch are a number of guards on foot." VS shrugged. "That's fine. A star system that's directly under the control of the MTA won't be as insecure as Bentheim." Certainly, VS wasn't naive to think that Centerpoint was a bastion of law and order. However, no one should be brazen enough to sow chaos and destruction with mechs under the noses of the MTA. With their next destination set, the Barracuda reunited with the Green Feather and leisurely followed their assigned route to Centerpoint V. In the meantime, VS read up on the planet. It was a prosperous and densely populated planet that thrived on tourism, trade, and retail. Almost every part of Centerpoint V was open to everyone, giving space peasants a taste of life under the MTA. Only a handful of cities and city districts limited access to galactic citizens. VS was curious about some of these areas. He definitely intended to pay a visit to them and see what the fuss was all about. "Galactic citizens sure hog all of the good stuff to themselves," Gavin commented. "Most of the good stuff you are referring to is extremely expensive," VS retorted. "Even if I saved up billions of credits, I can easily squander it within an hour if I go on a shopping spree." A galactic citizen wasn't just an empty status. It was an acknowledgement that someone was productive and wealthy enough to afford better goods and services. It took some time for VS to arrive at Centerpoint V. No ship was allowed to enter within a certain range of the planet. Both the Barracuda and the Green Feather were forced to park in deep space while a transit shuttle arrived to pick up the passengers. For this excursion, VS decided to explore the planet with Lucky and a bunch of guards, though the latter pretty much served as window dressing. "It's too bad I don't have my own men in place yet," he sighed. The avatars of myth were still in the process of training competent guards. Therefore, his current protection detail consisted of guards dispatched by SAS as usual. While he had no complaints about the security company, he didn't want to rely on them forever. VS and his escorts first stopped by a space station acting as a transit hub before obtaining passage to the surface. They soon boarded a large transit shuttle that took them to a very busy spaceport on the ground. He split up with Gavin here. "I'm no use to you here," he explained. "Rather than see you hobnobbing with all the rich galactic citizens, I would rather perform some impromptu market research and figure out what attracts all these wealthy ponces and pretenders to this planet. Stay safe, Benny, and watch your spending." "I know. You don't have to warn me. I'll call if I need help." With Gavin walking off, VS only had Lucky for companionship. He turned to his cat, who padded on the floor of the spaceport like a regular mechanical cat. "Are you excited, Lucky?" "Meow." Yes, of course I'll buy a batch of exotics for you. Just remember that stuff is vastly more expensive here. Don't think I'll be able to buy as much as I did on Bentheim." While Lucky still acted standoffish in front of VS, the cat had mellowed out a bit over the past few months. VS hoped to repair his relationship with his pet during this visit. VS and his company soon hailed a large aircar that brought them to a downtown district of a highly populated city. The hustle and bustle of visitors and residents overwhelmed him a bit. A large majority of visitors came from the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony. While the two states were bitter rivals, neither of their citizens showed any hostility to each other. A small portion of visitors were accompanied by their own guard details, but all of their weapons had been locked. The MTA maintained a visible security presence in the form of bots, guards, and plenty of automated security systems. With so much visible security, Ves felt kind of stupid for bringing along his own guards. They were really less than useless here. After some contemplation, he ordered his SAS guards to return to the Barracuda. "Are you sure, Mr. Larkinson? Just go. I really don't need you here, especially when your weapons are locked. Some of the places I want to visit will bar your entry anyway." Ves felt much more discreet now that he wasn't being accompanied by a number of guards in bulky and eye-catching armor. Now that he was alone with Lucky, he decided to visit some of the shopping streets first before he headed for Astralee's nightclub. There's still plenty of time before evening arrives. In truth, none of the planets in the Centerpoint system were subject to a normal day and night cycle. With 5 suns orbiting in a very complex relationship to each other, all of the planets regularly enjoyed sunshine from at least one star. If the MTA hadn't deployed satellites that enveloped each planet with a special energy shield, many surfaces would have been scorched by the sheer amount of heat and radiation radiating from multiple suns. In fact, the energy shielding was so advanced that they even simulated a true day and night cycle. That made life in Centerpoint much more convenient. Chapter 1262 Sticker Shock. Ves leisurely explored a number of shopping streets, many of which catered to the wealthy, at least by the standards of the Komodo Star sector. Each store quoted their prices in mech credits, coalition credits, and hex credits. A pitiful currency like the bright credit didn't even merit any mention. Even so, many of the prices privately caused Ves to feel some distress. Ursurf ice cream, 6.5 million coalition credits. MTA Mech souvenir, 33.7 million coalition credits. Odin Altusby 315 Mark III authentic mech miniature, 7.5 billion bright credits. Just a single luxury ice cream cone would already set him back by a fortune. And this was on Centerpoint V, one of the few planets open to space peasants. Even though these prices sounded like scams, plenty of people ordered this weirdly named ice cream without blinking. Ves wanted to puke. How can people casually waste so much money? He felt more and more disturbed by the profligacy of the people who frequented these kinds of shops. While there weren't actually that many of them, they still spent more than what an average citizen of the Bright Republic earned in 1,000 years. Part of the sticker shock he experienced came from his humble background. Even after he became a successful mech designer, he still thought of everything in bright credits. It was only after he exited the luxury shopping streets and entered the more frequented ones that he started to see more saner prices. While the stores still catered to the citizens of second-rate states, at the very least Ves wouldn't go bankrupt if he ordered a few ice cream cones. Of course, aside from visiting shops that sold consumer goods, Ves also took a look at stores that sold mechs. All of the stores offered mechs imported from other star sectors or designed and produced by the MTA themselves. Many of the mechs being sold consisted of high-quality second-class mechs, the cheapest of which were premium mechs. It cost a lot of money to import a mech to the Komodo Star sector, so it made sense that the mech stores on Centerpoint V didn't offer anything cheap. Most mech buyers in the star sector would easily be able to find what they needed from locally produced mechs. Therefore, the local mech stores all opted to sell distinctive and unique mechs from different locales at very high markup prices. Ves saw a potential opportunity here. My mechs are pretty distinctive as well. What would it be like if I was able to sell a mech in these kinds of stores in other star systems? He was pretty sure that no other mech designer possessed a design philosophy like his own. That meant he faced very little direct competition. Perhaps other mech designers may have found a way to make their mechs compelling by employing a different method, but when it came to charming mech pilots and observers with the X factor, only VS could offer such a product. It won't be easy to convince these shops to sell my mechs, he judged. A lot of profits mean there's a lot of competition. Every mech designer wants to enter their distribution network. VS saw that every mech for sale in Centerpoint V consisted of second-class mechs. Third-class mechs weren't valuable or profitable enough for Centerpoint. If VS wanted a piece of the action that was taking place in these kinds of shops, then he had to design a second-class mech. I've never designed such an advanced and expensive mech before, he muttered and shook his head. Each mech class was subject to different paradigms. VS already had a taste of first-class mechs. The Terrans issued specialized mechs entirely because they could easily stuff all the toys they wanted on a single mech frame. The Bright Republic, on the other hand, religiously adhered to specialized mechs. They needed to, because they could only design and manufacture a mech that was good in only a single area. Second-class mechs sat somewhere in the middle, though they leaned closer towards specialized mechs. From what VS knew of the Friday Coalition, they mostly employed specialized mechs but with different enhancements and augmentations. For example, a swordsman mech could incorporate an energy shield in order to improve its defensive capabilities. The mech designer could also opt to improve its offensive capabilities instead by incorporating the design with an integrated laser weapon hardpoint. Overall, second-class mechs were still based on distinctive mech archetypes. Their designers just added some extra in order to enhance their strengths, mitigate their weaknesses, or add more versatility to their kits. Could VS design such a mech? He could, but not without some familiarization. He needed to study the prevailing customs, the higher performance standards, the most commonly deployed materials, the acceptable price ranges, and the expectations of customers who buy such mechs. Since VS grew up in the Bright Republic, he was very familiar with the sensibilities of the third-class mech market. While he paid some attention to the second-class mech market over the years, his market judgment with regards to this higher tier of mechs was still very lacking. VS did not dare to act on his assumptions with regards to second-class mechs. I'll have to study the market more in depth or rely on a marketing expert native to the Friday Coalition, he judged. For now, VS had no plans to expand the LMC to the second-class mech market. Even though it was a lot more lucrative than selling third-class mechs, VS did not possess a proper foundation to achieve genuine success. Why did many journeymen and seniors choose to remain in the Bright Republic instead of migrating to the Friday Coalition? There were many reasons to do so, but the most important one was competition. The Friday Coalition already brought up a huge amount of mech designers every year. Plenty of journeymen, seniors, and even masters dominated the existing mech market. While it wasn't impossible for a mech designer from the Bright Republic to achieve success in the Friday Coalition, the native competition was simply too formidable. The graduates from the Limar Institute of Technology and other prestigious universities were of a much higher caliber than those who graduated from a place like the Ansel University of Mech Design. Thinking of how difficult it was to enter the second-class mech market spoiled his mood a bit. He didn't feel like visiting any further mech stores on Centerpoint V. He could hardly afford more than a single mech, and he could forget about offering up his own mechs here. Instead, he decided to spend the rest of his afternoon visiting a huge indoor marketplace that was only accessible to galactic citizens. This was because the marketplace only offered exotics for sale. A significant amount of visitors consisted of journeymen like VS. He even spotted a few older people who clearly emanated the air of a senior. All of these mech designers gathered here to browse the wide variety of exotics and other extraordinary materials for sale. While the marketplace gathered specialty materials from all over the star sector and the frontier, the bulk of the supply originated from other star sectors. Ves understood why so many high-ranking mech designers were so eager to shop at this venue. In order to progress their careers, they needed to find materials that were compatible with or reacted to their design philosophies. Shopping for exotics on the galactic net didn't work. A projection of an exotic would never be able to convey their remarkable qualities to a mech designers. No. Mech designers needed to be in close proximity to the samples. It was best if they could touch the samples, although that wasn't always possible if the materials were toxic or radioactive. For this reason, many mech designers inside this exclusive marketplace dropped most of their airs and acted like normal people who were shopping for groceries. The only difference was that they were very picky about the vegetables they bought. Naturally, the prices here are high as well. Some exotics were more expensive than others, but their rarity in the Komodo star sector meant that the shops and stalls charged very high markups. Even if a certain material was 100 times more expensive than normal, the shoppers had no choice but to grit their teeth and buy them if they believed that their purchase would help them improve. "How extravagant, Lucky!" Ves said as he gaped at the prices of some of the more extravagant samples. "Not even the Reynald Republic is this greedy." Meow! His cat had entered into a daze ever since he entered the marketplace alongside Ves. The cat's senses had been tingling constantly as its mineral sensors went haywire from all the valuable goods within reach. "Don't think about it, Lucky," Ves hissed to his pet. "There's no way you can get away with it. This facility is under the direct control of a company related to the MTA." From what Ves could tell from the various signs and other clues, the operator of the marketplace was a company owned by an internal member of the MTA. Only such an owner would be able to operate such a lucrative venue that concentrated an incredible variety of high-grade exotics without fear. If even seniors bowed their heads when they entered, then Ves would definitely not think about starting any trouble. "Don't wander off, Lucky. Security is too high here." Since Lucky was still drooling over all of the exotics on sale here, Ves saw an opportunity and picked up his cat. This time Lucky didn't resist. "Let's go see if we can find anything interesting to buy," he said as he petted Lucky's head. Meow! The two spent the next couple of hours browsing all the different stores and stalls selling exotics to well-heeled customers. Ves quickly noticed a difference between the two. Most of the stores were owned by major companies and conglomerates doing business in multiple star sectors at once. In contrast, those who rented the stalls were mostly prospectors, treasure hunters, independent trade companies, and smaller companies. The goods for sale in the stores were always categorized. Each customer could request an information sheet that explained all there was to know about a particular product. Most of the exotics for sale here were already known to humanity for hundreds if not thousands of years. This was different for the exotics for sale at the various stalls. Most of them originated from the surrounding regions, and many of them were only recently discovered. Not a lot of data was available about them aside from some vague possibilities. This always made buying these freshly prospected exotics something of a gamble. Neither the buyer or seller were able to judge their true worth. The best the seller could do was to use various clues to come to an estimated price and multiply it by 100, and hope there was a sucker who was gullible enough to buy them. Since many of their goods were relatively new, they were also very rare, which meant that mech designers wouldn't easily be able to obtain another sample. Because most of the goods sold in respectable stores far exceeded his budget, Ves decided to try his luck with the stalls instead. While Lucky kept his mineral sensors peeled for something extremely yummy, Ves discreetly extended his spiritual senses in order to detect whether they reacted to his spirituality. No dice. While Lucky found several exorbitantly priced exotics that he really wanted to eat, Ves inspected thousands of samples, only to find nothing that reacted to his senses. Ves frowned. Is there really no exotic out there that complements my specialty? After 2 hours of searching, Ves was just beginning to give up when his weary senses lightly tingled when he brushed past an ugly lump of rock. There's something unusual. He slowly halted and tried his best not to show his astonishment. The only reason why he didn't stop and turn around in an instant was because he didn't want the stall owner to rip him off. Chapter 1263 Space Trash. Having roamed the marketplace for several hours, he witnessed many instances of obsessive mech designers forced to pay an exorbitant amount of money because they insisted on buying a specific exotic. The more interest they showed, the more the shopkeepers ripped them off. It actually amazed Ves that so many mech designers made the same mistake. Obviously, these mech designers had never operated their own businesses. For this reason, Ves did not immediately demand to buy the ugly lump of rock that reacted to his senses. Instead, he leisurely browsed the wars of the neighboring stalls, showing a vague amount of interest for random chunks of ore and radioactive fluids contained in protective containers. What's this? Ves asked as he picked up a transparent cube that encapsulated honeycombed rock. We call it the ancient larva hive. The bushy-bearded man behind the stall responded with a grin. Our company founded on an uninhabited planet in the independent state of Pilis. It immediately caught our notice when some of our sensors went fritzy as we were establishing a mining operation on the surface. Once we've recovered the samples, we've analyzed them to the best of our abilities and haven't been able to find a match with existing exotics. This is likely because it consists of fossilized residue of an ancient hive that belonged to an extinct insectid species. The merchant blabbed on for a bit before Ves raised a hand. How much? For that little sample? 70 million COLS. Ves would have nothing left if he paid that sum. 20 million calls. Ha ha! The merchant laughed. 70 million and no less. There's nothing else like it. We've scoured the entire planet for additional samples and only found a handful of remnants. You won't find anything similar in the star sector. Although the stall operators were open to bargaining, they only did so for well-known materials. They always held their ground when it came to selling rare and extremely unusual exotics. Even if their effects weren't all that strong, their rarity was enough of a reason for them to charge a higher price. They were not afraid of being unable to sell their merchandise. Eventually, a mech designer desperate to achieve some progress would come and detect something promising in the goods. These unfortunate saps would empty their entire pockets in order to acquire an opportunity to progress their careers. Naturally, Ves did his best not to appear this desperate. He wasn't even interested in the alien larva hive in the first place. He put the item back after his failed bargaining attempt and turned his gaze towards other items. After picking up several other samples and inquiring after them, Ves eventually shook his head. Sorry, uncle, but your goods aren't worth it to me. Half of the so-called exotics you're offering is literal space trash. The bearded merchant unapologetically shrugged. One man's trash is another man's treasure. That's enough of a reason to price them all accordingly. Ves simply waved at the man and hovered over to the next stall. After performing the same routine several times at 3 more stalls, he finally strolled over to the stall with the rock that reacted to his senses. Even then, Ves first picked up a couple of other samples while he chatted with the woman who was seated behind the stall. Meow. Lucky made a grabbing motion to a fingernail-sized rock with a bloody red exterior. What's this? You want this little exotic? Meow. Lucky wasn't putting on an act. He was definitely interested in the blood-red rock. Even so, Ves only showed a vague amount of interest in the object, as if he saw it as nothing more than a curiosity. What is this rock? Personally, I call it the Scarlet Rock. Its proper designation is a serial number that is way too long for me to repeat. Where does it come from? In the periphery of the hegemony. That's all I'm willing to say. Any remarkable properties? It can slightly enhance the sensitivity of sensor arrays. I've heard that one mech designer managed to increase the effectiveness of the sensors of his mech by 2% using this material. That's not a lot. 2% can make a huge difference. Besides, no one knows what this material is fully capable of. Maybe you can obtain a 20% boost if you manage to crack its secrets. That sounds unlikely. Despite her claims, the merchant didn't really value it all that much. After a quick round of bargaining, Ves managed to obtain it for the modest price of 800,000 calls, which was way too much for a volatile material that could only boost the sensor performance of a mech by a tiny bump. Still, for something that Lucky really wanted to it, this price was actually a steal. His gem cat never made a mistake when it came to judging the attraction of different materials. In fact, Lucky was squirming with his grasp as soon as Ves closed the sale. The cat couldn't wait to munch on the blood-red rock. Quite a frisky mechanical pet you have there, customer, the woman noted. Why don't you sell it to me? I can make sure it will make some cute young girl happy. How about 1,000 calls? Ves smiled at the merchant. You have a good eye. Sadly, he isn't for sale. Shame. He browsed a few other goods, showing vague interest but not quite enough to open his wallet. Each time he put back a sample, he came tantalizingly closer to the odd gray rock that kept tingling his senses. The closer he drifted to it, the calmer he acted. Finally, his fingers reached the rock. It was a little too big and unwieldy for him to pick it up with his hand, but that didn't prevent him from touching its surface. This looks like a random meteorite, he casually commented. What makes it exotic? The woman shrugged. We're not quite sure. Aside from a slightly elevated energy level, the rock also caused a few people to become dizzy when they came into contact with it. It's not dangerous or anything, but we can't explain why some people reacted that way. How many people suffered this reaction? A dozen or so. Out of how many? I can't say. That doesn't sound like a lot. Ves chit-chat with the merchant. The woman really couldn't tell him anything more about the odd rock. As far as they could tell, it was a meteorite that crashed into a planet and laid inert for several 100 million years. While its applications aren't much, it's an interesting puzzle. How much are you asking for this rock? 100 million calls, on account of its potential, the merchant replied. That's a rip-off. A rock that can make 1 in 1,000 people or so feel dizzy for a second is hardly worth that much money. 1 million calls. As I said, the rock may be useless, but who knows what mech designers like you can make of it. Maybe you'll be able to create a new weapon system that can make an entire crowd faint from a distance. 80 million calls. Do I look like a senior? If your best scientists haven't been able to figure out its secrets, I probably won't be able to figure out anything. 10 million calls. Well, you're asking for it, right? Maybe you can defy the odds. 70 million calls. After several minutes of bargaining, the merchant agreed to hand it over for the sumptuous price of 35 million COLS. This was almost equivalent to 3.5 billion bright credits, which was a very small price to pay for a material that reacted to his spiritual senses. While he didn't necessarily have to keep up his act, Ves nonetheless maintained the same pattern. He walked over to a couple of other stalls and curiously perused the exotics on offer as if he hadn't purchased the most valuable item in the marketplace. Value is relative anyway. One man's treasure is another man's trash, he muttered. Once the energy shielding above the sky began to fade to an evening setting, Ves finally emerged from the marketplace. He walked a few streets over and sat at a plaza. "Here you go, Lucky," he said as he passed on the scarlet rock. "Meow." Lucky immediately snatched it with his maw and slowly crunched it with its teeth, savoring the taste of the bloody exotic. Ves smiled as his cat began to purr. "Do you forgive me now?" His cat didn't squirm away or tried to jump from his grasp, which was a good sign, he guessed. As Lucky eagerly enjoyed his latest treat, Ves turned his attention to the hovering box that contained the gray rock. This was what he set out to buy in the first place. Although this wasn't the best place to examine it, Ves couldn't contain his curiosity. "Let's see what makes you special." Just as he was about to open the box, someone suddenly coughed. "Who?" Ves turned around, only to see that a strange robed figure crept up behind his back. "Heavens! Mr. Larkinson, I presume?" "That's me." Ves narrowed his eyes in suspicion as he recognized the man's outfit. "You're a shadow courier, right?" "Correct. I am tasked with conveying a message to you from the Skull Architect." Ves almost jumped from his seat. "Don't mention that name here. In fact, why the hell did you show up in Center Point at all?" The shadow courier smirked behind his hood. "Your concerns are ill-founded, Mr. Larkinson. Even underneath the gaze of the MTA, we are still able to maintain discretion." Indeed. A small and subtle interference field emanated from the shadow courier. However, that still didn't ease V's concerns. "Your interference field is way too weak." "It is sufficient enough for our purposes. Do not underestimate our technology. The MTA may be powerful, but they aren't in the habit of placing their best sensors on a planet that caters to space peasants. Besides, do you think we don't count the MTA as our customers? We guarantee absolute discretion and reliability in delivering your messages or your money back." Ves quietly cursed. In any case, the deed had already been done. Since none of the nearby security bots had approached them, Ves would just assume that the MTA's monitoring system hadn't caught the shadow courier mentioning the nickname of one of their fugitives. "Pass me the message quickly and leave." "Very well. The Skull Architect wants to convey a single message to you. Hurry up with your task and send back the work he expects from you as soon as possible." "I still have more than half a year before I reach the deadline," Ves protested. "That isn't good enough for the Skull Architect. He expects more from you." Ves wanted to wring the demanding mech designer's neck. Was the Skull Architect his father or something? "Tell him that I'll finish my work within the deadline. The Skull Architect has promised to offer you an incentive if you can deliver your work in half that time," the shadow courier said. "Of course, the quality of your work cannot be any less." "What kind of reward is in store if I meet this demand?" "You will satisfy the Skull Architect and obtain his appreciation," the shadow courier flatly replied. "Get out!" Ves grumbled as the shadow courier faded away and left the plaza. What kind of stupid reward was the Skull Architect's gratitude? The pirate designer was a nut job. The sooner Ves fulfilled his promises, he would cut ties right away. Who the hell hires a shadow courier just to convey a few words? Shadow couriers did not come cheap. For the Skull Architect to make use of them just to tell Ves to turn in his homework early was very weird. "Is he in a hurry?" Ves speculated. What could make him feel so urgent? Did the skull architect re-evaluate his work, or something? Whatever the case, Ves would hand over his work when he finished it, and not before. He still had 2 more variants to complete, and who knows how long it would take for him to reach the end. Chapter 1264 Galactic Citizen in Name. After shooing away the random shadow courier who popped out of nowhere, Ves turned his attention back to the gray rock. He opened up the box and reached out with his hand. No reaction. What? I was sure there was something here. Ves puzzled over the rock he bought, refusing to believe his senses had foiled him. Yet, as he continually probed the rock with his hands and his spiritual senses, he actually failed to uncover anything remarkable. Had he misjudged? Had he been scammed? He refused to believe so. There must be something special about this rock. Many mech designers require years of research in order to decipher some of the secrets behind exotics. It's nothing unusual for me to obtain no results upon a cursory examination. After several minutes of fruitless examination, Ves closed the box and left the mystery for later. This was not the time and place to perform serious material research. Instead, he decided to go to Astralis nightclub. Come on, Lucky! Let's go see what Charlotte had in mind when she suggested that I should pay a visit there. He hailed an aircar that swiftly brought Ves and Lucky to a fairly upscale district on Centerpoint V. Certain areas of the planet favored space peasants, while other areas favored galactic citizens. This was definitely a city district that favored galactic citizens. Not only was security higher here, but the structures looked fancier as well. Just like in the Friday Coalition, a lot of structures floated in the air. The architecture of many of the floating buildings incorporated radical three-dimensional designs. For example, one floating park was shaped like a cube. Whereas old folk leisurely sat on the benches admiring the fading golden horizon, teenagers gleefully partied in a swimming pool on the bottom side of the floating park. The anti-grav modules integrated in the park made sure to prevent the water and all the people from falling to their deaths. Ves still shuddered at the sight. As long as something went wrong, either through disaster, sabotage, or faulty maintenance, all of those people standing upside down hundreds of meters above the ground would certainly die. Well, maybe it won't come to that. He shook his head. All of them are doubtlessly wearing smart clothing or other safeguards that can mitigate some of the risks. The rich possessed numerous means to protect their lives. They had to because they faced equally capable enemies armed with much better weapons. Therefore, while it seemed that CFA admirals and MTA counselors protected themselves with an array of shielding, teleporters, guards, and other safeguards, the threats they protected against were equally as sophisticated. It's an arms race, he muttered. There's never a point where someone is completely safe or completely dominant. Perhaps the only time in humanity's history where this balance was skewed was during the latter days of the Age of Conquest. The infamous war fleets weren't capable of defending against the superweapons they themselves were armed with. No defensive shielding could withstand against a force that could crack a planet. For this reason, warfare primarily devolved in a race to strike first and strike the hardest. Attacks against planets and wiping out whole industries and population centers became acceptable practice because the armchair admirals believed it was the only way to shake the foundation of a war fleet. Yet the only outcome all of this slaughter had accomplished was to completely unmoor the war fleets of the losing side. Having lost the foundation of their support, they went completely bonkers and retaliated with a vengeance. Ves shook his head. That's old history. Such a thing won't happen today. Humanity had made a lot of advancements in technology since then, particularly in the area of planetary shielding. The planetary shielding systems that protected every planet in the Centerpoint system weren't only there to protect the surface from the overlapping heat and radiation of multiple suns. The planetary shielding systems could actually dial up their strength and withstand direct attacks. Naturally, the amount of energy the shields expended in this mode was immense. Even with the Dyson spheres harvesting a significant portion of energy pumped out by the local suns, the shields would only be able to last a short time due to their incredible degree of inefficiency. In the end, it's much easier to destroy than to protect, he sighed. Something else he noticed in this district was that a lot less people were on the streets. Ves could already tell that almost everyone here was a galactic citizen, and of a higher tier than that of Ves. Everyone here is either an internal member of the MTA or a dependent. In truth, Ves felt somewhat out of place here. As a Tier 12 galactic citizen, he still couldn't enter any of the shops and other venues in this district. Encountering this situation really hit home that receiving galactic citizenship had done little to close the gap between himself and most of the people who worked for the Big Two. It's as if Tier 12 is only a galactic citizen in name. Now that he thought about it, all of the expert pilots in the Larkinson family should be galactic citizens as well. Yet none of them had mentioned a single thing about galactic citizens to their family members. It's probably because it doesn't really mean anything to the Larkinsons, he guessed. There was no point giving other Larkinsons delusions of grandeur when the actual benefit to becoming a Tier 12 galactic citizen really wasn't all that much. If galactic citizens were actually people of importance, then the Bright Republic and the other third-rate states would have been ruled by high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers. Instead, people like Professor Ventag, Professor Velton, Professor Pendleton, and so on voluntarily allowed themselves to be governed by an administration that consisted primarily of space peasants. Ves came to an important conclusion. Bottom-tier galactic citizenship doesn't mean anything. That was reflected from the attitudes of others in the vicinity. When other galactic citizens saw him and realized his tier somehow, they didn't regard him as a galactic citizen. Instead, they viewed him as a jumped-up space peasant. Even if he came closer to matching the status of proper galactic citizens, a noticeable gap still existed. These people have a way to determine my citizenship tier. Ves guessed that they had been fed with the information through implants or internal augmentations. Whereas most space peasants rightly eschewed implants due to their propensity to being hacked or tampered with, galactic citizens didn't share the same worry because their faction's security precautions were already some of the best. That reminded him that he obtained a sophisticated cranial implant himself. Ves still hadn't dared to implant it into his head due to its age and its origin. I should really do something about that. I can't let it rot in my vault forever. He made a mental note to address it when he came back to Cloudy Curtain. Perhaps he could even ask for help from Calabas to find out where he could find a reliable expert that could check over the Archimedes rebel. None of these galactic citizens have to worry about these concerns. Even if the MTA installed backdoors in their implants, they both belong to the same side. As long as their own people didn't betray the organization, there was very little harm in letting the association follow their entire lives. Ves wouldn't mind it either if he was just an average person. But he was not. He was a mech designer, and one that squirreled away a lot of secrets. In that regard, it's better if I wasn't a galactic citizen. At least no one pays attention to space peasants. At his current state, Ves received the worst of both worlds. Not only did he face increased scrutiny, he also hadn't gained any important benefits that made his life easier. As he thought over all of this, he flew into the air using his smart clothing and at the entrance of a large, classy three-dimensional palace. The place didn't seem to be highly frequented, but numerous young and trendy-looking galactic citizens eagerly entered the club after passing a cursory security check. When it was his time to enter, a distinct beep came from the scanning machine. The nearest guard approached him and reached out with his hand. Please present your invitation card, Mr. Larkinson. VS did so. The guard dutifully checked the authenticity of the invitation card before handing it back. Your card is valid. Please keep hold of it as you will need it to enter the pit. The pit? The guard already dismissed him, leaving VS clueless of what he meant. What was this pit? Once VS entered the darkened interior of the club, modern music immediately blanketed his ears. While it was a bit too early before the real party started, plenty of young galactic citizens were already having a good time. VS ignored these kids and their mundane activities. Ever since he became a mech designer, he stopped chasing after simpler pleasures. The music, the merriment, and the fun activities the club goers engaged in no longer tickled his interest. How could they ever compete against the sublime pleasure of designing a good mech? Not only was his work a lot more profound, it also contributed to society. If there was one lesson that VS had learned from meeting with various seniors, it was that their time was far too precious to waste on hedonism. Rather than drinking yourself stupid every night, he should instead endeavor to deepen his design philosophy. Therefore, VS ignored the sight of college-aged men and women having a good time and walked deeper into the club. A few signs directed him right towards the heart of the building. Eventually, he reached a gate surrounded by several guards. Please present your invitation card. VS did so quietly. Everything checks out. Please enter the pit. The gate opened up, revealing an interior so dark that VS couldn't sense a single thing inside. As VS curiously stepped inside, Lucky suddenly squirmed in his grasp. Meow! Meow! What do you mean? There's an anomaly in front of us? But I don't sense anything. As VS plunged into the darkness, he suddenly felt a very weird suction. Both VS and Lucky lost control of themselves as they plunged straight through a weird bubble, only to fall onto the floor of a very strange environment. His floating box that followed behind him almost hit the ground as well, but stabilized in time to prevent a crash. Ugh! Why is the air different here? VS quickly gathered his wits. Meanwhile, Lucky shook himself out of his lingering bliss at having eaten the scarlet rock and entered into a high alert. Both of them immediately noticed that they had entered a huge hall. It was so huge that the entire Astralis nightclub could comfortably fit inside this empty space. What is this place? Meow meow meow. What? We just entered through a space portal and ended up somewhere underground? A new voice suddenly sounded from behind VS. What a very clever pet. VS immediately turned around to see someone dressed in a similar uniform to Charlotte when she visited Cloudy Curtain. The newcomer was an officer of the MTA's compliance department. Welcome to the pit, Mr. Larkinson. The female officer smirked. From your expression, I take it that you don't realize what that means. Did the mech pilot who issued your invitation card even tell you what's in store for you? No. The mech officer grinned. This is going to be good. Well, come with me. Let's prep you up as best as possible. VS reluctantly followed after the woman, uncertain of what was going on here. Now that he thought about it, blindly entering a place referred to as the pit wasn't exactly wise. What had Charlotte gotten him into this time? Chapter 1265 Rim Guardians. As VS followed the MTA mech officer to the end of the huge but barren underground hall, the woman started to explain the nature of the pit. I am Lieutenant Resi Furkt. You can call me Lieutenant Furkt, she began. As for the pit, the simplest way to put it is that you've an informal trial ground, she began. What makes it informal? Because the MTA isn't officially involved in the running of this place. It's actually established by the Rim Guardians, which is a fraternity within the compliance department. Pilot Hofmeister, who issued your invitation card, is a new member. She received a card immediately upon entering our ranks. Ves scratched his head. All of this was completely new to him. What's the deal with the teleportation portal? Couldn't you have just allowed people to enter the pit through an old-fashioned tunnel? We can't do that. You see, the Rim Guardians aren't the only fraternities within the compliance department. Our most hated rivals are the Prime Humans. Their beliefs are completely opposed to ours, and we've clashed against each other plenty of times. Keeping the location of the pit a secret will prevent those snobby brats from crashing the party. Oh. It sounded as if Ves got dumped in the middle of another political dispute. Every organization was plagued with division. Even the most outwardly cohesive states or companies had to deal with certain levels of opposition. The MTA was so powerful and so huge that it was impossible for every member to agree on everything. Even in the Ilvain Protectorate, where every citizen believed in the same religion, still exhibited a lot of political infighting. For an entity that was countless times larger and encompassed all of human space, the MTA must be rife with internal rivalry. This played an especially huge problem to the MTA due to its more open and diversified recruitment policies. In contrast, the CFA didn't suffer nearly as much from this problem because every human they recruited all shared similar backgrounds. Seeing that he might have gotten involved in something, Ves needed to shed his ignorance as quickly as possible. What do these fraternities stand for? Lieutenant Firk smiled. The Rim Guardians, of which I'm a part of, is a fraternity that stands for equality. I'm sure you're aware that the MTA recruits from all over the galaxy, right? It doesn't matter whether a mech pilot or mech designer is rich or poor, the MTA should stand up for all of humanity. Yet, in practice, I think we've fallen short in practicing our ideals. The MTA cares a lot more about the Galactic Center than the Galactic Rim. Everyone knows that, Ves bluntly said. I agree. It's a sad reality that the MTA pours a lot more funding, resources, and manpower into maintaining their standing in the Galactic Center instead of funneling them towards regions which are deprived of protection. Do you think the Terrans and the Rebarthans even need our protection? This must be one of the reasons why the MTA had been rather absent in the Komodo Star sector. It was so unimportant to them that they didn't allocate sufficient resources to maintain a stronger presence in the local region. So I take it the Rim Guardian stands up for deprived areas like this star sector? Correct. Specifically, we stand up for the entire Galactic Rim from where we originated, Lieutenant Firk declared. While some of the members of the MTA abandon their roots as soon as they obtain their new identities, mech pilots like Charlotte and I will never forget our old identities. We do our best to defend the interests of the people living in the Galactic Rim against those who take a dim view on them. Just because we aren't as prosperous doesn't mean that we deserve to be treated as serfs. Is that what the so-called prime humans are advocating? The mech lieutenant chuckled. Sounds obnoxious, right? The problem for us is that their ideology is actually part of the mainstream within the MTA. Our organization has always focused its attention towards the center of the galaxy rather than the periphery. Ves frowned. He had always heard that the big two were stuck up, but it sounded as if the problem was actually a lot more severe. Is it because they see us as a burden or something? That's a good guess, Mr. Larkinson. The prime humans mostly consists of old bloods and recruits who originated from the Galactic Center. They advocate that the MTA shouldn't be wasting so much energy trying to cover the huge but barren Galactic Rim. The association is forced to allocate a disproportionate amount of resources to maintain a barely adequate presence in star sectors that could never afford so much protection. Centerpoint System was a case in point. While Ves marveled at all the vast megastructures and planetary engineering projects, the cost of transforming and maintaining Centerpoint must have been immense. There are a lot of star sectors in the Galactic Rim, Ves noted. That's true, and that's what makes this problem so acute. A single MTA branch in the galactic center is effectively forced to subsidize dozens of branches in the galactic rim. Do you think the MTA's Komodo branch can sustain its military might from all of the earnings it makes off the trade taking place in Centerpoint? It's not enough. A single star system, no matter how busy it appeared, could never maintain so many expensive mechs, ships, and defensive installations. What do the prime humans want then? They want to abandon the galactic rim outright. Pull the MTA out and focus their resources on maintaining control over the galactic center and the galactic heartland. What? The lieutenant sardonically chuckled. I reacted the same way when I initially heard that. The prime humans consider us parasites and don't want to waste any money on enforcing their rules to a bunch of smelly space peasants. Why would they push to cede control? That's a lot of territory they're giving up. A lot of useless territory, you mean? While the galactic rim isn't completely worthless, it isn't valuable enough to merit such a heavy commitment in their eyes. Part of that is because they consider guarding the galactic rim to be a responsibility of the CFA. The CFA cares even less about mere mortals, Ves commented. True. When the Big Two were originally founded, they divided their responsibilities in two. The MTA was tasked with maintaining order within human space while the CFA took on the burden of defending humanity from external threats. However, the MTA has always been dominated by leaders who came from the galactic center, so most of their attention is directed to the same region. As for the CFA, their primary constituents are the true space-born clans that mainly roam in the galactic center. VS felt as if the galactic rim was being treated like an unwanted kid. The Big Two were like parents who did their best to neglect the ugly child. So if neither of the Big Two cares that much about the galactic rim, what would happen if the prime humans had their way? I'm not sure. Lieutenant Firkt cracked her neck. It's such a huge change that I don't think the prime humans even thought it through. My guess is that the galactic rim would eventually turn into frontier space again. Without a forceful MTA presence, and with the CFA dithering by themselves, the Komodo star sector would quickly descend into the same chaos and anarchy that is common in the frontier. That was an alarming possibility to VS. While he enjoyed some of the freedom of living in frontier space, he did not enjoy the constant danger and complete lack of security associated with lawless space. If that's true, then these prime humans sound like selfish idiots. That's why fraternities like the Rim Guardians exist. If not for us, the MTA would have long withdrawn from the galactic rim. As the two of them continued to talk, they eventually reached the end of the hall. A planned section of wall plating slid apart, allowing VS and the mech lieutenant to pass into a plain corridor. VS grew more concerned at his surroundings. This place was very odd. Where are you taking me? He asked. I'm taking you to the ready room where you'll be prepped for the coming trials. Don't worry, Mr. Larkinson. They aren't lethal most of the time. We just want to push your limits a little to see what you're capable of. We don't want to be involved with someone useless. I don't recall accepting any trials. You did so as soon as you used your invitation card to enter the portal. Once you're in the pit, you're committed. We won't let you back out at this stage. Doing so is the same as pulling the MTA out of the galactic rim. It's just cowardly. I'm just a mech designer, VS protested. The woman laughed. Do you think I haven't read up on your record while we've been chatting? You're known to be a man of courage in your home state. Not only did you manage to earn numerous combat honors, but you've also distinguished yourself as a passionate speaker. A mech designer like you is exactly what we need. Charlotte chose well when she passed her invitation card to you. As long as you pass the upcoming trials, she'll receive a hefty bonus. VS wanted to puke. Was Charlotte using him? What the hell was this all about? What is the point of participating in these trials? What's in it for me? Lieutenant Firk eyed him with an intrigued expression. Quite a lot, actually. While we can't turn you into an internal member of the MTA, we're capable of offering various rewards to you in exchange for certain services. What services are you looking for? What else can we want from a mech designer? We're interested in your mech design ability. Don't you have your own mech designers? Ves furrowed his brows. You're part of the MTA. You have access to some of the best mech designers in the galaxy. The lieutenant stopped and turned around to face him squarely. We do, but not nearly as much as we like. I won't bore you with the details, but the Rim Guardians are always looking for additional assistance. I don't see how I could help, Ves replied while stroking Lucky's back. The cat had been wary ever since they entered the pit. I only design third-class mechs. Such machines are worse than useless in your hands. For now. Who can tell what happens in the future? Right now you're just a journeyman, but in 50 years you might become a senior. In 200 years you might even advance to master. By then, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to design a first-class mech. Is that all? Ves asked suspiciously. It sounds way too convoluted that you want to test me out when I'm at least several decades away before becoming remotely useful to your fraternity. The mech lieutenant sighed. That's true. There's another reason why we want to establish relationships with notable local mech designers. I can't state it right now. Let's wait until you pass the trials. What if I don't want to participate? You die. Well, that was certainly a compelling reason. As they resumed walking, Ves inwardly grumbled. He really wanted to find Charlotte and punch her in the face. Why did she dump Ves into this stupid place and force him to undergo some dangerous trials? As much as Ves objected to being coerced into participating, it wasn't as if anyone here cared about his feelings. He was very much aware that the Rim Guardians were very much a part of the MTA. A nobody like Ves who recently obtained the lowest tier of galactic citizenship could not object to them at all. Don't be glum, Mr. Larkinson. Many mech designers would love to be in your place. As long as you pass, all kinds of opportunities will open up to you in the future. Whoopee, Ves said flatly. Chapter 1266 Tristan Wesseling. Lieutenant Firk deposited Ves and Lucky in the ready room. When he entered the room, he saw that it was decorated just as plain and drab as the rest of the pit. Despite the luxury and splendor on display in the rest of Centerpoint, the Rim Guardians deliberately eschewed any comfort. Was it to introduce some hardships to its visitors? To make the Rim Guardians remember their humble origins? To state what they were fighting for? Ves couldn't tell. As soon as the lieutenant left, Ves instantly turned his attention to the other occupants in the room. Hi! None of the other people in the room reacted to his entry. They all eyed at him warily. From their clothing and other signs, Ves could tell that the other people were journeymen like him. They also seemed to come from various corners of the Komodo Star sector. Their ages varied a bit, but none of them were too old. The Rim Guardians seemed to invite any mech designer with potential to take part in their trials. Hey you! A friendlier-looking man called. Come sit next to me. I could use the company. Ves did so for lack of a better option. He approached the man and sat next to him on the plain metal bench. He was a little annoyed that the bench lacked any backrest. The Rim Guardians really took their Spartan interior design philosophy too far. You look like you're lost, the man remarked. That's because I am, Ves admitted. I received an invitation card from someone, but didn't know what it meant. Ever since then, the lady who guided me only gave me some background information about the Rim Guardians before dumping me in this room. A couple of people in the room sneered and laughed at him. Ves didn't mind this reaction. Considering the way this entire situation was set up, everyone in the room appeared to be his competitors. The more they looked down on him, the higher the chance he could turn the tables against them in the upcoming trials. Still, it was rather odd for this fellow to be so friendly to him. Ves made sure to keep his guard up and take everything he heard with a grain of salt. It seemed the man could tell what Ves was thinking, because he offered a confident smile. "I'm not afraid of you. The others? They see how young you are and how you've been personally accompanied by one of the mech officers of the Rim Guardians. They're scared. They're shaking in their boots. Your entry means it will be that much harder for them to pass the trials." Ves frowned while he idly comforted Lucky. "You mean the trials will set us against each other?" "You guessed it right. While even I'm not sure what kind of trials we're facing, as the Rim Guardians always randomize them, in the end they're only looking to pass 2 of our current company. While I don't want to brag, I'm definitely assured of one of those slots." Wow. This guy was really confident. Ves could tell it wasn't a duplicitous act because he kept his spiritual senses peeled. Ves did not sense any dishonesty from the mech designer, though that was just what he picked up from the surface. He was very leery about intruding on the spirituality of another mech designer. By the way, who are you? You don't appear to come from my state." "I'm Ves Larkinson. I come from the Bright Republic. I just turned into a journeyman recently." "The Bright Republic, eh?" The man raised his eyebrow. "You're quite young for advancing to journeyman so early. Who is your master or mentor?" "I'm a nominal disciple of Master Carmen Olsen of the Vermeer Group." The man's eyes lit up. "I see. How fortunate. I met the esteemed master a few times. She's a role model to me, you know. She's really remarkable for advancing to master in just a single century." "You've met her?" "Naturally." The man proudly patted his chest. "I am the great Tristan Wesseling. Have you heard of me?" "No." "No?" Tristan looked disappointed. "Are you even a real apprentice of Master Olsen? How come you've never heard of me? I'm famous in the Friday Coalition." "I only visited the Friday Coalition for brief periods of time. I mostly work and live in the Bright Republic." "Oh. You're one of those mech designers who stick to their homes. That's pretty patriotic of you. Well, since you really haven't heard of me, I guess I can forgive you. The reason why I'm famous is because I'm a direct disciple of Master Katzenberg." Ves widened his eyes. This Tristan was an Oleg-like figure. Not only that, but Tristan was already older and seemed to have advanced to journeyman a while ago. The strength he exuded from his posture and his spirituality was very vigorous. His entire demeanor radiated confidence. "I see. I've been rather remiss in my greeting." "It's fine. We're both journeymen. That already makes us equals. Only pretentious mech designers who haven't accomplished anything will lean on the reputation of their masters." Becoming a direct disciple to a master did not guarantee a mech designer's ascension to journeyman. Aside from the problem of possessing psionic potential, a mech designer needed to put in a lot of effort into their studies and design work in order to crystallize their thoughts. "If I recall, Master Katzenberg's specialty is exotic material substitution, right?" Tristan nodded. "Right. Her mechs might not be the best performers, but they're some of the most cost-effective machines for sale in the Friday Coalition. Hardly anyone can beat their price-to-performance ratios." This was an extremely valuable strength that propelled Master Katzenberg into one of the most prominent masters of the Friday Coalition. Even a second-rate state couldn't afford to be too wasteful when they equipped their mech forces. "Have you inherited her design philosophy?" "Yes. Although I'm not as nearly as good as her, I've learned a few of her tricks. I've even researched some material substitutions." VS found that to be very fascinating. What did it mean if multiple mech designers shared the same design philosophy? Did Tristan ever regret becoming a direct disciple? In a way, direct disciples paid a heavy price to obtain a master's personal guidance. Even though they enjoyed the intensive tutelage of some of the best teachers in the industry, they had been stripped of the opportunity to develop their own design philosophies. Who knew what Tristan could come up with when he formed his own design philosophy? It could have been something completely unrelated to exotic material substitution. Still, Tristan didn't seem regretful at all. The confident man enjoyed his success without any reserve. Have you met Oleg Vorn? VS asked. Oleg? Sure. He's rising really fast. Did you know he already advanced to journeyman several years ago? That's too fast. He might even catch up with me. That's why I've never slacked off ever since he appeared on the scene. Do you know he's about to participate in the Rimworld Games soon? He'll be off to represent the entire Komodo Star sector soon. I've heard. It seemed that even Tristan regarded Oleg as an exceptional talent. You're really strange, you know, Tristan suddenly said while eyeing him in a speculating fashion. A journeyman like you shouldn't be unheard of. While you advance later than Oleg, it's still respectably fast. There are lots of direct disciples who took a lot longer to break through. VS modestly smiled. As I said, I mostly keep to the Bright Republic. I have no plans of moving to the Friday Coalition or expanding my business there. You natives have already cornered the entire market anyway. That's right. You'll have to fight an uphill battle if you want to establish a foundation in the Friday Coalition's mech industry. Master Olsen won't be able to help you in that regard. Since Tristan seemed to be so open with answering his questions, VS might as well take advantage of it. Who knew when he would ever get in touch with such a valuable font of information in the future? What exactly does it take for an immigrant mech designer to achieve success in the Friday Coalition's mech market? The slightly older mech designer pursed his lips in thought. You either have to come from a state that is equal or greater in power, or you have to become one of us. Being good at designing mechs isn't enough. Basically, most immigrants end up seeking a relationship with a local mech designer or businessman. Only by integrating into our society in such a fashion will the mech market treat you as an insider. I see. VS inadvertently thought back to Patricia Hoffmeister. Was this the driving reason why she was engaged with a mech designer from the Friday Coalition? Once she married a local, she could use her new family connections to gain better access to the Coalition's mech market. You know, if you're thinking about getting a piece of the action, I can hook you up with some mech designers, Tristan said with a sleazy grin. While most mech designers from the Coalition look down on immigrants who come from third-rate states, anything is possible as long as you are talented. VS shook his head. No thanks. Shame. Can we get back to the trials? What is it about them that makes them so attractive? You don't know? That's why I ask. Tristan laughed. You don't even know the main reason? That's funny. Ha! VS waited until the mech designer had his fun. Can you tell me now? Okay, sure. Let me put it this way. The Rim Guardians are primarily composed of mech pilots from all over the galactic rim. Do you know how many star sectors that is? The galaxy is huge, and the galactic rim occupies the most extensive areas. And this is important because... Just think about it. Forget about the entire galactic rim. Just consider the Komodo star sector and our neighboring 2 star sectors. The Rim Guardians are composed of members who originate in all 3 star sectors. The implication suddenly dawned upon him. The Rim Guardians must be running their own cross-sector distribution network. With members in every star sector, It's easy for them to set up their own collective trade channels between every star sector in the galactic rim. Correct. Tristan nodded and gestured to the other mech designers in the ready room. This is one of their main sources of revenue. The reason why mech designers like these lot are jumping at the opportunity to pass the trials is because they want access to this vast distribution network. As long as they pass and become an ally of the Rim Guardians, they'll be able to make use of the distribution network, and thereby making it easier to expand their business into other star sectors. Ves gasped. To most journeymen, it wasn't worthwhile to expand their businesses to another star sector. The various costs involved in engaging in intersector trade was way too high. Ves would have to be at least a senior before he could think of expanding into the Vicious Mountain or Majestic Teal star sectors. Yet if he became friends with the Rim Guardians, he could take advantage of their network to obtain more favorable fees or to exert stronger control over distant operations. This is just one of several benefits the Rim Guardians has to offer. Ves. Work hard to compete and pass the coming trials. I'll definitely obtain a slot. I don't want anyone else in this room to obtain the other remaining slot, so make sure to work hard and show off your design capabilities. Ves nodded perfunctory, but inwardly he was sweating a little. His spiritual energy still hadn't recovered to its peak. Would he be able to bring out his best in the upcoming trials despite lacking some energy? Whatever the case, Ves needed to work even harder to overcome this handicap. Chapter 1267 First Trial. Ves had a very fruitful chat with Tristan. The man may be the direct discipline to an esteemed master, but he treated Ves no different from a peer. That was not a coincidence. Tristan openly disdained the other journeyman mech designers in the ready room. All of the others came from third-rate states just like Ves. So why did Tristan treat the latecomer differently than the other mech designers invited by the Rim Guardians? The most principal reason was his youth and demeanor. Even if Ves instinctively tried to make himself appear modest and unassuming in the company of unknown mech designers, there was no way he could hide his inherent confidence. In any case, Ves gave away enough clues for Tristan to figure out there was something different. Hearing that Ves was related to Master Olsen was the clincher. From what Ves figured out from Tristan, a nominal disciple did not advance to journeyman as fast as direct disciples. Unlike the latter, apprentices who only received occasional guidance needed to figure out the bulk of their design philosophies themselves. Although direct disciples needed to work hard as well, they benefited from a perennial guide who would always nudge them in the right direction, thereby preventing them from stalling or running into dead ends. The Friday man put it in a succinct fashion. A direct disciple who advanced to journeyman when they're 25 is notable, but not too attention-grabbing. For a nominal disciple to advance to journeyman just before they turn 30 like you is a much bigger splash. Especially since you advanced when you just completed your 4th original design. Compared to Tristan, who designed over a dozen original mechs, Ves could only briefly mention 5 of his own, which made him all the more remarkable. Even the other mech designers listening silently to the two grew increasingly more alarmed. They began to recognize Ves as a genuine threat, which was exactly what he didn't want. While Ves was grateful for the information he received, it wasn't for free. The questions that Tristan asked forced him to reveal more aspects about himself than he liked. Still, it wasn't as if it was all that bad to show off his accomplishments. The other mech designers already looked less assured as they equated Ves as a mech designer who was as formidable as Tristan. Whether their impressions were accurate or not, Ves didn't know. He knew too little about direct disciples and what advantages they held over other mech designers. One thing was for sure. Tristan deliberately put on a friendly face and engaged Ves from the start for a reason. Why did the elite mech designer refuse to extend the same treatment to the other mech designers in the room? It was because they weren't worth befriending. Although all of them were journeymen, none of them held as much potential as Ves. While advancing early was not a guarantee that they would be able to advance to senior or master, it was still a very promising sign. Enjoying this kind of treatment was exactly why Ves worked so hard to advance to journeyman. Tristan was just one of the first who deliberately put down his airs in order to grow closer to Ves. That was a very shrewd decision. Who knew if Tristan would be able to harvest a lot of gains from their friendship later down the line? A small tone sounded in the ready room all of a sudden. The trials will begin in 5 minutes. Please prepare yourselves, mech designers. That caused everyone to sit up and become more alert. No matter if Ves and Tristan were prodigies among journeymen, the others weren't vegetables. They possessed their own pride and confidence. Looks like the winnowing is about to begin. Tristan grinned as he rubbed his hands in anticipation. I don't know what the Rim Guardians have in store, but I bet that their trials are a lot fancier than the tests I went through at Limar. With all the amazing tech the fraternity has at their disposal, there's no way they'll put us through something boring. That caused some concern in Ves. He hadn't signed up for this in the first place. Even though it sounded nice to obtain access to the intersector distribution network of the Rim Guardians, he didn't forget that the fraternity was still a part of the MTA. The very same organization that Ves wanted to distance from. While it sounded as if the Rim Guardians might be the friendliest of the bunch, growing closer to them also meant opposing the Prime Humans, the most powerful faction within the MTA. Ves felt very mixed on what he should do in the upcoming trials. Part of him wanted to do his best, but his partially depleted state would not allow that. Another part of him wanted to drag his feet, but the Rim Guardians might not appreciate such disrespect. Eventually, he decided to just put whatever effort he could muster in the upcoming trials. With the handicap he suffered and all the arduous conditions required to design his best works, he was not about to produce an Aurora Titan or a transcendent messenger on the fly. Another tone sounded before the door slid open. Lieutenant Firk strode inside with a strong military stride. All right, you softies, the trials are about to begin. We've already prepared the first trial ground. Remember, no matter what you're facing, all of us are watching. Let's start. Ves suddenly felt as if the bench underneath him disappeared. Before he knew it, he and every other mech designer suddenly fell into a portal that formed underneath their bodies. Although Ves held on to Lucky, some kind of force field wrenched his pet out of his grasp. He only had the time to issue a brief warning before he was brought somewhere else. Don't eat my purchase, Lucky! Meow! The teleportation happened in an instant. Less than a second passed before he landed roughly on his butt. He quickly sat up and beheld his new surroundings. What is this place? To his surprise, he emerged in what appeared to be the surface of a terraformed terrestrial planet. A very average sun shone over his head, heating up his dark hair. Wind brushed along his skin and grains of sand and soil fell from his pants as he climbed up to his feet. Trees surrounded him from every direction. Birds and other wildlife flitted here and there, giving him the illusion that he had actually been teleported to an actual Earth-like planet. Once he touched the bark of a tree, he could immediately tell that everything he saw was a falsehood. Having touched physical projections before, Ves could immediately tell the difference between real bark and a sophisticated physical resistance emulator that closely imitated the sensation that he should have felt. Ves guessed that the Rim Guardians teleported him to a huge trial chamber similar to the one he first entered. The only difference was that it had come online now, presenting Ves with a huge simulated environment, the purpose of which still eluded him for the moment. I guess there's no point dithering around. Knowing that this trial had some purpose, Ves just took off in a random direction. With no trails or distinguishing landmarks in sight, and with fairly uneven terrain in the way, he did not have a good time in the forest. He attempted to activate his comm in order to take advantage of some of its functions, but the blasted thing didn't even come online. It's blocked. In fact, none of his gadgets worked, including his smart clothes and his fancy shield generator. All of them turned inert. VS understood that he needed to rely on himself to get through this trial. Nothing will happen if I stay here. I'd better go and see what else this forest has to offer. He leisurely walked forward and tried to navigate the forest. An hour passed without any significant change in scenery. While he quickly got the sense that he was walking in a circle, any attempt at marking his passage by scuffing the ground, ripping off leaves, or leaving marks on tree bark didn't help. Upon a hunch, VS even turned around and tried to retrace his steps, only to find out that his traces had been wiped out. He was completely lost in the forest. This is getting kind of creepy. Even as an hour had passed, the environment hadn't changed at all. It seemed as if he would be stuck in the same situation no matter how many hours he spent wandering. Was this some kind of survival test? But that made no sense. The Rim Guardians weren't looking for a mech pilot or a commando. Mech designers weren't known for their excellence in wilderness survival. Really, what is even the point of this stupid test? VS scratched his head. He felt rather indignant about being jerked around without explicitly agreeing to do so. While he could continue to walk for a very long time, VS no longer saw any point in it. The environment already made it clear that he only had another stretch of endless forest in store for him if he walked forward. Maybe I should stop thinking like someone dumped on a random planet and more like a mech designer. What would a mech designer do when faced with an unknown environment? They wouldn't run around at random. Instead, they would focus on solving problems. VS had many problems, but the most pertinent one was that he didn't have a clue where he should go. The entire forest was so bland and uniform that he hardly knew which direction he should take. I should solve this problem first. He looked around and began to inspect the trees. Now that he thought about it, some of them possessed a lot of branches. Some even looked sturdy enough to stand upon. Should he climb one of them and reach the top in order to obtain a better view of the environment? It's better than wandering around. He needed to find the right tree, though. Some weren't tall enough. Others didn't grow enough branches. Those that did often possessed gaps along their length that made it dangerous for him to climb. However, after spending more than half an hour inspecting hundreds of trees, VS did not find a single tree that appeared safe enough to climb all the way to the top. All of them featured huge gaps that VS would not be able to overcome even if he jumped with all of his might. It was then that he suddenly slapped his forehead. Ugh! I'm a mech designer. If something isn't possible, I'll just have to build something to make it possible. An engineering solution was required. VS studied one of the trees that looked the most promising and scanned its length. The tall tree presented 3 noticeable gaps that VS could not overcome unless he could climb his way up like a mutant with the power of a spider. While VS possessed a strong, augmented body, why take the risk when he could engineer a safer solution? VS recalled he had seen a documentary once where someone stripped bark off some branches and turned it into rope. While he hadn't paid that much attention to it back then, VS figured it didn't hurt to try. The only worry he held was if anything he fashioned would hold up. Were physical projections truly sophisticated enough to hold his own weight? Let's test it out. VS found some thin branches and broke them off with his bare hands. After that, he attempted to tear away the flexible if somewhat slippery bark before braiding them together into a thicker rope. While his physical strength made the process easier, he still wished he had some tools. His hands and nails were undergoing a lot of strain as he clumsily fashioned himself some rope. In order to test whether it was sound, he tied one end of it onto a sturdy tree branch and turned the other end in a loop. After that, he placed his foot on the loop and tried to put more and more of his weight on this makeshift footrest. It held. Even when he put his entire weight onto it, the rope, which by all rights should have consisted of a physical projection, comfortably held his entire weight. It works! The Starlight Megalodon's physical projection technology hadn't been nearly as strong. However, it was 3 centuries out of date. Who knew how many advances had been made in the technology since the time of the battleship's disappearance? The current situation was also different because the trial ground had been specifically designed to simulate a trial environment. It would make sense that it incorporated specialized physical projectors specifically designed for the purpose. While this made his current plan workable, it also signified that the Rim Guardians could do a lot more with the tech. Chapter 1268 Lithic. Once Ves enacted his plan and crudely fashioned a bit more rope, he began to summon up the courage to climb one of the trees. Although they looked like Earth species trees, they still looked taller than any tree on Cloudy Curtain. Climbing them took a lot of nerve. Still, if he wanted to find some hope of getting out of this seemingly endless forest, he needed a better view of his surroundings. Here goes nothing. With his body weighed down by several coils of makeshift rope, he began the arduous task of climbing up the most hopeful-looking tree. It took a long time as he was trying to be careful. He hadn't exactly done anything like this before, but for the most part Ves didn't feel a lot of peril, especially since he stopped looking down. The riskiest portion came when he needed to overcome the 3 gaps. Each time, he uncoiled a rope and clumsily tried to throw them around a sturdy branch above. His technique left much to be desired. Still, as long as he kept hold of the rope, he could keep trying over and over again. After 23 tries, Ves finally managed to loop the rope successfully around the branch. With that done, he finagled his way upwards with the help of the rope. Although it was quite intense, he nonetheless felt a small amount of satisfaction for overcoming this challenge. He chuckled a bit. Here I am, a mech designer who designs mechs worth millions of credits, enjoying the accomplishment of climbing a tree. It was absurd how low he had fallen that he would feel actual pride for such a trivial solution. Ves shook his head and turned his attention back to his task. He still had to reach the top. The rest of the climb proceeded without incident. He used the other 2 ropes he fashioned to bridge over the other gaps. He even held on to a spare coil of rope just in case. Once he climbed past the tree cover and poked his head over most of the other trees, he beheld his simulated environment properly for the very first time. A blue sky. An endless forest. An unmoving sun. A couple of birds. A tall and spiraling black tower. That last one stuck out of the drab environment like a sore thumb. It looks a little ominous. The tower resembled an evil wizard's hideouts like in the fantasy dramas. All sorts of unnecessary spikes and gruesome features had been worked across its surface. Although it looked a bit intimidating, it was the only landmark in the forest worth investigating. Well, I know where I need to go now. The next problem is getting there. Ves tried to estimate the distance and figured he needed to traverse at least 10 kilometers without going astray. Considering that it was hard to maintain a straight path in the forest, he might need to climb a tree again after he walked for a while. He figured he could use the makeshift ropes he made to help him maintain a straight path. If he weighed down one of the ends and threw them straight in front of him as he walked, he could at least rely on something a bit more solid than his judgment to maintain a single direction. Shortly after he started climbing down, Ves suddenly felt his entire perspective starting to shift. His vision blurred for a moment before he ended up in a completely new environment. He had returned to ground level. He stood in a small clearing. To one side was the forest. To the other side was the base of what must be the same tower he initially observed. "Took you long enough to get here." Ves turned his gaze towards the voice. Leaning against the side of the obsidian tower was Tristan. The other mech designer looked bored as he idly threw a snap tree branch in the air. Aside from Tristan, Ves quickly discerned that a couple of other mech designers arrived as well. In total, Ves was the fifth one to arrive. 4 more had yet to come, which meant they were still stuck in the forest. Ves sheepishly smiled at himself. He understood that he hadn't exactly performed stellar in the first trial. He wasted an entire hour walking aimlessly when he should have figured out rather quickly that it wouldn't get him anywhere. Overall, the trial was meant to test a mech designer's judgment in the face of the unknown. It was a good way to approximate someone's decisiveness, ingenuity, and willingness to bear some hardship. Though it hadn't surprised Ves to see that Tristan easily made it out, the presence of the other mech designers showed that they weren't incompetent in the slightest. A mech designer needed to be at least somewhat resourceful if they wanted to advance to journeyman while they were still in their prime. A plodding and indecisive mech designer did not have what it took to swim against the current. As Ves approached Tristan, the other mech designer said something surprising. "I'm not the first one to arrive. When I teleported to the tower, that guy over there was already here." Tristan jerked his head towards a man who wore his dark hair long. His body was lean and thin, but his black ensemble contrasting against his pale skin made him look like a corpse. "Do you know who he is, Tristan?" "I didn't realize it earlier, but if my guess isn't wrong, he's a hexer." That caused Ves and the others present in the clearing to widen their eyes at the mech designer in question. For his part, the hexer grinned at them before ignoring their astonished glances. The hexadric hegemony had always been a massive presence in the Komodo star sector. It stood equal to the Friday Coalition, but its policies were completely different. While the Friday Coalition interacted with the rest of the star sector with varying degrees of openness, the hegemony was a lot less approachable. It only treated with a limited number of states, causing it to become a mysterious state in the eyes of many people. Even Ves didn't know much about the hegemony other than what he learned at school. Tristan stared seriously at the pale hexer. "He's mine!" Ves shrugged. "Be my guest." The rivalry between hexers and Fridaymen was almost as acrimonious as the rivalry between Briters and Visions. However, whereas the latter was basically the star sector's equivalent of a schoolyard spat, the former had wide implications that could easily change the face of the entire region. Neither Ves nor Tristan knew the hexer's name, identity, or origin. The man didn't exactly volunteer the information. The hexer was basically following the plan that Ves would have adopted at first. By putting on an act and denying competitors any useful information, the man silently exerted the pressure of uncertainty on the others. Even Ves wasn't immune as several doubts sprung up in his mind. The hexer did not look friendly at all. "He doesn't appear to be apprenticed to a master, though," Tristan quietly said. "He would have confronted me directly if that was the case. That doesn't mean he's a pushover. He's a journeyman, after all, and his foundation is a lot better than the rest." That was true. If Ves ever faced off against the hexer in a design duel, or something, he would have a real fight on his hands. Still, it didn't appear as if the Rim Guardians were planning to do something as boring as that, at least not as first. Ves and Tristan quietly waited for another 2 hours or so. One more mech designer teleported to the clearing midway, but no one else arrived. Night suddenly fell. The shift was so abrupt that everyone became alarmed. Aside from the soft glow emanating from the surface of the tower, the rest of the forest descended into near complete darkness. I think the first trial has ended. The other three won't be taking part in what comes next, Tristan stated as he pushed himself off against the surface of the tower. As everyone started to calm themselves down and figure out what they should do next, a mechanism at the base of the tower slowly rumbled. A section of the wall sunk below the ground, presenting everyone with an entrance into the ominous tower. Although the dark and evil-looking tower didn't exactly look inviting, everyone wordlessly entered. Once they walked inside, they emerged in a hollow, dusty chamber that resembled an ancient abandoned dungeon. The cylindrical chamber was completely empty aside from the torches lining the circular wall and the heap of giant mech parts dumped in the center. "What is this?" one of the mech designers asked and approached the pile of broken parts. Ves and the others stood back in case the junk pile was a trap. They were more than content with letting someone else make the first move. The man who approached inspected the parts for a while before uttering a cry in alarm. "What the hell? These mech parts aren't based off any paradigms I know of. They're not mechanical." That caused the other mech designers to approach the pile of parts themselves. As Ves touched their surface, he sensed that it wasn't metallic at all. Instead, it felt like stone. As Ves studied one of the cross-sections of a broken mech limb, he found out that its insides consisted of a mix of rock and crystals, which was completely unlike anything that Ves had seen before. "Is this even a mech?" one of the two female mech designers asked. "That's an interesting question. The definition of mech doesn't specify the materials it should consist of. Even if a mech is made of flesh and bone, it still matches the definition as long as it can be piloted." This philosophical question helped everyone adjust to the fact that they were facing actual mech parts regardless of their weird technological base. The question was what they should do now that they encountered one. "I think we should work together to build a functioning mech," Tristan said. "Just look at this chamber. There's no way up, and the entrance has been closed. Considering how we passed the previous test, it's obvious we need to pass a condition in order to advance to the next trial." Ves nodded in agreement. "We're all mech designers. When confronted with a pile of parts, I think it's a given we should put our skills to use." Should we each build our own machines, or should we pool our efforts together to build a single mech?" someone else asked. That was a good question. Everyone fell silent as they beheld the pile of parts. Ves circled around it, and slowly judged that it was enough to build 4 complete mechs at most. "Can we even build a mech at all? Just look at the size of these parts. They're just as heavy as regular mech parts. I don't see any bots, tools, or lifter devices around here. There's no way we can use our own strength to lift any of these parts." Ves grimaced as he thought about trying to piece together a mech using manual power. It simply couldn't be done. However, the Hexer suddenly spoke up. "Why should that be true? This is a simulated environment. Everything around us is a physical projection under the control of someone else. They can decide to make a part as heavy or light as they wish." In order to prove his point, the Hexer approached a half-broken mech head and gripped its bottom lip. To the astonishment of the others, the Hexer managed to lift the object that was many times larger than his body as if he possessed super strength. The mech designer quickly let go though, as the weight was a bit too much to bear for a single human. Tristan scratched his chin. "Even if these parts are lighter than they ought to be, they're still too heavy for us to lift by ourselves. We need to work together, and even then we'll have to cobble something up to make use of mechanical advantage to move the heaviest parts." Did that mean they needed to work together? Would one mech do, or did they need to piece together 4 mechs? Chapter 1269 The Hexer. After every mech designer examined the pile of parts and shared their observations, they came up with several conclusions. None of the people present in this simulated chamber were stupid. Each of them were journeymen with their own distinctive specialties. Many of the parts can be lifted by 3 or 4 people, but some are just too difficult. At least all 6 of us need to work together to move some of the heavier parts. The technological principles behind this stone tech are completely alien. They don't conform to any orthodox human tech. If we can enter the cockpit of these mechs and find a way to activate a system, we might be able to decipher some of the workings and principles behind these broken mechs. We don't have any tools on hand. However, the junk pile does contain some extra parts. Maybe we can improvise in order to turn them into something useful. I don't think I can reconstruct an alien mech alone. My specialty doesn't cover every aspect that we need to address to piece together a working mech from all of this junk. This was a very serious problem. After some hesitation, every mech designer shared their specialties with each other. Tristan began first. As you know, my specialty is exotic material substitution. Although I'm not used to seeing lithic materials used in mech components, I'm confident I can figure them out to the point where I can repair them and restore some of their functionality. That immediately turned him into the most vital mech designer in their company. When it came to materials science, there was hardly anyone who could match his prowess in this field. Not even Ves believed he could outmatch Tristan in this regard, even if he knew a thing or two about crystallography. The only way he could outmatch Tristan in some areas was if he upgraded his skills. Of course, he would never do such a thing during a trial where everything was under observation. The Hexer spoke next. My focus lies in miniaturization, particularly when it comes to the internal architecture of a mech. I'm very confident I can figure out the nature of the internal parts and how they can be repaired. My specialty is software-hardware integration. Whatever programming these alien mechs run on, I doubt it will take me long to figure them out. I'm specialized in laser weapons. Some of the weapons in this junk pile share the same principles as laser cannons. I can fix them up to turn them into usable weapons. My specialty is related to mechanics. The parts here are quite different, and not a single mech we can build is coherent. I can help adjust the parts so that they can work together in a single frame despite their differences. Everyone turned to Ves. What's your specialty? Metaphysical man-machine symbiosis. Predictably, everyone looked stumped. Even the Hexers showed some mild incomprehension. Does that mean your specialty lies in neural interfaces? Not really. The one way to describe my specialty is that I try to increase the compatibility between the mech and mech pilot through non-technological methods. Out of the 6 mech designers still remaining in the trial, only Ves possessed a specialty that sounded useless. Everyone else possessed valuable expertise that they would doubtlessly have to rely on to turn the stone mech parts into working mechs. Someone made a very pertinent observation. There are 6 of us, but only enough parts for 4 complete mechs. Did that mean that only 4 mech designers would pass this trial? I think this is a test of our ability to cooperate, one of the women murmured. There are 5 useful mech designers and only 4 potential mechs we can build. We still need the strength of all 6 of us in order to lift the heaviest parts, even if we make use of levers. Everyone grimaced, Ves most of all. Compared to the other mech designers, his specialty didn't sound very relevant at all. While he was sure he was good enough to manage regardless, the others didn't believe so. They expressed little confidence in his usefulness. Even Tristan appeared a bit doubtful. A subtle tension descended in the chamber. Aside from turning everyone dismissive towards Ves, they also eyed each other, trying to determine who should be the other mech designer to miss out on a completed mech. Ves abruptly clapped his hands, interrupting the staring contest. Ladies, gentlemen, we're mech designers, are we not? The mechs aren't going to fix themselves anytime soon. Instead of risking a falling out right at the start, why not pool our efforts and put the mechs together first? We can have our pissing match after we complete the mechs. For now, I think giving everyone hope of passing this trial is better to ensure that everyone will do their best. I agree. Tristan nodded. All of us are still needed. Until the mechs are complete, I don't want to see any discord. The hexer wordlessly nodded. The others had no choice but to go along with this arrangement. It helped that this solution still gave the weaker ones some hope of passing the trials. All of them spread out and went to work on examining the strange mech parts. The hexer approached a torn open torso in order to study its internal parts, while Tristan approached a shorn-off arm to examine the stone and crystal materials. One of the two women entered the cockpit in order to see whether she could summon an interface. As for Ves, while he was sure he could contribute to the salvaging and repair effort in his own way, no one trusted his competence in areas outside his expertise. Perhaps they wouldn't mind as much if they were working with normal human mech parts, but that wasn't the case. These lithic mech parts were very weird and operated on completely different technological paradigms. It was better to leave the unknown to experts who were deeply knowledgeable in their chosen fields. Since no one trusted him to work on his own, he instead approached each mech designer and see if they could use some help. At the very least, serving as a sounding board for their ideas enabled mech designers like Tristan to process their thoughts more efficiently. Ves even approached the hexer after some hesitation. Fortunately, the man seemed awfully engrossed in studying the insides of the alien mech. Your caution is amusing, the hexer said with a smile as he studied what appeared to be a stone version of a power reactor. Are citizens of the hexadric hegemony that frightening to outsiders? Ves frowned a bit. You don't know? To be honest, this is the first time I have traveled outside hegemony space. The hexer traveled to Centerpoint for the same reason as Ves. If not for the MTA summons, the man would have probably remained in his own state. What's your name, if I may ask? Gazoza. Before you ask, I'm an independent mech designer. I'm not connected to any of the 6 dynasties. We don't hear a lot from the hegemony. Most of us only know that your state is strong and ruled by matriarchs. It's also the biggest rival to the Friday Coalition. Is the last one a major concern to you because your state and many other states are aligned with the Friday Coalition? I do have to admit I have that inclination. Gaz smirked at Ves. Perhaps you are right to be wary. We are no friends with the Friday Coalition, and we do not have the best impression of states that suck up to our rivals. The hegemony isn't very approachable. True. Regardless, the coalition and all of its dependents are still our enemies. For now, though, hostilities haven't broken out, so I will reluctantly tolerate your presence. I'm very grateful, Ves dryly replied. What a friendly mech designer. He already regretted approaching the hexer. Are you surprised that I'm a man? You outsiders all seem to think that I should be a woman. Well, the thought has crossed my mind. Just because our people believe in the primacy of women doesn't mean we believe that men can be just as good in some areas. Ves wanted to scratch his head. Then why do women get to be in charge of your state? For as long as I heard, it's always the matriarchs who are in charge. That's because there is a long line of historical proof that male leaders are no good. Men are too prone to making impulsive decisions and listening to their pride rather than their reason. Throughout much of humanity's history, we've been overwhelmingly led by men, and look where that has taken us. We were on the brink of exterminating our own race at the end of the Age of Conquest. Many infamous admirals were female, you know, Ves retorted. That's due to their runaway genetic modification. Even so, if you look at the proportion of male and female admirals who have gone rogue or committed major crimes against humanity, you'll find that the women among their ranks were much more restrained. Is that so? I haven't studied that. It's true. This is a matter of public record. In any case, we believe that human society can't remain under the thumb of men. Our gender is prone to making decisions that we later regret. It's baked into our very DNA. Since the earlier days of our race, men were hunters and warriors while women took care of the household. While humanity has advanced far beyond our primitive roots, many of its vestiges still remain in our genes. Men are more suitable to fight while women are more suitable to lead. The slight fervor in Gazzo's voice made it clear that he wasn't parroting what he learned by rote. The Hexer truly believed in what he said. I don't think most people agree. Haven't we moved beyond gender difference? Gaz shook his head. Technology and other societal advancements has narrowed the gap, but that still doesn't resolve the differences at the top. I'd rather answer to a woman than a man. At least the former is much more capable of making wise decisions. Women can be just as irrational as men. Yes, but they manifest in different ways. Men can be prideful, greedy, and lustful. Women are motherly, protective, and empathic. Us men are incapable of caring for ourselves brighter. It is better to leave the actual decision-making to women. That sounded incredibly biased to Ves. How could Gaz be smart enough to advance to journeyman, but be completely off-kilter when it came to gender differences? The opinions he spouted sounded like outright pseudoscience. If you believe that women are superior, why hasn't the hegemony done away with men entirely? Ves asked. The other mech designer smiled sardonically. And leave women alone to shoulder the burden themselves? I think not. All-female societies are even worse than male-dominated societies. For better or worse, humanity functions best when there are multiple genders living in harmony. The same holds true for quite a few alien races as well. Men are still fine in many areas of society. Women are simply better, especially when they are in charge. Ves didn't know what to say about Gaz's strange belief. The hegemony did a good job in brainwashing their men. If a male hexer was already this bad, then Ves didn't want to see what their women were like. A few minutes passed by as Gaz quietly kept examining all the internal components. Occasionally, he would describe something, prompting Ves to add his own thoughts. You're quite knowledgeable about internal architecture. Gaz complimented Ves. Thanks. However, you're of no use to me here. Why don't you go somewhere else and lend a hand to someone who actually needs help? Okay. I'll go then. Ves had enough of the Hexer anyway. No wonder the Friday Coalition couldn't stand the Hexadric hegemony. Chapter 1270 Civilized Mech Designer The Mech Touch. Work proceeded slowly but steadily. While nobody understood the principles behind the lithic mech parts, that didn't stop them from figuring them out step by step. One of the biggest breakthroughs they accomplished was when a couple of mech designers managed to get the cockpit systems online. While the screens were full of gibberish alien symbols, the interface at least gave the software specialist a lot of areas to explore. The small amount of gains they obtained from the cockpit interface gave the other mech designers a better idea of what they were dealing with. It turned out that the lithic mechs were not so different from human mechs after all. It's as if some alien race saw humans playing around with mechs and tried to make their own version of it by using their own tech base, the software specialist said. They probably obtained some human mechs and plagiarized their design elements to come up with these mechs. Tristan lit up at that. So other than the strange materials and unusual tech, they are built just like human mechs. Everyone perked up at that. If that was true, then figuring out how this mech worked would be a lot easier. Ves got the idea that these lithic mechs must have existed for real. The principles they worked on were very sound. He could even imagine human mech designers trying to adapt mechs to lithic technology in case there was a need to deploy mechs in anomalous areas where regular mechs faltered. Still, even if they shared the same roots with orthodox human mechs, the mech designers still needed to employ all of their smarts in order to come up with various solutions. Hours passed as they slowly began to come up with a plan of action. They first separated every mech part from the junk pile by lifting them off one by one. After that, they inspected the parts and marked out which ones looked sound enough to be used and which ones should be scrapped. For the parts destined to be scrapped, Ves and the others turned them into various crude tools. "It's not much, but this is all we can manage." After continuous study, Tristan finally made a second breakthrough that vastly increased their chances of restoring the mechs. "These stone parts can merge and restore themselves in the right conditions." That was important, because they didn't possess any tools or machines that could fuse the parts together. Although the organic repair ability of the stone parts weren't very strong, it at least removed the largest stumbling block to their ambition to restore 4 complete mechs. Time slowly went by as the mechs began to take shape. With Tristan's help, they started to piece together the parts. The work went slowly though, as they all needed to exert their full physical might to move some of the parts together. Ves had the sense that they would have never been able to accomplish this if they faced the real thing instead of physical projections. Not only would the parts be much heavier, but Ves was pretty certain that they didn't originally possess the ability to organically repair themselves. Still, he wasn't complaining. The artificial conveniences massively sped up their repair efforts. After almost an entire day of working, throughout which they took frequent pauses as food and some other amenities were occasionally made available, the mechs slowly took shape. Of course, they needed to move a lot of heavy parts around. As the most useless mech designer of the group, Ves had been relegated to a mule. He was involved with moving nearly every part. Even if he didn't want to, the collective pressure from the other mech designers gave him no choice but to go along with this arrangement. Ves actually didn't exert himself that much, as he had plenty more strength to spare. He still pretended to be winded though, as he suspected that was what the others wanted to see from him. As long as all of the exertions tired him out at the end, he wouldn't have the energy to contest for ownership of the mechs. The different mech designers already started jostling for ownership of some of the mechs. For example, Tristan had taken a liking for a machine that appeared to be built as a night mech. It possessed the most solid structure and gave the most room for his specialty to come into play. Gaz Zoza preferred the only light mech instead. While it seemed smaller and weaker than the other mech frames, it weighed substantially less as well, and that made it very fast and agile. The other 2 mechs consisted of a frontline mech with energy cannon barrels taking the place of its forearms, and a fairly plain rifleman mech. Ves found the latter 2 mechs to be fairly interesting because he observed a lot of familiar aspects in the crystal tech at the heart of their weapon systems. The mech designer who specialized in laser weapons still couldn't get them to work yet. Even though her specialty was quite deep, she never dealt with crystal tech before and had to waste valuable time trying to reinvent the wheel. Despite this minor snag, the mech frames eventually formed into cohesive mechs. They even managed to activate them all and test whether the mech had connected to all of its parts and limbs. They didn't dare do more than that. None of them had a mech pilot on hand, and even if they did, they were wary of connecting a human to an alien mech. While everyone still needed to do some work, particularly in getting the laser weapons to work, all 6 of them slowed down. The cooperative spirit between them all had slowly faded the closer they neared completion. At this stage, everyone was already starting to jostle for possession of one of the 4 mechs. They were convinced that the Rim Guardians would only allow 4 of them to pass this trial, meaning that 2 among their ranks would have to give up the opportunity to earn the fraternity's friendship. "I don't care what the rest of you are doing, but this mech is mine," Gaz suddenly declared and patted the mostly complete light mech's frame. Tristan quickly followed suit. "If you think you can compete with me for this night mech, feel free to do so if you think you can bear the consequences." That left 3 other mech designers and Ves competing over the frontline mech and the rifleman mech. None of them wanted to compete against the 2 mech designers. Just their background was alone to suppress them. Rather than offend mech designers who already earned at least 100 times more than themselves, they would rather pick on someone their own size. Ves found it funny that the 3 of them automatically dismissed Ves. They put all of their attention on each other, completely missing the fact that Ves stopped pretending that he was exhausted from lifting all of those parts. As much as he wanted to sit back and let the remaining 3 mech designers decide who needed to go, their pathetic standoff kept dragging on. None of them had the guts to make a move. Ves looked at the 2 women and the soul man before deciding on his target. He didn't want to catch any flack from Goza, so Ves began to approach the man. The mech designer noticed Ves approached and frowned. "Why are you coming here? Stay back!" Ves ignored the man's blabbering as the other mech designers looked on from the sides. "Hey! I don't like your approach. Can you please back off? You're already out of contention. No one will give you a mech!" The distance between the 2 quickly shrank as Ves adopted a slightly faster pace. Although he didn't put on any airs, his confident demeanor already shook the other mech designer's courage. "Stay back, you loser! Your specialty is garbage. You contributed the least to our restoration efforts." Even though the mewling mech designer stepped backwards, his back quickly bumped against the leg of the frontline mech. With his target's retreat blocked, Ves sped up his pace into a brisk jog that quickly closed the remaining distance. Once the other mech designer came within reach, Ves quickly overpowered the man's pathetic slaps and punched him in the gut. Although he didn't put his full strength into it, the punch nevertheless caused the other mech designer to heave. Ves had thought of multiple ways to incapacitate his target. He didn't want to give his opponent any opportunity to make a comeback, but neither did he want to leave any dangerous or permanent injuries. For this reason, Ves ruled out knocking out the man by punching his head. If he wasn't careful, he could kill the journeyman. "I'll just have to immobilize you then," Ves whispered as he pushed his opponent onto the ground. The mech designer still hadn't recovered from the punch from earlier. Despite any enhancements that he might have received, none had augmented his body. Ves faced no hindrance when he lifted up his leg and firmly stomped the mech designer's knee. "Aya!" The scream that escaped the victim's mouth rang throughout the entire chamber. Everyone else who initially felt dismissive about Ves had never expected that he would resort to such a brutish action. Was he even a mech designer? Ves wasn't sure whether he broke the knee or not, so he stomped a few times more. Each stomp elicited another pained cry from the victim. When he was sure he broke the limb, he did the same thing with the other knee in order to be certain. Who knew if the mech designer tried to support himself on one leg and tried to fight back? Plenty of mechs continued to fight back even when one of their legs no longer worked. Suffice to say, by the time Ves completely incapacitated the other mech designer, the victim turned into a broken mess. It became so bad that the floor underneath his body parted away, revealing a portal that swallowed up the injured man. That was one mech designer out of contention. Ves watched his victim disappear and turned back to the others with a gentle smile. "Sorry about that unpleasantness. That guy was in my way. In any case, I'll be claiming this frontline mech, if you don't mind. If you happen to object, I'm certain we can talk it out like civilized mech designers." The 2 women who hadn't claimed a mech both shuddered. There was no way they were going to compete against this wolf in mech designer's clothing. The 2 of them were the only mech designers left who hadn't claimed a mech. 3 lithic mechs had already been claimed, leaving only the rifleman mech to themselves. To everyone's surprise, the women didn't get into a catfight or anything. Having been cowed by V's brutal display, either of them wanted to lower themselves to his level. Instead, they calmly if tersely negotiated for ownership of the remaining mech. A lot of heavy concessions were being thrown around. While the opportunity to grow closer to the Rim Guardians was valuable, it was not an indispensable prize. This was especially the case when both Tristan and Gaz appeared to be the most likely ones to win the trials. Rather than face near-certain defeat, one of the women looked much more amenable to cash out some of her winnings now rather than risk returning home without any gains. In order to give the deal more weight, the women solicited both Tristan and Gaz as witnesses to their verbal contract. "All right. It's agreed. You promised to give me all of these concessions in exchange for my withdrawal." The two women shook hands and cordially parted. As soon as they concluded their deal, the woman who accepted the concessions fell into a portal that formed underneath her feet. Only 4 of them remained. Suddenly, the entire floor started to shake and rumble. Everyone tried to balance themselves as their footing became unstable. "Look at the walls! The torches are getting lower! The floor is rising! We're moving up!" The floor slowly rose from ground level. The ceiling slowly parted to make way for the rising floor. Complete darkness greeted them above. No one had any idea what was in store in those unknown depths. Tristan, Gaz, Ves, and the remaining female mech designer all prepared themselves for whatever was to come. The next trial would likely be their last one. Chapter 1271, Rooting for Mechs. The floor rose slowly from the depths of the tower. It took so long, in fact, that everyone's apprehension had begun to fade. "Considering the velocity of our rise and the estimated height of this dark tower, it will probably take half an hour for us to reach the top," Gaz muttered. "Let's tidy up the torches and make sure they don't go out. They're our only source of light." The torches had previously been attached to the circular wall, but the rising floor scraped them off their holders. Ves and the others went and picked up the torches and placed them closer around themselves and their mechs. The tense air between the 4 temporarily faded as they were no longer compelled to compete with each other for the moment. Each of them quietly turned their attention to their own mechs. Whatever was in store for them at the top, they all suspected that their mechs would play a pivotal role. The more they improved their mechs, the higher their chances of passing the next and probably final trial. "Well, let's see if I can get these cannons to work." When Ves decided to make his move earlier, he deliberately chose the frontline mech. While its quality was probably the worst out of the 4, Ves quite liked it for its simplicity. The mech may be cheap, but that also made it simpler and easier to restore. The mech possessed fewer points of failure for him to worry about, and most malfunctions were easier to fix. In the salvage business, a high-maintenance mech is 10 times worse than a low-maintenance mech. A more complex mech took a lot more time, effort, and money to restore when broken. While the differences between the 4 lithic mechs weren't all that large, the frontline mech was by far the least complex mech. With just an estimated half-hour of time before the rising floor reached the top, Ves did not have much time to effect much repairs, though. He spent most of his time trying to get the laser cannons to work. The mech, he claimed, was nothing more than an ornament if he couldn't restore its primary weapons. Fortunately, the Rim Guardians hadn't made things too difficult. As Ves crawled over his mech, he found that everything went a little bit better than expected. In reality, they would have never been able to restore these lithic mechs so easily. "This is all a test," Ves reminded himself. The Rim Guardians mainly wanted to see how they dealt with the new and unfamiliar. Dumping them onto a simulated forest environment and forcing them to work with mechs based off a very different tech base served to demonstrate their versatility in different situations. The second trial was particularly deep due to the social aspect of it. The Rim Guardians probably wanted to see who could assert themselves or manage to convince their rivals to back out of the trials. VS probably went completely off script here by resorting to more forceful persuasion than one would expect from a mech designer. Well, they didn't say anything about it, so I guess it's okay. He shrugged. You could take a mech designer from the frontier, but you couldn't take the frontier from the mech designer. VS still retained some of the values and principles he acquired from his time outside civilized space. He was pretty certain that none of the other mech designers who entered the trials had ever experienced anything close as he did. Although he acted completely outside of the behavior expected from a respected journeyman, VS didn't linger over his actions. While he was sure he could use his devil tongue to exorcist any mech designer in his sights, why bother with that when he could simply resort to something faster? I don't even like that name, he muttered. He would rather be known as a brawling mech designer than a deceitful mech designer. How could he even deceive someone if they all put up their guard against his lies? It was a travesty. Fortunately, none of the others weren't aware of his moniker as of yet. He could still play this card if the situation ever called for it, though VS didn't think it would come to that point. Now that we built some mechs, they're probably going to be put to use. VS was quite interested to see these lithic mechs in action. Even though they looked like products of an ancient human civilization, they contained a lot of small inhuman touches. Some of these alien elements were very thought-provoking. VS appreciated the opportunity to get in touch with such a strange mech. While he would never design such a strange mech on his own, he nonetheless felt as if he gained a stronger understanding of human-built mechs. The MTA has probably seen a lot. This shouldn't be the only attempt of aliens to replicate our mechs. Humanity was by far the strongest power in the galaxy. Just its territorial expanse alone was mind-boggling. Although flawed and divided, the human race had become the standard to which all alien races needed to surpass in order to stay in contention. The huge popularity of mechs in human space prompted many aliens to try their hand at developing and designing their own mechs. Most mech designers who heard of such a thing expressed skepticism at the thought. How could these aliens ever come close to matching the splendor of humanity's mech community? The enormous mech industry and the vigorous mech market were too big. The only major advantage the aliens enjoyed was that they didn't need to figure out everything themselves. Studying the lithic mechs abundantly made it clear to VS that whatever race designed these mechs had learned from humanity's advancements. They haven't done any of the hard work. Human mech designers and researchers put so much effort into their work. It was far too cheap of the aliens to plagiarize human innovation. While their lack of original research probably prevented them from surpassing human mechs, it wasn't too difficult to narrow the gap to a single mech generation or less. Of course, VS did not think their work mattered all that much. Every conflict between humans and aliens was mostly decided by warships. Even in the Age of Mechs, warships still formed humanity's sharpest weapons against external enemies. Right now, mechs aren't meaningful in any serious conflict between the races. Mechs are simply too small and weak to be of any consequence. Just as infantry could never seriously contend against mechs, mechs could never seriously contend against warships. It was a waste of time for aliens to imitate human mechs. They were better off copying human warships instead. He chuckled. That's a lot harder to do, though. It's much easier to plagiarize mechs since they're so accessible. No other warship ought to exist since the CFA claimed them all. As one of the most powerful human organizations in the galaxy, trying to copy their design schematics was incredibly hard. Even if they did manage to obtain an old blueprint, or something, trying to reproduce these powerful ships was easier said than done. Not only did they consist of incredibly advanced technologies that were difficult to reproduce, they also required an abundance of rare and expensive materials to make them work. Considering how difficult it was to imitate a modern human worship, Ves could see now why certain aliens decided to imitate mechs instead. Even the aliens are rooting for mechs being able to beat warships one day, Ves idly muttered. He continued to fix up the lithic frontline mech as the floor came nearer to the top. Using his existing knowledge, he managed to get the laser cannons to work fairly quickly. That left him with a little bit of time to tweak the rest of the mech, though the lack of tools and thorough understanding of the mech made it difficult for him to make any significant progress. In the end, the rising floor rose and rose until it finally reached the top. Ves and the other mech designers beheld the strange nighttime environment of this unknown planet. At this moment, Lieutenant Firkt finally made a reappearance. Her body faded into view in their midst. 9 of you entered the trials. 4 of you are left. The previous 2 trials were merely an attempt at winnowing away the unworthy. As far as I'm concerned, all of you are decent enough to become our friends, but according to the rules, only 2 can pass the trials. Every mech designer who made it this far stared at each other. Tristan and Gaz seemed to be the favorites to pass, though Ves emerged as an unexpected dark horse. The only woman among them was the weakest of the 3, but whether she could make it to the end or not depended on the nature of the following trial. You must be curious about what we have in store for you next, the mech lieutenant teased with a grin. We've already shown you a glimpse of what we can do with the technology at our disposal. My fellow Rim Guardians and I have entered into a long discussion on which trial should come next. Originally, we intended to give you all more time to tweak your mechs and assign random mech pilots to them in order to duke it out with each other, but where is the fun in that? Ves frowned for a brief moment. That would have been the most logical test considering their current situation. Why had they worked so hard on these lithic mechs if not to put them into use? These mechs that you've restored might look exotic in your eyes, but to us they are no better than toys. The lieutenant contemptuously snarked. We Rim Guardians may have emerged from the Galactic Rim, but we are all trained to pilot high-performing first-class mechs. None of us look forward to piloting these primitive machines. To that end, we decided to mix up your last trial. Oh. Ves knew that tone of hers. It was the kind of tone someone used when they wanted to spring someone with a nasty surprise. In our inestimate wisdom, we Rim Guardians have decided to give you the opportunity to win the trials through your own efforts. We'll let you pilot these mechs into battle yourselves. What? We're not mech pilots. How can we possibly pilot these mechs? Doesn't matter. Firkt grinned. These mechs aren't real in the first place. They're physical projections. Reality here can be whatever we want in the pit. You're saying you aren't mech pilots? Well, we can make that happen here. Our tech is more than capable of giving you a taste of what it is like to pilot a mech. It's a pretty realistic simulation. There were virtual games out there that gave norms a taste of what it was like to pilot a mech. The experience was heavily dumbed down, though, and the simulation was far from realistic. A normal human mind simply couldn't endure the strain of a genuine man-machine connection. However, Ves didn't think the Rim Guardians would employ such fake means. With all of the tech they demonstrated so far, Ves did not believe they lacked a means of giving mech designers like him a somewhat realistic approximation of what it was like to pilot an actual mech. Well, let's proceed with the show. We'll be giving each of you an hour to enter the cockpit and familiarize yourself with the operation. I hope you won't embarrass yourselves by the time we put you into the ring. Good luck! The lieutenant disappeared, leaving every mech designer stumped. Maybe it's just a highly advanced game interface, Tristan remarked. Whatever the case, they would soon find out. Ves approached his frontline mech and slowly climbed up into its cockpit. After making himself comfortable on the hard stone seat, Ves lifted his finger, but hesitated. Was it really possible for him to pilot a mech? Why do I feel so apprehensive? Chapter 1272 Role Reversed. The top of the tower morphed into a very different environment after Lieutenant Furcht made her announcement. The dark tower seemed to magnify in size until its circumference became as large as an extensive practice ground. The casual manipulation of reality further hit home the fact that everything was under the control of the Rim Guardians. They could turn gravity upside down, they make the dead come to life, and they could force Ves to live in a completely simulated galaxy for the rest of his life. Ves did not feel comfortable about his lack of control over the environment. He could deal with an unfamiliar environment as long as it conformed to logic, but now that the laws of reality had become the playthings of the Rim Guardians, Ves could no longer count on even the most basic assumptions. It's like living in a reality with a very meddling god above my head. How could he ever live a normal and peaceful life if some nameless, all-powerful entity kept jerking him around? He would rather kill himself than to suffer the whims of such a tyrannical being. Therefore, even if a tiny part of him looked forward to see how well the Rim Guardians simulated the experience of piloting a mech, he mostly dreaded what he would find. Is it really possible for me to pilot a mech? Making mechs more accessible to norms had always been a dream to many people. Genetic aptitude limited a huge amount of the population from ever piloting a mech, which was a huge shame since there were probably many exceptional people among them who might excel in battle. Yet was it really such a good thing to eliminate genetic aptitude as a requirement to pilot a mech? Every prior implementation of allowing norms to pilot mechs ended in failure. Due to their mental and physical limitations, they couldn't interface with a mech as fully and extensively as a mech pilot. Therefore, most attempts to make mechs more accessible focused around heavily limiting the amount of data that was being exchanged through the man-machine connection. Automation took over most of the low-level functions of a mech, leaving the mech pilot in control over the higher-level operations. In theory, the idea was sound. In practice, it was like directing a bot to fight in their stead. The principal advantage of mechs was that they allowed mech pilots to embody them and control them like their own bodies. While this control wasn't perfect by any means, the man-machine connection was so deep and profound that every mech controlled by a fully trained mech pilot consistently outperformed the same machine when controlled by an AI. Trying to increase the accessibility of mechs by neutering the man-machine connection was the wrong way to go about it. The less control the mech pilot exerted, the more the performance of the bot depended on its programming and its AIs. While AIs programmed to pilot mechs could be decent, they simply lacked the intuition and spontaneity of human minds. Of course, one of the biggest reasons against developing these dumbed-down mechs is that there's no way an expert pilot will emerge from piloting them in this manner. How could anyone reach the extraordinary threshold when they were simply piloting a mech like a kid controlled a miniature toy mech? There was no comparison between this control mode and the real thing. While Ves played various simulation games in his youth, the experience always felt fake to him. The games available to norms like him were far from the experiences that potentates get to enjoy when they hopped into a simulator pod. Everyone generally assumed that norms would never be able to pilot a mech in a serious fashion. This act was the exclusive privilege of those fortunate enough to possess the right genetic aptitude. But what if this isn't the case anymore? What if newer tech has emerged that has subverted this assumption? Ves refused to believe the upcoming trial was anything more than an unrealistic simulation. Lieutenant Furcht already expressed as much. Perhaps he was making a bigger deal out of this than needed. Still, he couldn't get it out of his mind that the MTA might be capable of doing more. What if they already cracked the puzzle? Were they holding back the tech that allowed any average human being to pilot a mech as well as a potentate? If that was true, then the MTA held a powerful card in their hands that could trigger a major shift in human space. Even if norms weren't capable of reaching apotheosis, the flood of low-level mechs onto the battlefield would massively increase the amount of casualties as every side threw more bodies into the fray. Most conflicts between human states exhibited a lot of restraint because manpower had always been the most limiting factor. With just a tiny amount of potentates and mech pilots available at any time, it was easy for states to run out of them if they fought too long. Expending the readily available reserves of mech pilots happened to be the primary reason why the Bright Vigia War never dragged on for more than 5 years or so at a time. Neither the Bright Republic nor the Vigia Kingdom could afford to weaken themselves further by losing more mech pilots. Yet all of this will change once a limitless amount of cannon fodder can replace the scarcity of potentates. Such a massive change would also have major implications to mech designers like Ves. The mech market would definitely balloon, providing every mech designer a lot more opportunities to sell their mechs. The premium segment won't be affected, but the lower segments will become a lot more significant. For now, though, the MTA wouldn't introduce such a pivotal shift concerning the future of mechs. Allowing everyone to pilot a mech would just intensify every war and lead to much greater slaughter. The MTA didn't want to revive the chaos and destruction that forever tarnished the latter days of the Age of Conquest. Enough hesitation. Let's see how well the Rim Guardians can simulate the actual experience. Ves pressed a button and activated the mech. As its system started booting up, his anticipation continued to build. Whatever means the MTA came up with to simulate mech piloting, it was doubtlessly completely different from the simulations he played when he was young. As the mech started to issue various error reports in incomprehensible alien script, Ves hovered over the button that another mech designer already identified as the command to activate the neural interface. Ves was afraid. He was afraid of what he might encounter. Would the experience be so real and so fantastic that he would continue to yearn for it when it ended? Would he develop a lifelong urge to repeat the experience? He shuddered in his piloting chair. A part of him became tempted to give up, to keep the simulation unknown. He couldn't become addicted to something he never experienced. Yet, that was the coward's way out. A streak of courage lifted him up. Why should he be so afraid? Did he exhibit so little self-control that he wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of piloting a mech? Ves closed his eyes in a solemn fashion. I'm a mech designer. I chose my path. No matter what I'll experience today, I will never forget my real identity. He pressed the button. A few seconds passed as the alien interface began to display a whole slew of alien symbols. After that, Ves felt as if someone abruptly slammed a pipe into his mind. It's starting! A gradual stream of data entered his mind, which automatically parsed it before sending back a response. This exchange began small, but happened in an instant. Mere milliseconds went by before the exchange of data turned from a trickle into a stream. More and more data began to be exchanged between his mind and whatever was at the other end. Ves tried his best to maintain his composure. He knew he wasn't interfacing with a real lithic mech, but instead some kind of standalone neural interface that was ostensibly meant to give anyone in the trial ground an opportunity to experience what it was like to pilot a mech. In essence, no matter how real the sensations felt, they ultimately fell short of the real thing. It's still very close, though. Ves was not a stranger to what it was like to interface with a mech. He rode in the minds of numerous mech pilots during his mastery experiences. The one that stood out the most in this case was his third mastery experience. He spent a significant time in the mind of Eloise Pelican. During this period, she deployed from her carrier numerous times. Each time she started her shift, she began to interface with her mech. What Ves was experiencing with his mind right now was almost exactly the same that Eloise experienced whenever she connected with her own mech. There are differences, though. The exchange of data should have continually ramped up. That didn't happen. At some point, when Ves felt as if he was close to reaching his limit, the stream of data no longer expanded. It maintained its current volume as it tried its best to connect Ves to the mech. Now that the initial phases had passed, Ves began to experience another change. He began to feel as if he was in control of a second body. The sensation was extremely weird to him. While he still maintained control of his own body, he felt as if he acquired a second body. Ves experimentally tried to lift his arm. Both his physical arm and the arm of the frontline mech began to lift. He actually moved his mech. This is too real! Ves was incredibly astonished. Although the simulated interfacing still fell short of what he experienced in the minds of real mech pilots, this was by far the most realistic approximation that he had ever stumbled across. As long as the implementation took a couple of more steps forward, the gap between real and fake would shrink to the point where every norm could pilot a mech. He began to experiment more and more with the operation of his mech. Due to his previous mastery experiences, he already knew most of the knacks when it came to asserting basic control over a mech. He just hadn't thought about using those tricks himself, so he was awfully clumsy at first. The lithic frontline mech he piloted tipped dangerously back and forth as Ves hadn't been able to balance the mech properly. Outside his cockpit, the other three mech designers weren't faring any better. The light skirmisher claimed by Gaz even tripped on its feet and crashed to the ground face first. Obviously, the ultra-realistic piloting simulation was too much to bear to unpracticed mech designers. They had always been the ones to make the mechs. Never did they ever think they would be placed in a situation where they had to pilot the machines themselves outside of simplified games. Ves loosely estimated that the current experience was about 70 to 80% similar to a real piloting attempt. While that didn't sound very impressive at first, even the best simulation games that Ves had played only reached 10 to 20% similarity at best. Aside from a number of simplified operations, Ves genuinely felt as if he interfaced with a real mech. As he slowly began to rein in his apprehension and astonishment, Ves began to exert an increasing amount of control over his frontline mech. He quickly mastered walking and was currently practicing his aim, which wasn't very good. Now he knew why mech pilots needed to be good at marksmanship with their bodies if they wanted to be great shots when they piloted their mechs. Their personal skills partially transferred over to their machines. While it was possible for mech pilots to become good at mech marksmanship, they would have to develop their skills from scratch, which wasn't all that practical, especially since their proficiency was largely tied to their practice mech. In short, personal skills offer a valuable shortcut to mastering the same skills when piloting a mech. Unfortunately for Ves, his marksmanship left a lot to be desired. The two heavy laser cannons of his frontline mech often went wide whenever he tried to hit a specific point. Even a third-year mech cadet exhibited better aim than him in a mech. Chapter 1273 Temptation of Mechs. Mech designers weren't supposed to be mech pilots. For many mech designers, it simply wasn't possible to pilot a mech due to their genetic aptitude. In the rare case a potentate decided to become a mech designer, their piloting skills were often far too poor to be of use on the battlefield. It took too much time and dedication to become good in one profession. Most people in the mech community only possessed a talent in one or the other. Those who excelled in mech piloting would not possess the traits that helped them become a mech designer. All in all, it was a matter of efficiency. Rather than train a mech pilot to minor in mech design or vice versa, it was better to dedicate their time to their best profession and see it as far as possible. Only those who put their entire time to a single profession were the most likeliest to surpass the extraordinary threshold and beyond. Ves knew this. Yet despite knowing better, the rush of piloting a mech threatened to overtake his passion. At first, he hardly maintained control over his lithic frontline mech. The body did not belong to his own, and its movement and balancing patterns were too divergent from the human norm, thereby forcing him to learn from scratch. Yet after he applied all the knacks and tricks as well as his own understanding of mechs to the problems, he slowly managed to assert finer control of the machine. It was still a work in progress. No matter what he witnessed before, one did not simply overcome 10 to 15 years of dedicated training. Mech cadets spent a long time in training because there were endless nuances to piloting mechs. "I shouldn't feel proud to manage to walk like a decrepit grandpa," he muttered. Piloting a mech was like controlling a second body that was way too big and clumsy. Its force exertion and its motions were too off-kilter. What particularly plagued Ves was the amount of conscious control he needed to exert in order to make a deliberate movement. When he raised his own arm, he didn't need to think about activating the right muscles to do so. His subconscious mind was more than capable of doing that in his stead. It was different with a mech. His conscious mind was completely unfamiliar with the artificial musculature and a million other details of a mech. It could not exert the amount of intuitive control of the mech through the man-machine connection that mech cadets spent years to refine. This was the key to piloting a mech in a natural manner. By offloading as many operations to their subconscious mind, the mech pilot would have enough conscious attention left to focus on the aspects that truly mattered. A good mech pilot would not only have plenty of attention to spare, but also made use of it in the most efficient and effective manner. For example, a rifleman mech pilot would leave the act of moving to their subconscious mind. Well-trained mech pilots were adeptly able to hook up their subconsciousness with the operating system of a mech and achieve an optimal level of data transmission and decision-making. This allowed the mech pilot to focus their full attention to their marksmanship, improving their judgment and their aim. Ves fell awfully short on the aspect of unconscious control. He needed to split his attention to numerous tasks that other mech pilots regarded as child's play. If not for the throttling, compression, automation, and all the other means to prevent a norm from getting overwhelmed, Ves would have fried his brains by now. "The Rim Guardians must be laughing at our pathetic attempts to control our mechs." His other peers fared worse. All of their mechs tripped on their feet a few times and planted their faces against the floor. The simple act of balancing a mech so that its center of gravity did not sway too much was apparently beyond them at first. Time slowly lessened these pathetic displays, but the lack of control was very much evident in every mech's movements. "I doubt everyone is as clumsy as they appear to be right now," he muttered suspiciously as he observed the others through the sensors of his mech. As a direct disciple to an esteemed master, Tristan Wesseling ought to have undergone some mastery sessions. While they were doubtlessly not as elaborate as the system, the mech designer from the Carnegie Group should have learned the same knacks and tricks that Ves employed to gain more control over his machine. "Any of us may be hiding our true level of skill." Even Ves defaulted back to his habit of presenting a false facade to his potential adversaries. Knowledge was power. There was no need to give it out for free to his competitors. He deliberately acted as if he had a lot of difficulty in piloting his frontline mech. In truth, he was confident enough in his level of control to be able to fare decently in a fight against his peers. "Even an awful mech pilot can defeat me in my current state, but I'm not facing off against mech pilots." He was doubtlessly going to put into a duel against one of the three other mech designers. As knowledgeable as they were when it came to designing a mech, they were mere babes when it came to piloting them in a serious simulation. Ves possessed another advantage. He chose to adopt a frontline mech, which ought to have been the weakest and least versatile among the 4 restored lithic mechs. Ordinarily, its simplicity and lower parameters should have been a disadvantage. If the 4 lithic mechs had been piloted by trained mech pilots such as the Rim Guardians, then the limits to their performance would quickly tell. Not so in this case. Everyone was so new and unfamiliar with piloting mechs that no one came close to brushing up against the performance limitations of their machines. In fact, the lower limit, the easier it was to assert meaningful control. More powerful mechs aren't necessarily better if the mech pilot can't keep up. It's as if a normal mech pilot is attempting to pilot an expert mech. Even if it is theoretically possible, it's disastrous in every single case. Frontline mechs were foremost designed to be simple, expendable war machines. They were meant to be piloted by awful mech pilots who rushed their training or whose genetic aptitudes made them unfit for normal mechs. For this reason, Ves felt decently confident about his level of control over his mech. A frontline mech was designed to be combat effective even if its mech pilot was a complete idiot. The quick progress he made loosened his discomfort towards piloting a mech. So much so that its attraction continually grew. No wonder so many mech pilots loved their profession. Controlling a mech is exhilarating as long as it isn't too burdensome. The more Ves increased his coordination with his mech, the more he felt as if he embodied the mech. This gave him the illusion that his body was truly as tall and strong as that of a mech. Human bodies seemed so weak in comparison. The exhilaration of experiencing the same raw emotions as a mech pilot threatened to chip away at his determination. It was so seductive to repeat this experience. No! I'm not a mech pilot. I swore off from that ever since I decided to become a mech designer. He reasserted himself and ignored the addictive pleasure of piloting a powerful war machine, or at least the simulation of it. No matter how far the MTA had progressed in enabling norms to pilot mechs, it should not be more than a passing research opportunity. He should not give in to the temptation of pursuing anything more. To Ves, withstanding this temptation was just like the Skull Architect's tests. As long as he held on to his conviction, he could come away with several gains. Now that I think about it, all of the trials so far each come with their own gains. The first trial prompted mech designers to resort to their ingenuity when faced with the unknown. The second trial exposed those who passed to an alien approach to mechs. The third trial gave the 4 remaining competitors an unprecedentedly accurate experience of what it was like to pilot a mech. Even if Ves or the others failed to win the final trial, they would still be content with the gains they made so far. Each of them already learned lots of nuances even if they themselves weren't very proficient at executing them. It was similar but slightly different from a conventional mastery experience, but was all the more valuable for this reason. Some lessons only truly hit home if learned directly. All right, you pathetic mech designers. Lieutenant Firk's voice came over the calm of his lithic mech. As much as it amuses us to see you fumble around like 2-year-old children, it gets old rather quickly. You've got 5 minutes to prepare yourselves for battle. We'll hold a round-robin contest that allows each of you to face off against each other. The 2 with the most wins or the best performance will pass this trial. Ves immediately pulled back from his fascination and grew serious. After nearly an hour of practice, he couldn't claim to have gone anywhere close to mastering the basics, but at least he was good enough not to trip his mech when walking. Moving is not the problem, I think. It's my marksmanship that is the key. A frontline mech was suitable when employed in great numbers in large battles, but fared less well in a dueling environment. The lack of human limbs meant that Ves would lose as long as any melee mech came into knife fighting range. With only a pair of laser cannons as his armament, he needed to hit and inflict enough damage to his opponents before they closed the distance. Each lithic mech could survive a number of blows. If Ves wanted to take out the opposition, then he needed to strike the same section of a mech repeatedly in order to pierce through their exterior layers. This isn't too much of a challenge to train mech pilots, but it's a different story when it comes to me. My accuracy is abysmal, especially against moving targets. There was no time for him to refine his control any further. With just an hour of practice, the upcoming mech duel would be unlike anything he had ever witnessed before. Not even fresh cadets would pilot their mechs as bad as the four mech designers abruptly thrust into the cockpits of their lithic mechs. When 5 minutes were up, the humongous tower's surface split in half. A transparent wall separated the two sections. 2 pairs of mechs were forcibly moved to each half. Ves stared at the mech opposite to his own. It was the rifleman mech piloted by the only woman that remained. Although he never bothered to learn her name, that she made it this far was worthy of respect. A fair distance separated the two mechs. It would take a minute or more for Ves to close the distance to his opponent. First duel start, Lieutenant Firkt announced. Knowing her limits, the female mech designer didn't even bother to move from her place. Moving meant splitting her valuable attention and risking a fall. With the degree of control she had over her mech, she wouldn't be able to move faster than a slow walk anyway, so why bother? She made the right choice. Ves muttered as he witnessed the rifleman mech shakily raise its lithic laser rifle and began to take careful aim at his frontline mech. A sizzle cracked through the air as a bright red beam went wide. The second shot came closer to hitting the frontline mech, but the third shot skewed even harder to the side. It was not that easy to make a mech hit something when the mech pilot in question was completely unskilled. Ves smirked. It's my turn. His frontline mech didn't bother moving either. He knew better than to bite off more than he could chew. He took his time to aim one of the laser cannon barrels before releasing a powerful beam. The beam glanced against the rifleman mech's leg, inflicting moderate damage to the lithic armor plating. Yes. Chapter 1270 for his calling. Ves belatedly understood that this was his first real mech battle. Although it was just an elaborate simulation, the duel was so lifelike that Ves actually felt it was real. The slugging match that ensued between his frontline mech and his opponent's rifleman mech could only proceed in a single way. Both of the machines stood in place and traded potshots with each other. The duel turned into a battle of attrition from the start. The mech that ran out of energy, or sustained too much damage first would lose. In a normal setting where both mechs were under the control of trained mech pilots, the rifleman mech possessed a much greater advantage. The mech possessed a considerable advantage in mobility, and could easily close in and circle around the inflexible frontline mech, never presenting a fixed target for the cheaper mech to land a solid hit. While the frontline mech possessed the edge in firepower and durability, its extreme lack of flexibility meant that even a weak rifleman mech could best it by wrestling it down in melee range. Yet all of that did not come to pass right now. Neither mech designers were confident about their ability to move and fire their weapons at the same time, so they both opted to stand still. In such a circumstance, the frontline mech fared better against the rifleman mech because the former did not rely so much on mobility. Perhaps the female mech designer hoped that her marksmanship with her mech was better than that of Ves with his own machine. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not so feeble. Ves concentrated on firing one laser cannon at a time, thereby maximizing whatever accuracy he could muster. He calmly alternated his fire, allowing the laser cannons adequate time to accumulate a new charge and shunt away the heat. Laser beams occasionally marred the frontline mech's exterior, but its frontal armor held like a champ. It might be a different story if his opponent struck the rear armor, but she didn't have the confidence to move her mech during a fight. For this reason, the battle turned into a slow death for the rifleman mech as it continued to accumulate more damage. Ves was just as poor if not poorer with his aim as the female mech designer, but his laser cannons packed a greater punch than the rifle wielded by his opponent. Even though the laser rifle possessed a faster firing rate, these frontline mech possessed 2 laser cannons. Even if they required a longer time to cycle another charge, Ves could just alternate between the 2 of them to keep up with the firing rate of his opponent. The outcome was becoming increasingly more certain. If the woman piloting the other mech did not switch things up, her defeat would become assured. "She's moving!" Ves expected her to resort to this option. There was no point entering into a static exchange of fire against a mech that excelled in this mode of battle. The only way the female mech designer could turn the tide was to take some risks. The only gambit available to her was to take advantage of her mech's mobility. "It's a decent attempt, but your control is too awful." A rifleman mech could run quite fast when it got going. None of that happened in this duel. The rifleman mech ran as anemically as a shambling wreck. To Ves, trying to compensate for the movement took very little effort. "All right, it's about time your pathetic duel has ended. Victory goes to Ves Larkinson." Apparently, the duel between Tristan and Gaz had finished a while ago. Melee mechs did tend to be more lethal than a battle of attrition between 2 laser-armed mechs. As soon as Ves secured his first victory, the mech he piloted instantly refreshed itself. All of its energy cells were replenished and all of the battle damage disappeared. "That's convenient." A couple of more movements occurred as the Rim Guardians forcibly manipulated the physically projected reality in the pit. "Next duel, start." Ves came face to face with a lithic light skirmisher armed with a single knife. His second opponent was the hexer, Gaz Zoza. "Let's see if you've been holding back." He had always grown a bit suspicious about Zoza. They were similar in some ways, and that meant the facade they adopted did not necessarily represent their true ability. Gaz indeed managed to surprise Ves once the duel had started. He piloted his mech forward at a clipped walk, which was a lot faster than Ves initially expected. "So you did hold back, Zoza. There's no way you can exert this degree of control if you haven't underwent any mastery sessions." This basically meant that the disparity between Ves and Goza was much less than the disparity between Ves and his previous opponent. Both of them were piloting different mech types that changed the dynamic as well. Ves possessed an absolute advantage from the start, but it was on a time limit. As long as Goza's skirmisher reached melee range, it was game over for Ves. "I can't let Zoza's mech get close. I have to finish it off before that happens." The only problem was that the light skirmisher moved faster than other mechs. Even if Zoza's control was lacking, the natural advantage of his mech shone through. The skirmisher mech could close the distance within 40 seconds, which was not enough time for his frontline mech to fell the deadly mech. "I need to find a way to delay the interception." Just like his previous opponent, Ves decided to take a risk, finding it preferable to surrendering to his inevitable doom. His frontline mech steadily walked backwards. Although it didn't move very fast, it made it a little harder for the light skirmisher to enter into knife fighting range. Ves bought precious time with each step his frontline mech moved back. Although he had to devote a significant amount of attention to the maneuvering, his concentration happened to be one of his strong points. He devoted half of his concentration to moving his mech backwards while he spent the other half trying to aim and fire at the slowly approaching light skirmisher. Zoza's mech suffered numerous heavy hits. Due to the firepower of the laser cannons, the light mech really couldn't afford to get hit again in the same place. "He's adjusting." The light skirmisher couldn't afford to walk in a straight line. That would just make it trivially easy for Ves to hit the mech. By introducing some lateral movement, Zoza made it twice as difficult for Ves to land an accurate hit. Yet such an adjustment also increased the burden Zoza himself. He had to devote so much attention to moving the legs of his mech that he was one step away from teetering over. Despite the difficulty of these maneuvers, the light skirmisher never lost its balance. "It's a good effort, Gaz, but not enough." Ves did not panic as the light skirmisher slowly closed the distance while juking left and right. The speed employed by Zoza was far too slow to add much challenge to his aim. Laser beams steadily struck the approaching mech. Although none of them hit in the same place, the damage continued to accumulate. More and more lithic armor plating vaporized or melted as they withstood an incredible amount of heat and energy. Although Ves was pushing the limits of his concentration by walking and firing at the same time, he unconsciously felt more in tune with his mech as he did so. It was as if he had found his true calling. The sensation that overcame him, while he steadily tried to land the lethal blow onto Zoza's mech, was difficult to describe. After so many years of witnessing other mech pilots make use of his carefully designed mechs, it was a surreal experience for him to enter the cockpit himself. His mind and body enjoyed the sensation of controlling a mech through the man-machine connection. So much so that Ves even had the illusion that he was made for this. Ves took to piloting a mech like a fish to water. "Damn it, what am I daydreaming about?" Ves shook his head. "I have a duel to win!" His frontline mech continued to step backwards while unleashing a steady cadence of heavy laser beams. Since Ves knew that his mech would be completely restored to its old condition at the end, he overloaded the laser cannons of his mech despite the risk he incurred. Even if the conditions of the weapons rapidly degraded, the increase in firepower was more than worth it as each strike inflicted major damage to Zoza's mech. Each time a laser beam struck, it not only vaporized the surface layers, but also transferred the remaining damage to the internals. The light skirmisher began to stutter and slow down. Its internal damage was piling up, hampering the mech's mobility and stability. The situation became increasingly more dire for Gaz as his mech came closer to striking the frontline mech. The shorter the distance, the larger the target. The laser beams struck the light skirmisher more often, and even hit a couple of spots that had already been damaged. First, the light skirmisher lost its arm. Next, the mech lost half of its speed. Then, the mech lost the bulk of its energy cells. Finally, Ves managed to shear off its leg, causing the skirmisher to lose its balance and fall. The outcome was no longer in question anymore. A few more hits later, and the light skirmisher had completely lost its remaining functionality. Ves Larkinson has won his second duel. Both mechs instantly restored to normal. Gaz and Ves waited for the duel between Tristan and the female mech designer to end. It took a while before the announcement came. Tristan Wesseling has thrashed his second opponent. With that done, the final duels will commence. Keep giving us more laughs, please. The dueling ground shifted again in order to bring Ves face to face with the night mech piloted by Tristan. To call it a night mech was a bit dubious. When the mech designers restored the lithic mechs, they hadn't found any armaments for the mech, so Tristan decided to pair it with a makeshift club as its weapon and a shield that consisted of partially fused scrap. Even so, the mech he piloted was heavier and sturdier than anything that Ves faced before. Start. Once the duel commenced, the night mech immediately placed its improvised shield forward and steadily marched forward. While its advance wasn't as fast as that of the light skirmisher, its steady and solid footsteps was like that of a juggernaut, unstoppable and inevitable. Ves quietly cursed. Facing off against a night mech was the worst possible opponent for his frontline mech. A night mech was designed to absorb damage, and most of them excelled at withstanding a steady barrage of energy fire. He adopted the same strategy as before. His mech steadily moved backwards while firing its laser cannons at the approaching mech at a steady rhythm. Ves found it easier to hit his opponent. The night mech moved slower. It didn't exhibit enough speed to juke or dodge. It also presented a bigger target. All of these disadvantages were significant, but the night mech more than made up for it with its stellar durability.
It's taking way too long to wear away the shield.
Tristan spent a lot of time on forming the shield. He fused so many pieces of trash together that by the time Ves managed to destroy it, the night mech had already reached halfway. The armor of the night mech was even more resilient than its shield. The only way Ves could win this duel was if he managed to land repeated hits onto one of the night mech's legs. Ves tried his best to tighten his aim, yet despite the effort he put into it, he was still too unpracticed. His precision and accuracy left much to be desired, and way too many laser beams went wide or struck the thick chest plating of the opposing mech. The end came slowly but certainly as the night mech gradually closed the distance and whacked the frontline mech to the ground with a couple of blows. Tristan Wesseling wins again. Alright, that's it for this trial. Let's wrap it all up. Everything disappeared as soon as the final duels had ended. The cockpit and the rest of the mech faded away as if it never existed. The other mechs disappeared as well now that they served their purpose. All 4 mech designers gathered together at once and stood in front of Lieutenant Furcht.
As much as it amuses us to see you mech designers fumbling around like children inside your cockpits, we don't have all day.
The end of the trials was at hand. Chapter 1275 Fishy Arrangement. Lieutenant Furcht stared at each of them before announcing the winners of the final trials.
Each of you showed your strength. However, only 2 of you are worthy enough to proceed. Tristan Wesseling, you've won all 3 of your duels. Your performance was very steady. I hope your design work will be just as steady. I will try my best to meet your expectations, Lieutenant.
The woman then turned to Ves.
Ves Larkinson, you've won 2 of your duels, which places you further ahead than the other 2. You've passed as well.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Tristan went undefeated, which meant he defeated Gaz. Ves won against Gaz as well, so the Hexer had already lost 2 out of 3 duels in this round-robin format. Considering what Ves knew of the only woman among them, her rifleman mech shouldn't have been able to win against the others. Her lithic mech was too weak and unsuited to the circumstances to fare well against the other machines. Lieutenant Furcht offered some cheap praise to the pair of losers. Gaz Zoza did not look pleased at himself, but Ves and Tristan defeated him fair and square. He could only blame his own bad luck for claiming a light skirmisher at the end of the second trial. As the lieutenant took the time to console the mech designers who failed to secure enough victories, Ves processed his lingering yearning to re-enter the cockpit.
It was so exhilarating to pilot a mech.
Even though Ves firmly reminded himself that he was first and foremost a mech designer, the allure of piloting a mech continually teased his desires. It took a bit more effort than he liked to stamp out this temptation. As much as Ves desired to continue to pilot a mech, he had already made his choice. He already enjoyed far more success in his design career than he could ever hope for. Why squander his gains and his promising future for becoming something he simply wasn't meant to be? It was fine to envy a mech pilot. Yet his hidden desire must not develop anything more than a passing fancy. The 2 losers disappeared after Lieutenant Furcht finished talking to them. The Rim Guardian turned her head to both Tristan and Ves.
As for the 2 of you, both of you have shown enough capabilities to associate with us. We've just updated your records to reflect that. I must say, I'm not surprised that Mr. Wesseling has been able to pass, but you, Mr. Larkinson, are a lot more versatile than we thought. Other than your muddled performance during the first trial, you've continually exceeded our expectations. I've been through some challenging times.
Ves smiled.
Also, I come from a military family. How can I not know what it is like to pilot a mech?
The lieutenant shook her head.
Whatever. Come with me. I'll explain what it means to be our associate.
A portal formed underneath the three and brought them away to a comfortable lounge. Ves, Tristan, and Ferk each sat down after accepting a glass of liquor from a waiting bot.
Tristan, I think you have a good idea what it means to become our associate, correct?
The Friday man nodded.
It means I'd become qualified to treat with the Rim Guardians. It doesn't mean I'd become a part of your fraternity, or enjoy your protection. Neither of you have become internal members of the MTA. You'll have to pass completely different trials in order to be eligible. In the beginning, what the two of you earned is merely an opportunity to be heard by us. This essentially means that as long as we require something from an external mech designer, we might ask you to perform a task. It also means that if you found something interesting or came up with a very valuable transaction, we'll consider your offer seriously.
Ves frowned a bit. He still didn't quite understand what he was getting into.
There must be more than that, right?
Correct. Ferk nodded while she took a sip of his drink.
You are only our most peripheral associates for now. If you want to enjoy more benefits from our fraternity, then you will need to work for it. Both of you will have to be proactive and come up with something interesting, valuable, or worthwhile enough for us to invest in our relationship with you. If you think you're already in the bank, then you are sadly mistaken.
The Rim Guardians may not be particularly dominant within the MTA, but they were still behemoths on a galactic scale. The fraternity sought closer relationships with many mech designers throughout the galactic rim, but not too much. In their perspective, it was better to develop closer relations with one good mech designer than 1,000 mediocre mech designers. Considering the immense disparity between the Rim Guardians and the local mech designers from a star sector, the former didn't have to do any of the work in developing the right relations. They counted on the mech designers to be proactive and prove themselves worthy of friendship.
Look, Lieutenant, I've been dumped in the pit without any explanation. Can you finally tell me what's so great about becoming your associate, and why you want to treat with us locals?
Lieutenant Ferk smiled in an intrigued manner.
I suppose you do deserve an explanation. Let's start from our perspective. There are two additional reasons why the Rim Guardians wish to develop a network of local mech designers. First, let's just say that we want to expand our options. We don't always wish to do business with the MTA's internal mech designers. They've formed their own cliques whose interests don't entirely match ours. Does that mean there aren't any mech designers among your fraternity?
Ves curiously asked.
Some, but not all of them can be trusted with sensitive business. Sometimes it is better for us if we rely on an associate that isn't closely connected to the MTA, like you two. Naturally, we don't expect too much from locals. We won't hold you to the same standards as those who come from our own ranks. What is the second reason?
Insurance. Ferk replied seriously.
The MTA is a rock-solid organization and is at the height of its power. Yet who knows whether the current galactic order will shake one day. While human space is very steady for now, we can't guarantee that everything will remain as secure 100 or 1,000 years from now. The seeds we sow today might bloom into a bountiful harvest for us when we most need it in the future.
Ah, I understand. The Rim Guardians were the underdogs of the MTA. They faced the Herculean task of fighting against the bias against the galactic rim within the association. Too many leaders and too many highborn members supported the Prime Humans, who wanted to do away with the galactic rim entirely. If the Prime Humans ever had their way, the Rim Guardians would become completely unmoored from their mother organization. If such a catastrophe ever happened, the ex-MTA members would certainly have to seek refuge from the locals of the star sectors they inhabited. Forming strong and steady relations with strong, influential, and reliable local mech designers at such a time would give the Rim Guardians solid retreat options.
As for what is in it for mech designers who earnestly seek our favor,
I think you already know some of the answers. We can offer some exclusive goods and services to you that's normally only available to internal members of the MTA. It is one of the only ways for many mech designers to obtain extremely rare and restricted exotics. They come at a very high cost, mind you, so it's not often that someone will make this demand. Then what do they request instead? To access our distribution network, mostly. We don't mind facilitating trade as long as your goods are valuable enough to be transported across star sectors. We also act as guarantors for any contracts you sign with companies that are distant from you. It's not easy to enforce a contract when the other party is 15 star sectors away. Once you hear of their betrayal, the other party would have been long gone by the time your response has come through. VS looked a bit skeptical. And the Rim Guardians are willing to intercede once someone breached a contract. Oh yes, but only for the major ones that are worth our attention. It helps if the contract in question involves us as well. No one will dare pervert the contract as long as our name is included. He knew how valuable this service could be. Every mech designer with ambitions to expand beyond their native star sector would have to set up a presence in other star sectors. Whether they set up their own subsidiaries there from scratch or join hands with local partners, the distance between the two was too far. While communication was instant, trying to convey a material response took months or years. This was far too much of a delay for many mech companies to stomach. If they could not effectively assert control beyond their own star sector, then they were better off with tempering their ambitions. Therefore, the willingness of the Rim Guardians to serve as guarantors and enforcers of contracts was all the more valuable. It allowed VS to get away with expanding his business to neighboring star sectors without yet accumulating the necessary clout to do so while keeping distant operations compliant. VS still believed that what the mech lieutenant had mentioned so far wasn't entirely complete. He suspected that the Rim Guardians definitely sought out more from local mech designers. Yet VS did not have the opportunity to ask for clarification as Lieutenant Firkt moved on to some procedural matters. She explained how their records had been updated and what they should and shouldn't do with their new status. Right now, the two of you have only managed to get a single foot in the door. If you truly want to take another step further, then we expect you to prove yourselves just as you've done in the trials. The lieutenant assigned 2 different missions to VS and Tristan. Mr. Larkinson, your family is notable for birthing expert pilots and expert candidates with each generation. One of your works has also acquired a reputation for facilitating the rise of an expert candidate. VS reluctantly nodded. That is true. Well, I have a favor that needs fulfilling. An important associate of ours has entered into some difficulties and entrusted his heir to us. The young man in question is a mech pilot who has been trying very hard to advance to expert candidate. We've put him through numerous training programs, but we have seen no hint that he has improved. Is this mech pilot an internal member? No. Just the son of a valued friend of ours. Firkt shook her head. Regardless, with each failed attempt, he's becoming more and more desperate. For his own sake, I believe it's best for him to experience a change in scenery. I'd like him to accompany you for a few years and see if your Larkinson methods are better. This request frankly stunned VS a bit. The MTA was one of the most knowledgeable organizations when it came to mech pilots. How could Firkt think of passing over this scion to VS of all people? There must be a lot more behind this request that Firkt hadn't mentioned. VS was very leery about entering into another pit. He already fell into one. He didn't want to make the same mistake. Lieutenant Firkt, I'm very honored that you think highly of the track record of the Larkinsons, but our methods aren't as extensive as you think. Our basic formula for pumping out expert pilots is to train our Larkinsons well and throw them into a war that breaks out every generation. Ah, yes. About that, Mr. Larkinson. The scion I wish to leave to your hands is not exactly the most courageous mech pilot. He deeply despises battle. Therefore, I hope your family has other means to draw out his potential. Just try it for a few years. Ves widened his eyes in astonishment. Did the lieutenant know how impossible it was for a craven mech pilot to advance? How could such a coward ever hope to become an expert pilot? Impossible! Nothing is impossible, Mr. Larkinson. We just have to find the right solution. The lieutenant didn't accept no for an answer. No matter how much Ves wanted to avoid this responsibility, Ferk seemed uncommonly eager to offload this cowardly mech pilot into his hands. There was definitely something fishy about this entire arrangement.